Hello everyone. Welcome back to day 2 of the first super week of CBLOL Academy. Not gonna lie, today, this morning's been quite hectic. Big news dropped, of course, about the whole America's North Conference, South Conference situation for League of Legends and how CBLOL and LCS is gonna be getting some changes. But you know what? That's just basically an announcement of an announcement. Pretty much. I think Elk Battery was the one who posted that on Twitter. I kind of agree. Like, not a lot of details are out. They gave some details, but there's going to be a lot more moving parts and complications and details that you have yet to come out. One of which would be, of course, Academy and NACL, the tier 2 of the respective regions there in the Americas. And you know what? That's kind of what I want to focus on for today. It's just CBLOL Academy. Day 2 of the Super Week. Day 4 of the split. We are still very early on here in the split. I'm going to be honest, yesterday, yeah, it was a little bit disappointing with how some of the teams were performing. And I gave out some of the lowest scores. It was also very slow games yesterday. Slow games can be interesting because there's various reasons why you get slow games. Sometimes like one team just refuses to die. But sometimes slow games just happen because teams don't know how to close out. And yesterday, unfortunately, was more of the latter. But today we get some interesting matchups to come through. I mean, our opening matchup is IDL versus Cade Stars, which is going to be pretty hype right from the get-go. IDL, an interesting team. I'm still waiting for them to wake up a little bit right now. Uh-oh. No, why is my browser lagging so much? Uh-oh. Hold up a second. Please? Hello? Okay. Yeah. Hopefully that's not a sign of things to come. I don't know why it's lagging so much. But yes. Yesterday's match. IDL is looking like the Takui team right now, and I feel like it could be so much more. I'm still waiting for a bit more from them. Cade Stars, though, right now is already looking like a complete team. Yesterday they were a bit slower than what we expected trying to close out the game, but kind of not really expecting them to lose the way they were playing. Kisei and Sarolu have consistently been absolute beasts for this team. Yeah, they've got carries in every single role, and it's starting to show a little bit for me right now. That said, their laning yesterday was a little bit rough. They came back from behind, but they did come back. I think that's the critical thing. Against Loud Academy, no less. Loud is not a bad team, though they have their own struggles happening right now. IDO yesterday, yeah, their team fighting was really, really brutal. And Pain, to be fair, looked really good yesterday. Like, as a team, they were just absolutely popping off. So, you know what, IDL, I'm still, you know, not completely sold on them. Don't really know fully what to expect. I feel like that's my thought on most of the non-franchise teams right now. I think they're all 2-1. Or, yeah. Technically, Flamengo is 2-1. But, yeah. We're starting to get some shifting in the standings. It's not like just top 3 teams, bottom 3 teams, everybody else tied. You know, bit of a split coming through right now. A lot of teams tied at 2-1 though. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 teams tied at 2-1 right now. Trying to see if there's any I'm really surprised by. Fury, I was a little bit surprised, but yeah, they've been doing well, especially the bot lane. Akawa's been stepping up huge. If anything, I am a bit surprised that we've got Loud Academy like 0-3 right now. Like I said, they're having their own set of problems, but they're not a bad team, so I don't know why they're struggling so immensely. Seems a little bit odd to me. Yeah. But again, like I said, hoping for a better, happier, cleaner game today. Patch 14.11 too. Yesterday's drops were kind of interesting. I didn't understand all the drops, and to be fair, I'm not super well versed in patch 14.11. That's one of the reasons why I enjoy watching Academy and LCS as well, because they're playing on faster patches or early, more modern, current patches than CBLOL itself. So you get to kind of get a preview of these sort of things. So, yeah, it's interesting to kind of see what is getting prioed. And I do think CBLOL Academy is actually a pretty good preview of what we can expect to see in CBLOL a lot of times. They're more willing to kind of try out these things early. And obviously, because they're the same teams, there's going to be discussion if it works in the academy. It often shows up in CBLOL itself. But yeah, ready and waiting to get into game here. Usually, they just drop the draft right away. That's been what they've been kind of doing, so what I expect to see out of nowhere. Are there any other matches I'm kind of excited for? I am somewhat excited for. Okay, Liberty versus INTZ. That one, it will be what it will be. Kaboom Red, I am excited for that one. That one's looking good right now with how both these teams are. Red especially yesterday put on an absolute clinic. They shocked me. I did not expect them to look that good. And Kaboom has been looking pretty good as well through a lot of the split. Pain looks, it is what it is. Tropa Los will be, I think, a bit of an interesting one. Like, I don't have a clear expectation for this, but I do think it should be more closer. Hey, Orbital. Thanks for dropping by, buddy. I appreciate you just dropping by, saying hi. Yeah, if you're busy, good luck at work, my friend. Hope it's a good day. Gold at 15. The engine had a great day yesterday on that Draven. I fully expect to see Draven bans coming through again. Either that, or you have to have a very specific strategy to deal with it. Because the engine's very, very comfortable with champions. You could see them limit testing a little bit yesterday with how they were playing. Yeah, Hedon had a pretty good game yesterday as well too, surprisingly. Well, not surprisingly. Just had a game. I say surprisingly all the time, and I probably shouldn't. Yeah, Fury Flamengo should be another interesting game. And Rise Loud are interesting for me for perhaps not the best reason. On paper, this should be heavily Rise favored. I'm watching all the Loud games right now, just wondering when they wake up. Because I swear this team is not a bad team. But they, I saw the same about INTC last split, and look how that turned out. So, yeah. So definitely more interesting games compared to yesterday. But I think yesterday was largely stompy. I think that the big game yesterday that I was kind of watching for was Pain IDL. Other than that, everything was kind of Like Fury Loss was also kind of interesting to me. Kind of similar to what I think like Flamingo Furia is kind of like, or maybe it's just I don't have a good grasp on Furia yet. So like a lot of the Furia games, are just like okay, we'll see what kind of looking forward because I don't have clear cut expectations of what to expect. Damage per minute, interestingly enough, not dominated by bot laners. Aikawa number 1 makes sense to me. Doom has been popping off. I remember yesterday, I think it was Luna Day I was talking to about that, where Luna was wanting to vote Doom. Yeah, I kind of agree. I think Doom has been popping off absolutely massively. Yeah, Flare actually surprises me a little bit that we're seeing Flare as a top 3 damage per minute. Not so much about Flare, but more just because Tukui on that team has been doing so much. And I kind of expected Tukui to outstrip him. Hey, Silas, when is the podcast about the CBLOL LCS issue? I don't know. I am probably not going to talk too much about it here on this co-stream because this is still an Academy co-stream. Like I might answer the occasional question if chat asks a question, but I'm not going to get like too in-depth into it. That said, Silas, I don't know if the Gringos Liberados podcast, we might talk about it on that. I'm not 100% sure yet. We haven't set up the Gringos Liberados podcast just yet. But that is definitely something that we're discussing about. So we're talking about it. Yeah. But there's like a lot to kind of go off of. Yeah. Maybe we should make like a thread to like discuss it in the community Discord, and then we can like talk about people's like questions or views about that. Maybe I'll talk to Brent about this after that. Yeah, but how are you doing, Silas? I don't see you that frequently nowadays, so it's always good to see you, friend. How is life? How is LCS modding? Are you still doing it this split?
Pois é, você pontuou muito bem, Andrezinho. Para mim, acho que o grande ponto da VKS nesse momento é justamente que o coletivo deles
doing great, good to hear.
Não parece todo momento alguém individualmente se destacando.
This KTR's roster, somehow they still managed to upgrade the roster despite already being a pretty good roster last split. Imports in Academy, like they kind of low-key blow my mind. Like I know it's possible, I'm just always kind of surprised and hyped when I see like Brazil actually getting imports in their academy system, no less. You're still modding LCS? Yeah. Starting up this weekend, right? Should be fun. Yeah, LCS at least is coming more alive in the last couple of splits, so that's always good. Okay, meta ban's coming through for the most part. We get the Pantheon ban against IO. I'm going to be honest, the Panth did not work out for IO yesterday. I don't know if we need a ban here, especially when Tyran's a pretty good top laner. That feels a little bit extra, but yeah, it is what it is. Skarner first pick's fine. I love that we're seeing Rumble Pride. I've been calling for this since last split. Like, Rumble did not get stronger over the offseason. The itemization didn't get better. Rumble's just good. I don't know why we didn't pick him. We weren't picking him sooner. Then we pick Ari and Kalista. Talia's banned. Ash's banned. Okay. See, this to me is an appropriate time to pick the Kalista because the only thing they can do is pick a Poppy if they want it. And if they pick a Poppy, it's Jungle Poppy, or Support Poppy. Either way, like I think that's fine. You can. It's tough to play into, but at least like it's only one. It's not like and Poppy herself has other issues. We do Ornn ban, Camille ban. Again, I'm respecting these bans. I think these are better than the K'Sante bans. Vi and Maokai being picked up. Okay, we picked Sejuani jungle. I love it. Whoops, took too long. Let me pause it there. Okay. Yeah, I like the Sedge for Rumble. It's good setup. Pick an Olaf into the Rumble top. This is a risky pick from IO. Or maybe it's jungle Olaf, actually. Could be jungle Olaf. I assume it's top. I think I prefer jungle. I think I prefer Skarner into Rumble, personally. And then Rel Rakan, when Nautilus and Leona are both up. Interesting. I've been calling for Rakan. I don't think he's terrible. It was pointed out, I think, by Lunar Day yesterday that his itemization is not great, but I still think he's pretty good. See, let's say the idea to try and make Brazilians used to speak English, even in academy. Yeah. Like, part of me agrees with that. Like, I think I like the idea of it. I will say, though, as somebody who can only speak one language, English, it can be very, very tough. So, like, if you can do it, I respect to all you people who can speak, like, multiple languages. Like you, see, you can speak both languages fluently and to actually mod. Props to you, man. It can be tough, but I think it's good, right? Like, there's no downside to speaking another language. It's benefits all the way through, especially if these regions are merging. Yeah, gets you like better chance of playing internationally as well. Because even outside of North America, teams speak English a lot of times as their common language, and teams that have a lot of like imports from all over the place. You speak 3 languages. Okay, so Portuguese, English, and let me guess, Spanish? Or no, would that be worse? Because Spanish and Portuguese are like close enough to be confusing, but far enough to be hard. Spanish? Okay, you're doing Spanish, yeah. I was thinking about that because I know like 4-4 and DF mentioned before that speaking Spanish doesn't actually help that much with Portuguese. It actually, or it helps, but there's like different set of issues with it. Like it gets complicated because it's kind of similar, but not the same. So then you end up getting confused. French class is interesting. I'm from Canada. Technically, our second language here is French. I do not speak any French at all. I did not take any French classes, weirdly enough. So yeah, I feel kind of bad. Like when I travel east towards like Quebec, Montreal side, they speak a lot of French out there still. But I'm from the West Coast, so we speak English. Okay, a little bit of aggression. Rakan Rel matchup is like a matchup almost as old as time. We keep seeing it. A lot of it's just who engages first. And not in a way that engage first and win. A lot of times engage first and lose if you don't have enough damage to back you up. So yeah, it's just a lot of poke. I think it comes down more to the AD carries. Mortius running first strike here is interesting. Mortius ran first strike yesterday, and he had such a tough time in lane. Trying to play, I think it was, I can't remember what he was playing into. I just remember he was struggling really, really hard because you can't trade us, or you can't trade autos as well, right? So first strike is more about poke and just econ and scaling up in its current iteration. And you can already see in this bot lane, right? The fact that Mortius can't really match trades with Flare and Yuki, despite actually having a poke advantage, because Kalista poke is not amazing, like you're auto attacking for your poke. Mortius is still kind of being pushed in. Is what it is. In Nexus they don't teach French, only battle language. Yeah, man, minions don't need to talk, so we just need to walk down a lane and give people gold, you know. Yeah, we speak in emoji, or not emoji. What are these things called? Punctuation? Exclamation mark? Question mark? Okay, yeah. Bot lane kind of bounce out there, going for that cheetah recall, just for sort of like early base buy. I don't think it's that significant. I'll be surprised if Mordius goes for cheater soon too. I like this though. Yuki kind of coming out for this gank. It's a really tough. Oh, interesting. Okay, I think that was actually really dangerous with Kisei. Kisei didn't use Valk or Flash initially when he saw Yuki. You could have just Valked away, you'd have been fine. I actually don't know what Kisei was thinking necessarily in that play. I mean, you don't die, but now you've kind of lost lane pressure. And Takui just wants to go for base. Okay, I thought they'd just keep pressuring and try and just deny as much CS as possible. Yo, Spoods, welcome, welcome. You're here on time today. You actually get to catch the Kisei hype train. Emoji's a cool language. Diffed. Because he saw Tukis in the chat before. So he knew he wouldn't die, kind of, but it does force the recall out from Kisei. And I don't think it's like a great base timing for Kisei. I think he could have kept staying around for a little bit if he didn't take that damage, right? Like if he just walked away initially, he takes no damage whatsoever. Because Yuki doesn't have a good... he can't move fast enough, basically. And Flash already got burnt earlier in lane. That's fine. I mean, Takui also went for base, so it ends up just being kind of net neutral at the end of the day. I prefer Tukui's base timing, though. I think the boots in lane and getting the early Dark Seal is a lot better than Kisei's like double longsword. Yeah, like it's not a bad move. It was just like I don't think it was optimal. I don't think it was necessary. Okay, IDL's dive up here is very slow. Okay. Okay, I actually really... Ooh. Yeah, that dive was really slow, but I don't hate kind of like what they did there. The way like Shrimp kind of attacks first. I want to see... Because there's actually a trick that you can use with this dive. I don't know if it actually went off properly. The idea is you poke from outside turret, draw the first shot, let it reset to a minion, and then go for the dive in the reset. So you throw the rock, Shrimp moves out. Okay, so Shrimp actually went back and attacked another shot. I think if Shrimp moved a bit further out, that turret would have reset onto a minion. Oh, and we get a pause in our first game. Great. So yeah, right here, Shrimp draws aggro. Shrimp should probably have moved out, let the aggro reset. I'll... Yeah. Because ideally then what IO does is he walks past and then hits backwards. And then Takui in transition hits. And then I think IO will probably end up tanking that one extra shot. Or Takui will tank one extra shot. Whereas as it stands, unfortunately... well, Shrimp will end up tanking all the extra shots and actually died. Yeah. Shrimp has been an interesting jungler for me in the academy. He's not... He plays very differently from all the other junglers. Like the other junglers tend to be more aggressive and or like power farm. Whereas like Shrimp's been creating a lot of space and zoning and kind of just like threatening people. It's just a very different style. I kind of like it actually, but yeah, just not used to seeing it for a while. And I just realized I forgot to rank their drafts. Okay, something's on my browser. It's like lagging horrifically right now. Like I clicked, it should pause, but you can see it like ran for another second before pause. Okay, during this pause, let's quickly take a look. This draft is okay. It's kind of weird. IDL's drafts have generally been weird, whether it be IO or somebody else. The Ari Kalista is okay. Like I like the Skarner pick. I am not super crazy about the Olaf pick into Rumble, and I don't know how I feel about this. Like, there's very little scaling on this composition. Olaf is not really a scaling champ. Skarner's not a scaling champ. There's like next to no scale. I don't really like that. I'm not seeing sort of counter picks come through either. None of these picks are just like, oh, I counter what I'm playing into. Like picking Ari blind this early. Yeah, like the Olaf you could have picked here earlier to counter the Rumble. You know where the Rumble was going. I don't like this draft, honestly. I'll give it a 2 point. I'll just give it a 2. I mean, you can win. Like, it's not a terrible draft. It's not unwinnable. You just have to play early. But it's kind of whatever. I think this draft is much better. I like double AoE CC. Triple AoE CC for Rumble is good. You've got Corki, who scales as well. Your early game shouldn't be that punishable. Yeah, I give this one a 4. So 2 and a 4. IDL's drafts have been odd, to say the least. And we are still not out of break. So for Mango, I gave it 4. IDL, I gave it 2. Yeah. This could still go up to 2.5. I think it's very execution dependent for IDL because it's an early game comp. If you punish early, you'll be fine.
O Aiel não apareceu nada e ver ele com uma repaginação
If.
totalmente diferente
Kind of a big if,
é bem
but
surpreendente.
E já chegou informação aqui pra gente,
Yeah.
tem um probleminha de internet do pessoal do IDL. A galera já
Oh, man.
voltar
I
ao
hate
normal,
these
já
long
já
pauses,
prepara pra
dude.
continuar esse jogo. E como a gente já vai
You know what?
pra vocês, né? Teve essa primeira ação ali.
Thankfully, there's people in chat.
Foi pro
Spoods, how's life,
e a
buddy?
gente agora vai observar
I don't ask you that every time
tentar
we come
trabalhar
in.
essa vantagem, apesar de
But
estar
what
muito
you doing right now? Are you all on
quando você pega dois times assim tão próximos,
vacation or
dois times que estão tão bem no
in the middle of school
campeonato,
term?
começa a ver esse tipo de coisa como um detalhe que pode custar o jogo no futuro, né?
Pois é, justamente foi o timing do Sarolu de realmente conseguir participar dessa jogada, dele não ter givado a parte de baixo pra ir pra parte de cima. Então, tem muito dessas nuances durante a partida, André.
I don't know if they actually like
definindo muito dessas jogadas.
talked
mas eu acho
about
que
what the
muito vai
pause
se
is
definir
about
a partir
either.
dos
Oh well.
objetivos do nível
You know what?
6 do
That's
lado.
fine. This actually gives me a little bit of time to do
Se a
work on the
bot
side.
lane, o Akali poderem aparecer um pouco mais, eu
I
acho
have
que isso vai dar
messages
uma
from work.
definição muito
Oh,
melhor. Em
and we're
termos de
back in.
skirmish, e falando em definições,
Ah,
a gente tá com a partida de
that should be
volta,
fine.
e
I'm not
a gente vê como
expecting
vai
to see
desdobrar
any
essa situação toda.
crazy action for the next while. Maybe
Rapidinho,
bot
já
lane.
tá voltando
Bot
pra
lane could get
frente,
hypey.
vai acompanhando, fazendo aqui
Blair and
esse
Yuki have been doing a great job
na parte do meio, já tá
pressuring up.
descendo aqui pra parte de baixo.
But Mortius this time is
Começa a
not like hinting,
vai
so.
tentar trabalhar o flare junto com o Yuki. A vantagem é, assim, quase irrisória, né? A gente tá vendo que tem um pouquinho mais de farm na frente e tudo mais. Depois de fazerem essa wave aqui.
So if you hear like a lot of typing all of a sudden, I still have some work on the side, so I'm like replying work messages.
Por enquanto eles estão se virando sozinhos nessa parte de baixo. Tem ali o controle de grupo pra cima do telas. Só que é só aquela troca de carícias que a gente sempre fala.
É, mas a gente tá vendo que o Sarulu tá vindo aqui pra rota superior. O Aiel
Okay.
não tá nível 6, mas já tem flash.
Vai tentar trabalhar com o
Solid gank from top side. I will actually having the flash there.
Coloca ali o controle de grupo também.
This is still diveable, but Shrimp is covering already. This could be good if they can find the right person. Wow, okay, they didn't get the stun on Sarulu, but Sarulu is still taking an absolute beating. The Shrimp like literally body blocked the wall to make sure Sarulu couldn't flash over the wall. Well played, well played. That's what I'm talking about. Like Shrimp's play style is very interesting. Like he does things right, but it's not like the style that we're used to seeing. Like it's not hyper aggressive or anything. He's just doing fundamentals really, really steadily. So it's like I don't expect him to carry a game, but he gives a really good jumping off platform for the carries to get advantages and carry the game.
Pois é, Skarner é um campeão bem gostoso de assistir hoje em dia. Acho que em termos de controle de grupo é um campeão que tá oferecendo muita coisa depois do seu rework. E a gente
Tem muitas
vê...
ferramentas, né?
Pois é, tem muitas ferramentas, então se você for conseguir ser bem criativo, jogar através dessas paredes acaba sendo muito bom. A gente vê que o IDL já garantiu essas primeiras vastilarvas também, então aproveitaram muito bem essa movimentação pra rota superior. E a gente tá vendo, falando em rota superior...
Hey, Wokes. Crazy Day in Academy after, let's go. Oh yeah, what? In Brazil it's like in the afternoon now, right? Like it's 4 or 5 p.m. So I guess yeah, you all have had like almost a full day. For me, like I woke up to that madness. So that means like right now it's like 12? Yeah, it's like 12 just before 12:30. So it's like the day just started and it was kind of crazy, and now like I'm trying to calm down with a little bit of Academy. Yeah, Academy to, you know, this should be a good match to start the day. Yesterday the matches weren't great, but today, you know, IDL K-Star should be a good one. Actually, Wokes, did you actually end up watching the Pain IDL match yesterday? I know that you wanted to watch it, but it turned out to be game 4. Ooh, good gang. Yeah, Shrimp on this Garner has been super solid. Like, besides that first dive, which kind of went a little bit wonky, and hey, you know, it was still a good gang. They still got first blood. Like, yeah, Shrimp's been on point. 3 kills, 3... He participated in all 3 kills so far. So 100% KP.
Se a VKS vai conseguir responder mais alguma coisa, se vai conseguir negar um pouco dessa onda de minions da rota inferior, mas é o que tudo indica, o Sarulu já está sendo visto na rota do meio, enquanto o QC está tentando parar o Shrimp ali de roubar o Red.
Tá tentando, até que funcionou, né? O Shrimp a gente já tá vendo pelo minimapa que ele já se reposicionou, mas vai ter treta aqui na parte de baixo. O Morteus é o primeiro a ser focado, o Delas ainda tenta ficar ali na frente, não deixar o Flash se aproximar, mas olha o Yuki, ele ainda tá com full vida, e o Morteus é forçado a flechar, se movimenta, se reposiciona e troca a batida.
Sorry for the typing ASMR. There was a little typing there. Bot side, okay. The trades are just kind of going back and forth. Morty's doing a much better job today with the trades. Like, even with the first strike, I was expecting him to kind of lose out on a lot of these like heavy trades, but no, he's winning out. And if he can win this out, then for IDL, I get very worried, right? You get outscaled in 2 of the lanes, and in this top one, like I wouldn't say Olaf like outscales Rumble. He does in the fight, but in team fight, Rumble will still have a lot of impact. You caught it on the YouTube VOD? Okay, yeah. Yeah, dude, Tatu was cracked. Yesterday, Tatu and Doom on their Nidalee were... Wait, was it Nidalee for Doom. Yeah, Nidalee, Doom and Tatu on Nidalee yesterday looks so incredibly good. Holy crap! Like I was so shocked watching that because the last split, Pain Gaming Academy was like a late game team. Like the early game looked so weak. Like they were often down gold. I think they were like one of the lowest teams for gold difference at 15. And then yesterday, just absolutely cracked performance. So damn good. Yeah, this game, our junglers, well, Shrimp has been very active. Sorolu kind of on the back foot a little bit right now. Okay, there we go. There's the gank we're waiting for from Sorolu. Finally able to get in there. It's kind of interesting a little bit that they're not tracking the junglers as much this game. Like a lot of times in the early game, we'll see a lot of wards all over the place. This time they're not, which is why we're seeing these ganks keep going off here. Oh no way, Kisei survives. Oh, nice impale. Yeah, Shrimp is getting work done right now. Okay, can Takui find a kill? I don't think he can. Ooh, that's so low! Oh my goodness, they actually almost killed Sorolu. I didn't think they were going to be able to chunk through Sorolu that well, but they did. Unfortunate they don't get the kill. Takui still 0 stacks. That's rough. That's good from IDL. They actually kind of needed that. Like, Shrimp got them early leads, but that mid lane gank where they managed to find Takui, that's not a good sign for IDL when K-Stars can do that to you. And I still think K-Stars have a better team fight. I'm still looking at K-Stars to actually like force team fights. Grubs is coming up soon. I'd love to see them make a play for that, but Tyron's going to be dead before it happens. No! Why did we flush? Oh no. K-Stars, we do a little bit struggling sometimes, you know? And now we've got Mortius trying to fight Takui on the side? Bro, that's not safe. Okay. Good play from, really hits up play from IDL. Just as I was calling for K-Stars to actually contest these grubs. Dragon wasn't up yet, or isn't coming up for anytime soon. So with that rumble, I'd have loved to see K-Stars actually just rotate for this top side. Send Telas, Kisei, Sarolu, 4v4. They should be able to win that. But instead, IDL beats them to the punch. They move first. They get the kill on Tyrion. And that means they guarantee themselves the... Oh, actually, they didn't get the Void Grubs. Wow. Okay. I thought IDL got it when they killed people up there, that you could just fall back for this, but they didn't get it. Okay. Okay. That's kind of shocking. Not gonna lie. This split will either be free for all banger, everyone trying their best to not lose a spot, or a disaster. Actually, I see you talking about CBLOL works and like the changes there and not Academy. If it's CBLOL, I actually am very curious to see how they decide who they give those 6 spots to. Like, is it going to be performance, or is it like other things? Because like when they did franchising, it wasn't about team performance. It was more about like how much money they could bring in, their fan base and things like that. So I'm curious if they do that again. Also, I seem to have to buy out the 2 franchises, or the 4 franchises that get dropped. I don't know how CBLOL decides these sort of things, but yeah. Okay. IDL right now, they are playing, it feels like just better. Like they're moving past, they're rotating quicker, they're playing the map well. Ooh. So with the whole wall diving thing, same as any other champion can go in the walls. If it wears out while you're in the wall, it just pushes you out the closest side. So Shrimp was kind of just playing the wall to try and... If you play it this way, you could decide, do we pop this side on Telas or this side if Telas doesn't hop over? But Telas, good timing, hopped over at the very last second, so Shrimp couldn't like predict and just get to the right side. It's fine though, IDL still pick up Dragon. That's still big for them. They need to accelerate the pace of the game. They need to take everything they can and keep pushing. I think the Herald's actually really important for IDL to break open a turret, because it hasn't happened yet. They've got plates, but no turret. Once they break open 1 turret, this comp doesn't want to like kind of side lane that much or sit and farm up. They want to roam. So if you break mid or bot, Flare and Takui, this is going to be the sort of unit for pushing a bit more effectively. Academy 2, you think, how would a Tatu scary sample get a spot on a 5/16? Currently the size of playoffs. Could be a hit to the mental for sure. I think Soph kind of mentioned it on Twitter, Soph-chan, that, and I kind of agree with her, because of the way it works, there's actually a better chance for these players to get onto CBLOL, right? Because of the one sort of guest spot. The only problem, of course, is that you're now competing against the bottom of the, or not the bottom, but you're competing against 4 former CBLOL teams at that time. That's interesting because sometimes we've criticized like Kaboom last split or NTZ last split. We said, that, oh, you know, academy teams could beat these guys. Well, now you put your money where your mouth is, right? Like genuinely, they'll actually be competing against academy teams. So on one hand, yes, like it's a little bit discouraging. On the other hand, I think I'm a huge fan of promotion relegation. I think giving that opportunity is huge for any region. So on that front, I'm actually a little bit more hopeful for Tier 2 and Academy for North America and CBLOL. Hey, Soph! Good to see you. I was just talking about you. Speak with the devil. Yeah, I was agreeing with your takes of on Twitter about how Academy might actually benefit a little bit from having promo relegation and that one spot opening up for them. Because, yeah, I think Scary and Tatu, like, Scary more than Tatu a little bit, is criminally underrated. Like, we saw Scary play in CBLOL, and we know he's good enough to be there. So that he's not there is like criminal to me. Like I know we've had this discussion like who would you drop for Scary, but yeah, I think he's one of those where like genuinely there's space for him. There should be space for him. Yeah. I'm chilling, Soph. You know, just trying to focus and enjoy Academy a little bit right now. Trying to get past this morning. I don't know if you saw me like discussing Arsh on Twitter. That got me slightly riled up. So, yeah, I just want to chill. Yesterday's Academy games weren't terribly good either. I don't know if you caught them, so I was a little bit unhappy by the end of the day. So, hoping today's better. So far, it's been good. IDL and Kate Stars are kind of going at it. Kate Stars a little bit too passive for my taste right now, but they are skill and calm. So, I can live with them being passive. Yeah. I just want to see Kate Stars fight, though. Like, so far, we've not seen a team fight where they've got Tyrion to the fight. You've got a Rumble, you need to use that equalizer. And he's not like particularly far behind Isle. Like he's competitive to Isle. He's a little bit behind, but would still have way more impact in the team fight if he actually gets there. Couldn't catch it yesterday? Yeah, it was okay yesterday. Like yesterday's games were very one-sided, let's put it that way. I'm trying to think which ones were competitive. I remember being shocked by the Pain IDL one. Because I thought that would be a lot closer than it actually was. Yeah. IDL is a funny team to me, though. I haven't quite figured this team out yet. And I'm looking for Flare and Io to step up a little bit more. It's been the Takui show for the most part. This game so far, it started well for Flare and Yuki, but then it's kind of gone a little bit downhill since then. I mean, Mortius and Tellus is very good, so it's not like a surprise or anything. It's just, yeah. Burn into crisp. Yeah. Burn, equalizer, baby. Barbecue. Wait, what's the term for barbecue in Portuguese? Dark Knight always says it, and I kind of forgot it again. I need to write down these words. I keep forgetting. For Callista reasons, you believe in game. Okay, to be fair, folks, this is like one of the less troll Callista picks we've seen so far. They actually banned Talia and Ashe instead of like picking Callista with Ashe open. I kept seeing that yesterday, and I was getting low-key tilted by it. Because Poppy's not even like that high prio, so understandable you leave the Poppy up, but you ban Talia and Ashe and then pick the Callista. That said, this Callista did not yield dividends. I've said it before, if you've got a Callista, Draven, or Lucian, and the other side does not have a Callista, Lucian, or Draven, there's no reason why you don't get first 2 dragons. Shrimp didn't gang bot at all, he was camping top. And Io now has to reciprocate, because Io actually has a gold lead, you know, an advantage. Churrasco. Yeah. I butchered that, didn't I? Churrasco, yeah. Barbecue. Week 3 of CBLOL close to start, and we have an announcement of the last. Okay, I don't know if I think of it. Oh, we are using Sejuani out on Olaf. That was a choice we are making. One that I disagree with, but why are we not saving that for Rumble Ultimate? Dragon's coming up right now, Kate Stars. Okay. This is an interesting choice by Kate Stars. They're prioritizing taking this turret and immediate gold and sacking that second Drake. It's only second Drake. It's not that critical. Personally, I'm just surprised because you've got a teamfight composition here and we are not using it. Going for that top side is completely saying we are not teamfighting. And not only are we not teamfighting, but IDL was better set up to push. So we trade outer top turret for inner bot turret. Like, that's not worth it for Kate Stars. Just very unexpected from a CL coached team. Excuse me, like a team that, you know, it should be known for their macro. very odd choice.
Ele sai na frente, garante pouco mais de vantagem, e aos poucos a gente vai ver como vai se estranhando a situação pra
Shuhasko.
DKS.
Oh, so the R's are like H. Okay,
Tá tendo
Shuhasko.
um espaço pra jogar,
Okay.
ele tá justamente só limpando
Shuhasko. I'll try to remember that. I know I'll forget it,
esse muito espaço
even
pela
like
rota do meio. Não
probably,
consegue
but I'll
fazer,
try to
não
remember it
consegue
for as
ter
long as I
esse
can.
charme, e
Shuhasko.
acaba complicando
Good
demais
to
a
know.
situação. O que você
It'll be the last CBLOL and start with the
parece
Knicks America type of
bastante
thing.
apagado
Yeah.
nessa parte. Então, eu imagino que da VKS, que é esse
Yeah,
processo que a gente comentou
like
no
to me,
começo, né, Zezinho?
okay, I'm trying to be a bit more positive about it. The way I think about it is we're not getting rid of CBLOL. Like the regular split will still be there, so it's just gonna be CBLOL. Like it's 8 teams of CBLOL teams basically. I expect like the guest team to still be. It's still gonna be a CBLOL team at the end of the day. Maybe not the names we recognize, maybe not the orgs that we know, or like a newer org, but it'll still be like our players, right? Under a different name. It's like when Vorax became Liberty, or vice versa, and then the one LOA team. And I'm actually personally a little bit hyped to kind of see LOA teams come in because I know nothing about their teams, right? And I know that like we trash talk them a lot, but like I actually don't think they're bad. So, or at least I think their top teams can be competitive with us. So, you know, I'm kind of hopeful that CBLOL, our memes and our culture will still be here. Yeah, and then it's just like maybe playoffs or like another international competition level, you know. Hey, Arkson. I just realized that you're the one who typed the thing about the last CBLOL. Hello, friend. It will be a new thing, might be the same orgs and still players, but a CB or Campeonato Brasileiro de LOL will cease to exist. Yeah. I don't know. Actually, are we keeping the CB LOL name? I know they were talking like North Conference, South Conference thing, but like, I mean, well, I guess they can't keep CB LOL, right? Because if there's LOA team, it's not really like Brasileiro. Wow, that's unfortunate. Yeah. Wait, sorry, hold up. I want to see if they can actually. Why are we keep ganking this Olaf with the Sejuani ult? Why? Now this fight's lost. Like we lose this fight because of it. Okay, actually the equalizer still did a lot of damage. That honestly went a lot better from K-Stars than I thought it should. They had no business winning that. You can see how low Tyrion is, and Flare didn't even show up. That was a 5v4. We cannot be burning Sedge on Olaf repeatedly like this. Like, you want to use the knockup? That's fine. But we should not be throwing Sedge out at IO. I don't know what IO did. I don't know what he's typing in all chat to get global taunt right now, but it is effective. And K-Stars are slowly slipping behind. They're not out of it by any means, but this is just a very uncharacteristic performance from Gate Academy. They are one of the 2 3-0 teams. Only K-Stars and Liberty are 3-0 right now in the Academy. Jeez, that's weird. Okay. Oh, yeah. RMC Unmasked, he knows with 2 spots for Worlds. He'll play internationally at least one time. I hope so, buddy. I am praying. You know what? This is Croc's last split in Brazil. Anyways, before he has to go for military service. So, hey, who knows? You know, maybe we only need the 1 spot for pay. And then second spot can go to INTC. For future, you just can't ever see it working. Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to be positive and hopeful. I was actually talking to 404 a little bit yesterday, and he was like, yeah, you know, he's trying to be positive and hopeful. I was like, yeah, actually, he's right. You know, we should be positive. Because who knows? And it is Brazilians in the office right now, like up at the top of the Americas. Like Kako's there. Kako loves Brazil. Like, he's not going to hurt us for no reason. Like, if he's doing it, it's obviously because he thinks there are benefits. Oh my goodness. What? Okay, I am high-key tilted that Tyrion is still side laning. Why are we farming for? Like, bro, are we waiting for the cows to grow up to grill them? Like, hello? One team fight, please. Like, Tyrion, go to a team fight. I swear you'll do well. I promise you'll get kills and assists and gold. Just go to a team fight. My oath as a minion. It'll work. Okay, and Baron is up right now. Can the teams take it? Nope, this is not a good Baron team, so they won't want to take it till they get kills. Dragon's still down. Okay, we got 40 seconds to keep talking. How orgs want to get new talents when there'll be such a big market for so few spots? Well, what I'm kind of hoping is like this ends up like European football, you know, like Premier League, where there's like a top tier, you know, and then you've got like the A division leagues, you know, and like tier 2 or academy will become A division, where it won't be academy anymore. It'll be like teams, the 4 teams that don't qualify into the top league, and then, you know, teams like IDL, teams like, you know, Ryzen, Tropa, you know, all competing for that promotion spot. That's kind of what I'm hoping, so that there's still a talent pipeline. Whether or not I'll do that, I don't know, right? Like, they haven't announced the details yet, unfortunately. And why would someone want to sponsor a team who needs to fight every year? For the same reason football teams do it, right? Like, if you have like a consistent team, if there's enough viewership around tier 2 as well, that could be a thing. Like, I think promo relegations can be a very, very exciting thing. Now, they probably won't get as much sponsorship, to be fair. Like, I don't think they'll hit CBLOL level sponsorship, but I could see it being like still a viable potential path for up and coming talent. Yeah, exactly. So, John, like, having an actual chance of promoting is super fun. That's one of the biggest things I miss with franchising. Pros don't overweigh the cons, so it'll be 100% better than the tier. Yeah. At the start, we were losing 4 teams. Later, you just can see things being fresh. Hold up. Are we fighting? No, we're fine. Okay. Competitive league in general needs to change, but the thing is, this change doesn't seem like a great one to me. Again, I think this is like from a very Brazilian perspective. Like, for Brazil, there are certain sacrifices that we are making for this to happen, but like in the long term, I can see it benefiting the competitive level of Brazil if we're playing against North America a bit more. Maybe imports back and forth as well. Maybe North America will pick up more Brazilian players, and likewise, we will pick up more American players. Because right now, I mean, we mostly import here from Korea, right? Like tier 3, tier 4 from Korea. I think NA has some talent that might benefit from coming to Brazil sometimes. So, it's a bit of a trade-off. Yeah, it is very sudden. I think that's the biggest thing right now, is that we haven't really processed all of it. And also, Riot has not given all the details. I don't think they have all the details set up right now. They are announcing it early so that we have time to get used to it. So, a lot of things right now are knee-jerk reactions. I haven't fully processed everything either. I'm still thinking about it even as we talk right now. So, and I guess they are kind of starting with Academy, because we have the tier 2 International Americas tournament first, right? But yeah, it does feel very like sudden and rush. Competitive wise, has changed overall. Great. As we get overstalled, but community, we are losing a lot. Main issue from Val was remediated. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I heard a lot about like how Val killed Brazil. I don't know much about Valorant. That's my bad that I don't really follow a lot of esports. So I'm a little bit curious. If y'all want to like, elaborate what went wrong with Val? Because I thought like Loud was doing great. They were winning worlds, right, for Val the last 2 years or something like that. Can't even see the results of this tournament will already happen next year. Yeah, I will say this though, the whole thing about merging Americas has been like discussed for years now. I had heard that it was going to happen. I just didn't know when it was going to happen, and like the people I'd spoken to didn't expect it this soon. So I think it's more just a timeline, but they obviously have thought about how they want to merge. And from the sounds of it, they did learn lessons from the whole Valorant scene. Because I have heard a lot of people on the Valorant side say that, hey, this is better than what happened to us. So, Riot is learning. And it's a nice change. Usually it's like Valorant gets all the nice things because like League made the mistakes first, and then we learn for it from Valorant. And this time it feels like it's the other way around, where it sounds like mistakes were made in Valorant, and now League is actually learning from those mistakes when they're trying to merge the regions. So, yeah. Some people are saying that the new normal for rosters would be 2 BR, 1 North American, 2 Korean rosters. Okay. You know what? I personally am a huge fan of domestic rosters. I think. Oh, hello. Okay. My stream died for a second. Oh, the YouTube stream died for a second. I think I'm a big fan of domestic rosters. I think like full Brazilian rosters have worked well in the past. To be fair, Loud has kind of warped everything with Croc and Root, but if you look besides Croc and Root, I think like there are a lot of rosters with like full Brazilians who have done traditionally well, right? Like the red roster before that was all Brazilian. Okay. We are fighting right now, and Io, yeah, guys, like if Io gets away, that's criminal. His shield wore out just a second before that happened. And finally, this is the first time? Okay, second time, I guess. We get to see Kate Stars actually fight as a team. The first time they went even, now they're actually finally winning. This is a little bit frustrating that it took 28 minutes for Kate Stars to fight as a team. When you have a Rumble who should have been fighting as a team at like 10 minutes, 8 minutes on this Herald, on this Point Grubs. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, this was a mistake. Did they actually hit Baron? They didn't hit Baron, right? So I'm just rewinding to double check. They only clear wards, right? They didn't actually. Oh, they hit Baron. Who hit Baron? Was it Mortius? Tell us. Tell us hit Baron. Oh my goodness. Telas low-key into this team with that move. So Baron was hitting IDL, hitting Kate Stars for me throughout that fight, and so IDL got to free fire basically. Oh my goodness, that hurts. That hurts so much. Like just as Kate Stars was starting to actually use their comp and pop off, and then that happened. Oh my goodness. Does IDL just take this now? Yeah, they can. The death time is so long. IDL might actually win this. Oh, I can't believe it. That's crazy. Jeez. Oh man, wait. Can Kate Stars? Okay, so I know y'all are chatting a lot. I just want to like look at the game a little bit because we've been kind of distracted, and also like the game's been a little bit slow. Kate Stars weren't picking fights, and IDL was having problems pushing. Now on this dragon, this is so point. Kate Stars gave way too much time to IDL to pick these. They should have been fighting for some of these dragons. So you're now facing up a Baron up team. I don't know if they can win. They are down 8,000 gold in this fight. Yeah, no, Sarulu's dead. Kate Stars can't fight this. I think IDL just wins this game effectively. Yep. What a weird game. Okay, so the chaos from yesterday is continuing today. What a weird game. Like, genuinely. Huge props to IDL this game. They played well individually. And Kate Stars let them, like, just did not meet them as a team. So IDL just got to really do this. Okay. Weird AF. Okay, while this is happening. Man. Okay. I do want to read the chat and talk to you guys because it's really important, but I do need to finish like scoring this first and choose MVPs. So I'll do this and then we'll go back to all that. IDL's laning was really, really good in general. I think they pretty much... I'll give them a 4 because bot lane didn't win and Takui didn't like dominate, but overall it was really good. Their map movements were solid. Like, yeah, you know, I'll give them a 4 for that. It was really good map movements all around. Their team fighting was okay. It was I'm going to be honest, this game was less about IDL team fighting and more about Kate Stars not team fighting. I think we saw like 3 team fights all game. IDL executed well, but not like shockingly like or incredibly amazing. I'll give them X Factor for Shrimp. I think Shrimp did really well this game. There's a case for Takui, but I think for me, I MVP Shrimp. Yeah, I give this to Shrimp. I think Shrimp deserves it. I'm just trying to like, think about if there was anybody else who might have maybe deserved to MVP a bit better. I think the cases can be made for Takui. Yuki was pretty good too, but I don't think Yuki was like the primary engage. So, and then Kate Stars. Wait, who did I? Oh, I put on the wrong team. I really like the Kate Stars draft. I thought their laning was like okay. It was nothing to write home about. But to me, the big problem was their map movements were terrible. Like their team fights, when they fought the team fights, were good, but they just were never team fighting. Like their decision making was just so bad, to be honest. The best player for this team, I'm not giving to Tyrion because he never team fought. I can't give it to Sarulu because Sarulu struggled a lot. What were their final KDAs like? 5, 5, 5. Yeah, I don't know who I'd give MVP to for Kate Stars. Kate Stars honestly didn't perform well this game, like as a whole. Maybe I give it to Mortius. I think Mortius did the least harm to his team. So I'll give it to Mortius because he did the least harm. Okay, time to catch up on chat because this is very, very interesting. Where did I go? Okay, Arxen, basically the consequences were that it killed tier 2 and outside of Loud all other teams struggled. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I can agree with yourself. I see this as a chance for tier 2. Whether or not it ends up being a benefit, we'll see. But at least on paper, I think theoretically I could see it. Sometimes no constants that they have Kako there when they're already planning this merge. True, like they've been thinking about it for a while, right? Which is a question of when they actually pull the trigger. So now the best players from Loud are being poached, and we can't compete minimize against that. I'm going to be honest, I don't think Loud just has best players in all role, and therefore their best team. I think there's a little bit of magic involved with that roster and who they have. Like Tinons and Robo obviously work really, really well together. If you split them up, I don't think that team works quite as well. Same with the AD carry. Like Root, I think was part of the magic. It has to be like either Root or B-Boy. You put The only other AD carry I would actually think would fit the same role as Root on this team is like somebody like Ninja Kiwi, and I don't think the laning from Ninja Kiwi is as strong. But I think you put somebody like Titan or Brunsey, we're going to see a lot more variance from Loud. It's not going to be that stable for sure win team. So if you split Loud, it is what it is. I think there'll be other teams that will step up and kind of fill that void. They're sacrificing too much. I can't really see being goodbye to 4 teams. Yeah, that kind of sucks as saying goodbye. Fluxia didn't have much history in results. Yeah, that's the thing too. I don't know which 4 we're going to cut because all of them have such good stories in a way. Like, yeah, INTZ getting cut now would make me cry. I'm very curious to see how they decide which 4 stay. Or which 4 don't stay, which 6 stay. For the 3 franchise teams, it's great. For the rest, scene pretty much died. Orgless teams in VCB, almost no talent mobility to the Americas. The whole BR region decaying without the best players. Oh, that's for Valorant, I guess, for the franchise teams? Because, yeah. So did they do the same thing for Valorant? Let's get the 6 slots, it'll be better. Wasn't Ari's Q back that hit Baron? Oh, well, that was a while ago. I thought it was Telas when I rewatched it, but maybe it was the Q back. I thought they got past. Either way, whoever hit that Baron, troll the team. For all those that lose, it'll be much worse. I'll be much less bitter about changes. At least we didn't lose 4 teams for that. Yeah. Cade bleeds. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's really weird too watching Kate lose this way. And this was my problem yesterday. Teams were losing in uncharacteristic manner. Like teams that should be better. Like Pain won in an early game, and then they took forever to close out because they kept throwing, which is like the opposite of the way Pain Academy played last split. I don't know why. And then here, like Kate Stars losing was so weird. Like they lost because of macro play, not because of the laning. Their laning was okay, but they picked team fight comp and then never team fought, which is kind of like, okay, like what are we looking at? I don't understand. Okay, there wouldn't be enough teams for NA if it was mirrored that way. Yeah, NA bleeding out losing teams is true. But yeah, that's what I've been hearing too. So like a lot of people have been saying it's about the money distribution, like there's revenue sharing. But as far as I know, CBLOL was actually really sustainable, at least production-wise. Again, I don't know, because the team spending is up to the discretion of the team, right? Like when Kaboom drops big money, like they did for this roster, obviously, you know, we can't speak to how much, you know, how much they're losing or making on that. I don't know. And their sponsorships and like their jersey sales and stuff like that all helps do stuff. But yeah, so the argument seems to be a lot about, hey, yes, we give it to Shrimp. Love Shrimp's picture, man. Academy has some of the funniest, like CBLOL in general has some of the funniest player pictures. I love their media day. It's so fun. The rest are just kicked out. You're tired of being shut down by everyone outside. Yeah. At least our slots are protected. I just had the massive discourse with Arsh on Twitter. At least we're guaranteed our spots. Opportunities internationally, less domestically. They're being a joke. At least for me, it forces better performances and chances to win even better pricing. It forces 6 who are kept. The other 4 just vanished from history. Yeah, okay, so part of my argument with Arsh was that I think internationally, it's not fair to say that Brazil is like just bad, period. Like, yes, Loud has had some disappointing performances these last 2 splits, but up to like last split, I'd say, I think we've been improving every year. Every split, Brazil has been getting better. That's why there was so much hype around Brazil going into Worlds last year when Loud crapped the bed. So I think we are improving. I think international performances are good. I think our biggest problem right now is domestically, Loud is too dominant and nobody can crack them. Not because it's bad that Loud is our best team. It's more that we are now hitting the point, I think, where Loud is not being pushed. And teams are getting weird trying to solve the Loud problem. If you know what I mean. Like our top teams, like Pain style is literally just becoming like whatever it takes to beat Loud. If we can't do this, like we don't care how we play anymore, sort of thing, you know? That's what it feels like to me, last split, watching a little bit. Can't see those orgs getting those players from Academy. Agreed, RMC, yes. We see that every podcast. Yeah, that's true, actually. So we do complain about that every podcast episode. So, yeah, to me, having it potentially another slot's good, and having to compete against North America, I could see that as maybe being one way to sort of get around the Loud problem. Where maybe Brazil won't fixate on beating Loud so much anymore, and they'll actually fixate on like just trying to beat another team, because now there are potentially more than one slot available for a Brazilian team if we can get past other teams. And beating Loud here doesn't mean it's good strategy. 100%. Yeah, 100%. Arccent, I'm really spiteful if we didn't lose 4 teams from history. Yeah. Yeah. No, wait, we keep saying this. We aren't completely scrapping Academy. We don't know that for sure, Axon. Like, my fingers are still crossed, and I'm still hoping and praying that they find a solution to this tier 2 Academy thing. I know in NA there is talks right now that of merging like NA, Brazil and LA tier 2 into one complete tournament. Now that's not what they said they're going. That's not what Riot said they're going to do. I just have heard people talking about that as a potential solution, and maybe that will help increase the competitiveness, because tier 2s or Academy's already done remote anyways, right? So as long as you just pick the right server centers, I guess it's theoretically possible. Yeah, Riot has not spoken at all about Academy, so yeah, we'll kind of see on that one how it goes. I'm still hopeful. Yeah, Academy would enter the situation as still as Academy, right? Teams still need fresh blood eventually. Like, even if you have less teams, eventually those teams still want new blood. For the fans of the 4 teams who got out, what do you say to them? CBLOL Town have said Academy's not dying. Yeah, exactly. I know Foguera has come out and said for sure that, yeah, no, it's still there. I think, was it Legolas or Tab? Somebody else also posted about that. Yeah. So, for the fans of the 4 teams, that's the problem, right? I think that to me is the biggest sticking point, and that's the one that I'm struggling to kind of get over a little bit as well. Are those 4 teams, and that's why I'm kind of hoping, and I don't know how realistic this is because there are financial issues again with this, right? Like, there needs to be more sponsors, there need to be people willing to kind of pony up money. I'm still hoping basically that we'll have like a Premier League system, where like CBLOL becomes Premier League, and we'll still have an A series below that, where people still care about like the promotion and trying to get into that Premier League. Yeah, and the other thing too is, like, I mean, we followed this league for a while now. Like, CBLOL English started up in 2021. I know, like, Dia, myself, before have been watching some of the games prior to that occasionally as well. There's a reason why I was a Pain fan right from the get-go, because I have watched Pain prior to that. All the teams have grown in us, right? Every team we love. Every team has its own story right now. I don't know who's gonna have to kind of take a step back, and I don't know how that works. I will say though, teams like Kate Stars have left CBLOL for a while, and the fan base is still there. So even if a team gets knocked out for a little bit, I'm still hopeful that their fans will still be there, will still support them, and with like a promotion system, that hopefully there's a chance for them to still make it back into CBLOL, still be competitive, and still write stories. What I would like is an actual proper promotion relegation, not just a guest system. Because from right now, from what they've said, the guest system sounds like you could win. Like, you could be a champion of CBLOL and you'd still have to fight relegation next split, potentially, with the current way they're describing the guest system. So this is the thing that I would rather see, like, straight promo relegations, so that the lowest team goes out and the strongest team comes in. But that has like franchising issues, which again, I don't know how Riot's dealing with the franchising issues as is. Okay, draft. First of all, Liberty and TC is actually super funny matchup to me, because Liberty draws Vlad bans and the occasional Draven ban because of Kina and Leandrin. INTZ draws Alawi bans because of Lelis. Actually, this is already a late Alawi ban, but like almost every other team so far has banned Alawi in the first ban phase because of Lelis. So it's super funny watching these like one-trick teams facing off against each other. Instead, we ban Nidalee, Varus, Renekton. Okay, all meta bans. Dissen's been playing a lot of Nidalee, Renekton, specifically with Lelis. I'm going to be honest, it hasn't worked out. I wouldn't be afraid of the Renekton, but they just ban both to be safe. INTZ's been playing... Oh, no, Liberty's been playing Bran. Interesting that they're banning against Liberty, but... Oh, wait, Liberty. This is Liberty, what am I saying? Yeah, Liberty has been playing a lot of Bran for Kina. Okay, so this makes sense. A lot of target bans coming through. I like it. Skarn. Oh, and we gave Leandrin Draven again. That's sexy. Okay, then Corki Sedge. That's fine. That's good. We pick up Draven Nautilus. That's a kill lane. And the response from INTZ, I love it. Neela and Samira are actually strong in this patch, guys. We don't see them competitive because if they fall behind, they are useless. But they are strong. And I love that INTZ are just saying that, hey, we go head-to-head against Leandrin's Draven. We pick something that can punish Draven. These are champions that can do that because they can stop projectiles. So I absolutely love it. You can cancel the axes. Tristalia ban against Kina. A lot of mid lane focus. 4 out of 5 bans are against Kina here. And then Liberty, Braum, Ilawi. Okay. And then we pick Leona to pair with Neela. I like it. I actually love the fact that Leona's back as a counter to Nautilus. We go Hui, which is safe. And Udyr. I don't know if this is top lane Udyr or jungle Udyr. I think this is probably jungle Udyr. Shrimp has played it. Why would we pick jungle Udyr here? What's it good for? I guess you can mess with Neela with it. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I'm not sold on why we're picking the Udyr. It's good against Neela. I don't really like it into anything else, but it's a good front line anyways to create a bit of space. So it'll serve its purpose. I just don't know if it's like amazing. Overall, pretty solid draft from Liberty. Nothing crazy. They didn't cook today, which is kind of sad. I like Liberty's cooking. Tastes good, you know. But it's a really solid draft. I give this 3.5 overall. I'm trying to think about. I'd give it a 4. I might raise it to a 4. Depends on how this Udyr works out. I don't know how Udyr works out, so that's kind of weird. For INTZ, nice. I really like this. We've been seeing Mordekaiser picked into Skarner as a counter sort of thing. It's not like a hard counter, but the idea is you take out Skarner from the fight so that his Impale can't mess with people as much. And also, in laning, Mordekaiser loses early, but eventually he becomes able to outmatch the Skarner. So it's an okay pick. The synergy on this comp is not bad either. This is a really strong core. Mord's happy to walk in. Corki can act as secondary carry. It's a pretty good draft. I'm going to give it a 4, and I might downgrade this to 3.5. The reason why I score it higher is because I like the Neela Leona as a counter to the Draven. And I like and I can see how Mord would work well into the Skarner Udyr. But this is a very risky composition, and this is INTZ. So if INTZ cannot execute this, I will drop them to a 3. 3.5 or 3. Depending on how badly they butcher. So, let me just quickly add that score here. Liberty. 3.5, INTZ. I'll give them a 4 pending. Yeah. Like, I like the idea. I just don't think they can execute. So we'll kind of see how that goes. Also, giving Lianjun Draven is always a kind of a bad idea. It just warps the way you have to play the game. Not just because of the Draven passive, but just because the Lianjun's really good at what they're doing. Okay. Do we see any level 1 action? There's grouping up here. Okay. If there is level 1, I think Liberty should win it with the Draven. Oh. Never mind. Not when Lianjun walks face first into it. Oops. Cast a curse. If Lianjun was able to stay back in auto, I think they could have won that, but that evidently didn't happen, so. Wait, who got the kill? I didn't even see that. I was too busy laughing at Lianjun. Wow, we are flashing for that. Okay. That's fine. There's Hex Flash. It's not that big a deal. Okay. Distant got the first blood. It's not that bad for Liberty. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. Okay. Yeah, I think it should be a bit more quiet to like level 2, I think. Wait, what the hell? Okay. Rosa and Sta are being very respectful. Like, they completely just stayed off the first wave. They're going to be under level. That's very interesting. On the other hand, also means bot lane is going to be quite quiet. Because Rosa and Sta sacrificing that first wave just means that they already said we're not contesting. We just want to power farm. And with the Neela passive, that's okay. You will catch up in CS and you will exceed in CS pretty quickly. It's not the end of the world. Actually, I'm not a huge... you're not a Los fan, but Los has a huge fan base. Does Los have a huge fan base like outside of BRTT? I'm actually kind of curious, because I know they took over the Flamengo spot, and I know Flamengo had a huge fan base. I don't know as much about Los Grandes as an org. Ooh. That was really well played from Skibby. Tuxu didn't have much success, but they're finally having success, yeah. NTC's in a really good spot, but they're not as well as the other teams. Oh, yeah, like, if we give up on... Oh! Yo, okay. SKB, you're sexy. He did that twice in a row to Lelis. That sort of, like, wrap around into turret thing. Lelis just not respecting that. Well, that's not the problems with Mordekaiser into Skarner. You don't win early. Like, you have to be careful about taking those trades. And the fact that Lelis was winning, I think, kind of caught him off guard. That he got pushed. Actually ended up messing him up. And I don't think he was used to playing like under enemy turret, basically. Kind of got punished. Thankfully, again, for NTC, not first blood. They already got first blood on Tizen, so it does make the top lane even harder though for Lelis. Yeah, INTZ, the history of INTZ, the fact that like they had the most successful org in CBLOL, if they get dropped, I would be very, very shocked. especially with the success they're finding right now. Good catch on the turret. Oh! Rose able to find that. Yeah, Moji's dead. Really clutch. INTZ popping off. INTZ is on a, what is it, 3 plus 18, 21 losing game streak right now. If they could win here, that'd be huge. And one of INTZ's Academy's biggest problems is not actually the mid game. They have been losing lane almost every single game. So if they can come out with a lead out of laning phase, I'm actually curious if their mid game is, like, whether the mid game could be good. Because we haven't seen the mid game very much. They're always behind. So that'd be interesting. You say Jungle Udyr, yeah. Kaboom doesn't have a huge fan base. It's funny that in Brazil, Kaboom doesn't have a huge fan base, when internationally, most other regions recognize Kaboom the most out of any team. Well, maybe Loud now, because Loud's been like 4 times in a row, but most people remember Kaboom when they think of Brazil. Fury doesn't have any either. But they have money. INTZ Academy time. We'll have to take your pet fish to swimming classes, folks. Brutal, folks. If you're still around, hey, you know, ITZ's not dying that badly right now. I mean, they did just give up Dragon, like basically uncontested, but they have a lead. They're doing something. Kate was screwed twice, once from Val and before when LoL went to franchise. Yeah. If they drop Kate this time, I am going to be so upset. Like, CL came all the way here, like 1 year in a 5-year program and gets dropped. Like, oh, man. And when they found such great success, Moneyball too, like, they didn't pick expensive players. They made things work. They imported from EU, not Korea. Like, they're doing so many good things. I'd be so upset. Yeah, I'm not saying it's just sacrifice. I fully agree with that. There's too much on the line for too many people. Yeah, like I said, that's the part that just sucks the most in general. I have no easy fix for that. That's the big sacrifice I think for Brazil right now. Don't think he executed either. Okay, focus on games since yes. Yeah, I can see it. Like, players are sexy here in the coach stream in a completely non-sexual manner. I cannot see that on the CBLOL stream. But come on, man. SKB, look at that beautiful bald head and his beautiful Skarner play. SKB and Tyrion are two of like the best top laners, I think, in Academy right now. Like, they literally can 1v5. There's actually a lot of interesting top laners here in Academy. Like, Curdy's another one. Oroboy, or what's he call himself? Skybart is another one. Jota Amize. Like, those guys have really high ceilings. Like, give them like a year, like a split or two, and I think like they'll be like SKB or Tyrion level. And that's like with us promoting Yups as well. Academy has a lot of good talent coming up, actually. The big one I'm kind of looking for talent for is still in the jungle and mid roles. Because Dio's moving up was like huge. I was so disappointed, or not disappointed, I was so sad last split when Aithuza got stuck on that INTZ team, which was dysfunctional. And then he looked like he had PTSD by the end of it. Because I swear he's good. And then seeing Dio get such good success from the get-go, man, I am so hyped. Like, there is talent. There is talent. It was so hyped when Kaboom went to Worlds. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, the fact that both Alliance and Cloud9 at that point. This is for Kaboom. That call. Yeah, I remember that. That was... And that was like Tinone's first split at Worlds, I want to say. Was it his first? But it's kind of crazy that Tinone's like, he wasn't that Kaboom and he's still on the Loud now that's popping off. Okay, let's go, Rosa. Mamoshi should die here. This bot lane. This was why I rated this draft a 4. Literally, like I said, it's this bot lane that made me get them a 4. Rosa's still alive. 27 health, I think was what I saw. The lowest. Man, this bot lane's absolutely popping off. Okay, this is what I mean. Like, either you ban Draven for Leandrid or you must have a counter. This is a very specifically prepared counter for Draven. This is not a bot lane you run for no reason. This is actually not even that amazing a bot lane against a lot of other ranged carries. So, yeah. And I'm so happy to see Rosa and still find success. Still, this split has been struggling a little bit after an amazing split last split. So, on the Leona right now, 0-5. It's a pretty big lead. I'm curious if Stur can snowball into the other lanes as well. And it's just 3v2 to start, right? Like, Dizen doesn't get here till significantly later. The fight is basically over at by the time Dizen shows up. Even if it doesn't show up, I think Stur and Rosa win the fight, but it probably have been a 2-for-1 where Rosa dies. But Dizen showing up means that Rosa doesn't have to die, which is even better, which is great. And it's gonna snowball if Leandrin and Momoshi don't play respectfully. Yeah, executing for sure. Yeah. Yeah. The big question, of course, is still like the mid game, whether or not they can actually close out a game, because INTZ has been, as a team since last split, struggling to the point where they lose lane and they rarely walk out with a big enough lead or with a lead of any sort. So they're almost always playing from behind. And traditionally, or not traditionally, but historically, sorry, this team has been like Lelis and Dizen are doing things, and then Namiru just skills for late and doesn't do anything, and then Rosa and Sta are deep in the hole. So this time, seeing Rosa and Sta actually be up gold, precious on them to actually do something this time. Like topside's not going to do anything. Lelis is he struggled early, and Mordekaiser needs first item anyways to do anything. So yeah, Namiru is still just farming, and Namiru probably won't show up till like 20 minutes probably. Okay, peace out, Soph. Have a good one. Thanks for dropping by. Peace. SQP. Just popping up mid, chilling, saying hi.
Consegue ali sair com razoável tranquilidade, mas é isso, a pressão continua alta ali pra cima dele, a gente já vai vendo que o dragão vai aterrissar aqui no Rift.
Okay, this dragon coming up, INTZ needs to take this. They already gave up the first dragon, fairly like basically uncontested. They poked their head in, they looked, they said hi, and then they just walked away. And they also gave up Void Grubs, so INTZ needs to start getting objectives. This is the good first step. It's on a ward though. Leveson instantly running to match Void Grubs. Good call from Liberty. Yeah, this is a 3-0 versus 0-3 team. I did not expect INTZ to come out the gate swinging like that. I was a little bit worried this would just be a walkover, but I love that INTZ actually cooked. Okay, 6 grubs for Liberty. There's no... for Liberty, what's interesting is they don't really have good split pusher. Their best split pusher is probably Leveson, who's the jungler. And junglers can't split push because if you are locked into a lane and you don't have TP, you might just end up losing an objective. So, despite the 6 Void Grubs, this feels like a win more thing, more than a... like more than actual win condition. This will just help Liberty if they are already ahead to accelerate even harder.
Tudo que a NTZ for fazer, for pisar nessa região, a Liberty vai ter plena consciência. E você esquipar a lane nesse momento acaba sendo bem interessante, porque a gente já vê o spike de primeiro item do Rosa, já garante já na Vori, já que era um item que eu tava esperando ver por conta do selo. Então, é um item que consegue aproveitar muito bem.
I say that, but somehow SKP is just getting free split pushed on bot right now. Ooh, oh. Leveson played that pretty well. Really good use of the Ram stance, but... yeah, they threw everything in the kitchen sink. That's such a funny interaction. Oh, Kina literally just 1v1 Namiru there. I think Namiru just not really respecting the Hui full combo. Wow, and that's even without Stars Embrace. I didn't even realize that. I thought first item completed. Oof, yeah, Namiru definitely ate some damage before that then. I don't think you can actually 100-0 on just like Archangels. Okay. Still, I like the idea that INTZ have. I love them, you know, just grouping up, taking advantage of the Dizen, Rosa stuff. This trio right now is really, really strong on the map. Oh, they didn't get first break. If they had Void Grubs, they probably have taken it. The problem for INTZ is that if they don't take this now, they're going to lose first break. Liberty is answering down bot with their own trio. Okay, they got it. They got it. Safe. I'm surprised Leandrin isn't pushing harder in the bot lane. Okay. Herald secured for INTZ. Yeah, Leandrin will still get this turret. It looks like nobody's responding to the bot side. They do not care about it. Mid got pushed out though. Namiru trying to just be passive and farm is not working out.
a Liberty responde muito bem aqui, porque eles garantem essa torre da rota do meio, vão garantir essa torre da rota inferior.
The interesting thing, in a way, about this matchup is Hui versus Corki. This is not old Corki, where you've got like a crap ton of poke, and you can just poke people out. Like, this Corki is more of like a marksman with a little bit of poke. Think more like Kog'Maw.
É verdade. O time da Liberty a gente sabe que não vai desistir tão cedo.
So for Namiru right now, like, if INTZ can fight, team fight, they'll win. But if it comes down to like more of a poke fight, or if Liberty can kind of stop them from engaging, they don't have to great disengage with this comp necessarily, or like range, but if Kina gets to just sit and poke people down, then yeah, that's gonna be a problem.
Já deixou o Leandrinho lá pra farmar.
Pois é, a gente vê como o Kina tá conseguindo escalar muito bem agora. Já tá indo pro seu segundo item. Olha que Arcanjo é um item bem caro nesse jogo.
Nossa,
mas
verdade.
a gente tá vendo já como o Dizinho também tá muito bem aqui nesse jogo. Eu acho que eu tô gostando bastante
Okay,
dessa partida dele.
drag
Tá tendo
is
uma
coming up in a
participação
minute, but
legal,
we are
tá
just
fazendo um jogo muito bom.
overloading
Ele
bot side right
não
now.
para, vai pra cima
I like this so far.
do
INTZ's map movements have actually been really clean. Like, they're not sitting back, they're not like just letting Liberty do whatever the hell they want. They're actively fighting everywhere. They're pushing. Even if they're sacking some turrets for it, like, it's not necessarily the cleanest rotations, but it's fast. This dive is not good. Okay, that was a very interesting call. Very split call. Ooh, Rosa gets out though. Okay, Namiru. The all-in kind of worked. There we go. So we're trading 1 for 2. Or one for 2? 1 for 3. For the turret. No, Namiru is being way too greedy here. I mean, I think Namiru was dead to rights. Okay, wait, let me just double check the start of the fight. Did Lelis die? No, Lelis was not there. So the fight is just a straight 1 for 2. Yeah, okay, still actually buys. Yeah. Okay. And then the other thing I need to watch is whether Namiru like had to turn here. Might have had to because of the movement speed from Kina. Okay. Gonna be honest, Namiru is probably dead even if you keep running this way. But the more you turn back, you're guaranteed dead. I wonder. Like, I feel like there is a world in which Namiru actually could have gone out the other end. It's fine. So it's 1 for 3 plus turret, and then you lose dragon. But it's 1 Cloud Drake. You can afford to give 1 Cloud Drake up. That's not the end of the world. Yeah, I still appreciate the fact that INTZ kind of went for that bot side turret. Again, not the cleanest, but they are actively taking. They're actively making moves. Liberty walk away from this? Okay. Again, it's 1 Cloud Drake. Losing the Drake itself from either of these teams is not a big deal. I'm just surprised that Liberty is walking away when they don't have to. Like, they were the ones who started up, and I don't think INTZ were looking to contest. So, kind of surprised they just like let that one go. I don't think I'll come back and bite them. At least not this one Drake. We'll see how it goes for the rest of it. Liberty have done a great job kind of catching back up from the rough early game their bot lane especially had. They've made it up in the mid lane specifically mostly. Kina's been doing a fantastic job on this way right now. Like right now, MVP for me for Liberty side is this way, is Kina. And it's a little bit scary because we've seen what Hui's can do. When you give Hui space, like the amount of damage they can pump out is quite disgusting. Especially if they can hit the carries. And unfortunately for Rosa, you're not like immune to all damage. And if you're going in, you're going to be in play range for that Hui. You're not like a Jinx or something that can just sit back and free fire from like a screen away.
Que é cara que a gente não conseguiu falar tanto nessa partida aqui, tá conseguindo farmar legal, não conseguiu brilhar esse Drave.
I'm actually kind of curious more about this top side, this Mordekaiser Skarner matchup. Lelis went with the Liandries. Usually we're used to seeing Rylai's or Riftmaker come through. Like usually a bit more like sort of sustained utility. Going for the Liandries more burn. I'm curious if the one item is enough to actually match up against the Skarner yet. Oh, Tizen. Okay. Oh, they are just burning to Leveson. Yeah, okay. So this is kind of my concern a little bit. Like, Lelis is not winning the 1v1 right now. And if you had Rylai's, you at least slow down the team for your team to play the fight out. If you have Riftmaker, you've got a bit more sustain. If you've got Leandries, all you've got is damage, and it's not very fast damage either. So a little bit painful to watch Lelis do that. Even more painful to see INTZ lose the fight as Baron starts. The start of the fight wasn't bad either. Like, okay, Dizen going over the wall here was like... was kind of a mistake. You have no vision. You don't know what's going to be there. You don't have vision on any of the Liberty members. They could all be in that bush. They were all in that bush. I like the idea of like, okay, Dizen can tank initial damage, and then we can use it as an engage. Still use a Solar Flare. Glacial Fissure is still up if we want to kind of play out that fight. The problem is kind of how the fight breaks out. And also the burn from Levizen. I don't know if he's got Leandries, but right now, that little storm just absolutely melts through everybody. I think he's got Leandries because of the way Dizen died there. Yeah, and because of this, unfortunately, Rosa, Apotheosis didn't hit the right targets. Leandrin's untouched in this fight. Basically, the whole goal is to kill Leandrin and Kina. And only Kina is like even somewhat touched in that fight. Very, very unfortunate for INTZ. Yeah, there's the Leandries and Levizen. That's kind of the problem. Yeah. Okay, so I might bump up the score for Liberty side. I guess it makes sense, right? Like if you're playing into something like a Samira or Neela, having that storm just melt people is actually a huge thing for these team fights, because they all have to get into melee range effectively, or pretty close to melee range. And with that, Liberty are just back in the game. One mistake from INTZ. It feels really bad. I don't think INTZ deserves to have the script flipped on them, pardon me, just because of one fight. But that is League of Legends for you. Their lead was not that huge. Okay. INTZ at least able to secure their own blue in the Smite fight. It's scant cold comfort though. And now, yeah, Liberty get the push. Let's see what they can find. The setup was pretty good. The modified 3-2. INTZ kind of guessed wrong. When your mid inner turret goes down, it becomes really hard to defend your outer inner turrets, because they can always rotate from behind. So because of that, like, they're basically indefensible. INTZ play that right. They are just trying to clear out what minions they can, slow it down as much as possible, but they don't want to stand out and get caught. Okay. I appreciate the thought and the idea of going into that. I do not think that was the right time nor place to do so. Did they catch them down the turret? Yeah, okay, it isn't whiffed and they just hard committed randomly. Yeah. There's just too much AoE, and INTZ's comp wants to clump. Like, that's just not something you can do. That's really unfortunate for INTZ. I like it though, despite their loss, you know, this is probably the most alert and awake that we've seen, this INTZ Academy squad. So, you know what? That's fine. I appreciate that. I still like the composition. I don't think that... I think INTZ played the comp right. Like, the idea was good. The execution problems were not really comp related. They were... it was other issues with that. The laning from INTZ Academy was great. For a change, like, really, really good. You can see 1-1, 1.5. Like, their laning has been their biggest problem. This time, it wasn't. They were actually there. They were actually making things happen. The map movements were fine. The team fight, unfortunately, is still an issue for them. Like, I think, to me, the biggest problem is just the way their team fights was just an issue constantly. However, again, I'm pretty happy. I think Rosa had a good game this time. I'm going to give this to Rosa. They still lost. The X Factor, I'll give them a 1 for how they played that. A good game. All said and done for INTZ Academy. I am not upset with their loss. I think their losses were somewhat justified in this one. I really like the Neela counter into Draven. Okay, still doing well. Just way too passive. Namiru needs to exert more pressure in lane. Always just kills.
rápido da etapa
No
do
early
VOD.
pressure.
Tava ali parecendo difícil,
Yeah, if
parecia
Namiru
que a
doesn't
NTZ
apply
realmente
pressure,
ia
I just
passar
don't
ali no
know.
carro, finalmente a NTZ vai chegar. Não, tomaram a virada ali, Betinho
Like
aplicou
it's
a
so hard for the
mais
other lanes without Namiru,
o
you
jogo
know,
mais
roaming
rápido,
out
no
and
caso,
moving with this
dessa
and
rodada,
for
dessa
pressure.
etapa até agora, né?
Pois é chocante, porque o que tudo indicava parecia
That's
que
not why they
depois
lost
desse jogo
though.
mais
Just to be
rápido,
clear,
a
like
NTZ ganhar, né?
that's
Então,
a whole
acho
different
que
issue.
ter esse plot
Laning for
twist aí
Liberty
acabou
was
bagunçando
not
pouco,
that
mas fiquei bem
amazing.
impressionado como a Liberty conseguiu manter esse controle, como a gente mencionou.
I'm not
já
gonna give.
conseguiram
Okay,
virar muito
I
bem a
should probably
partida,
give them
conseguiram encaixar os spikes muito bem,
low
mas
score,
gostei
but
muito da
you know.
paciência que o Kina teve durante a partida, porque a gente viu que ele não aparecia muito, mas ele estava
Okay,
cumprindo
that's
muito
fine.
bem
The
seu
map
papel
movements though
de
from
fazer
Liberty
muita
were good.
pressão na rota
I
do
really
meio,
did think
não
they
deixar o Namiru jogar,
they made
e a
good
partir do
movements to
momento
come
que o
back into
jogo
the game.
se desdobra nesse mid game, vai ficando bem mais complicado, porque
I'll give them a 4, not higher,
o
because they
tava
also
muito
gave up
forte,
some
fechou
objectives
o arcano,
unnecessarily.
fechou a
Again, the
máscara de
team
vida,
fighting from
então
this Liberty
ficou
Academy
bem
squad has been
complicado, e a gente vê
immaculate. They came back off of
começa
team
bem
fighting.
demais pra NTZ,
Considering how far down the
a
engine
Sté- a
was,
Sté e o Rosa conseguem
yeah,
aproveitar
truly it
muito
was
bem,
about team fighting. It was about the
aproveitam a
space they were
matchup de
creating,
uma forma
about finding the
muito
right
sagaz,
picks.
só que é
This
isso,
is
aproveitar esse
this might just be the
começo
best team fighting squad right now
no começo
in
dessa
CBLOL.
que é um ponto
Like
muito
I think
forte da NTZ,
Ideal
mas
has other
quando vai
strengths. I
chegar
think
essa
Pain
parte
is
dos
really, really
15
good
a
team,
20 minutos de jogo,
but
a NTZ não
Liberty's
tem muita
drafting in team
consciência
fighting.
de como eles conseguem fechar
I think are
essa
some of the
partida.
best
É, a
in
gente
the
vai
league.
observando de novo, né? Mais uma treta
Did they really have
na
X Factor
parte
this
de baixo.
game?
Duas coisas
No,
que
not
ocorreram
really.
ali foram a saída, assim, do Rosa no detalhe.
I mean,
Então, dava pra ver que eles estavam realmente muito bem calculados, sabiam o que estavam fazendo,
like,
os caras da NTZ, pô,
yeah,
nesse caso aqui,
I don't
tudo
think they
deu
did anything
certo
too
pra
crazy.
eles, e
I think Leveson was MVP though,
depois realmente
just by being
Lateral
really
abaixo, a gente
solid.
vê
Like
que essa
that,
aqui é a
Udyr was
melhor
just
jogada
really
da
good at
NTZ,
stopping
cede
everything
uma
that was
rodada de
coming
visão
through.
pra esses. Repara como é muito difícil pro Rosa entrar.
It was either
justamente
Leveson or
por
Kina
esse
actually.
QE do
Kina,
Ray, que
Leveson.
acaba
I think Kina
complicando,
played
ele
really,
não
really
consegue
well.
passar, ele perdeu um CT,
Okay, I'll give it to
essa
Kina
estratégia sem
because
mesmo
actually,
pisar
the more I think about it, like
conseguir dar o salto atrás.
Kina had a
tinha
tougher
sido
time.
trollado ainda, já tinha
So,
sido forçado a flechar e tal,
yeah.
etc. Lá no meio a gente tava vendo que a Sté já tava sendo eliminada lá pelo Levizinho, na hora a gente nem chegou a observar muito isso, porque teve essa perseguição aqui pra cima do Namiru, que foi realmente atuada, né? Ele
Yeah, give it to Kina. Kina had to do more mechanical work, but I do think Leveson played incredibly well this game. It's very not flashy. It reminds me a lot of, you know, well, I guess it's Udyr as a champion doesn't have a lot of flashy moments. Udyr being flashy is Udyr just running around with clown music in the background and just getting in the way of everybody. But yeah, I think Leveson knew when to go and when to go out, you know, how to use that storm for maximal damage. And that's really what it was. The fact that Rosa did really well in lane, but in the team fights, just it's the function of Neela, right? You're in the face. That's why Neela isn't played very much. It's very high risk, high reward. There are better picks in terms of low risk, high reward style plays. It is what it is. Okay, waiting for the post-game breakdown now.
E o jogo já tinha desandado completamente, né? Dessa vez eles já estavam com o bônus do Barão, foram realmente pra cima, mataram absolutamente todo mundo que se opôs, que se colocou ali na frente da investida do time da Liberty. E daí pra frente foi só realmente o rolo compressor.
Pois é, a gente até vai dar uma olhadinha aqui nos números da partida agora.
Okay, here comes the magic numbers.
A gente vê que o Rosa, apesar de ter ido muito pra cima,
I actually find this real. Okay, yeah, definitely Kina getting it. I find this really interesting. 4.4k, despite how good Rosa and Still were in lane, they had no impact outside of lane. And I think that speaks a lot to just INTZ. That's sort of the struggle that they had this game, which was team fighting and finding the right fights for themselves. It's funny because to the eye test too, they didn't look that bad. Like to the eye test, they were doing the right things at the right places, kind of thing. I think it's just a lot of it was compositional. The same things that gave them their early leads made it very difficult for them to play out after it.
E agora vou pra aquele momento que todo mundo sabe que eu gosto bastante, destaque da partida.
Pois é, acho que tava bem
It is what
nas
it
mãos
is.
do Levezinho, tava nas mãos do Kina, mas eu acho que eu gostei demais do jogo do Kina.
Yeah.
Beleza, que ele
Feels
tava
bad for
jogando
INTZ Academy though. They're now 22 straight
ele
losses.
conseguiu-
Blood!
Como? Não
Bad blood! Oh my goodness.
Tem uma tarefa de sempre escolher jogador
That's hilarious.
a foto dos caras. Os caras tão realmente
Hey,
na
and
criatividade, tão nota
props to Kina. He knows where it's at. Literally, it's permabanned against
Eu
him.
não quero ver não, eu quero ver na hora. Eu quero
Kina
ver
deserves
na hora.
better.
Isso aqui
Free
tá-
Kina, free Vlad.
Eu sou curioso, sou ansioso. Então eu tenho que
Hashtag
ver.
free Vlad.
Ele conseguiu fazer uma partidaça, conseguiu mandar muito
I
bem,
love
ele
it.
cumpriu
I
muito o
absolutely
papel de
love
fazer
it.
essa pressão na rota do meio, de conseguir botar toda essa pressão e nos momentos que ele
They
conseguiu
truly do have the
fazer,
best
ele
photos,
pegou
man.
muito bem, e a
This happened
posição
last
que ele
split too,
conseguiu
all the
fazer
time, where they were just
tava
banning it.
muito on point pra maneira que a
Yeah,
gente
Kina's had some amazing games. The fact that Kina drew 4 bans in the mid lane
Que beleza, hein? Realmente
and
muito
still had an
bom
amazing
mesmo.
game on
O
this
Kina, e daqui a pouco
way.
vai ter mais jogão pra vocês, a gente
Yeah,
vai fazer
having a
fofoca,
massive glow up
de
as well.
praxe, porque daqui a pouco tem Kabum e Red Canids, fica por aí.
I find it very interesting how, like, from split to split, we have different people who just start popping off and like growing incredibly within that split itself. Like Kina was always pretty good, but like Kina's having a massive split 2 so far. in these first 4 days. Love to see it.
Sabe como podemos mudar o jogo que a gente tanto ama? Incluindo todos que também amam jogar.
Okay.
Fazer a diferença nesse game passa pelas nossas
Oh
mãos.
crap! I forgot to post in the community Discord that I was streaming.
Porque quando a gente
Oopsies.
abraça outros players,
I always forget.
transformamos a nossa rede de apoio em uma comunidade que se apoia como um todo. E damos voz a quem tem o poder de transformar nosso jogo.
Yeah, community Discord still talking about the whole 3 drive life thing.
E
Wow.
isso não tem preço.
Okay, next up though, it is Kaboom versus Red Academy. This is one I'm low-key interested in because I don't say I don't know if low-key is the right term for it. Like, I am interested in this one because specifically of what happened yesterday with Red. Red to me looked kind of like a bit hit or miss in the first week, but yesterday they looked absolutely amazing. Doom and Usant were just like, Doom was everywhere, and Usant had really good engages. I probably would have given that to Doom. And Pico is a good player. He's still playing really, really well. So this team's suddenly kind of woken up a little bit. Kaboom, on the other hand, with the sort of Joska Raven, week 1, they didn't look that good. Like, they won, but it wasn't like the most convincing wins. Then, similarly, yesterday, Raven started having a really good game. And to me, like, if these two carries step up, then Kaboom's scary, right? Because last split, it's very similar. If anything, like having Lonely as well, I think, I don't want to say it's an upgrade over Batal, but I think right now having Lonely is benefiting the team a lot because Batal wasn't like a big team fight carry player or damage carry player. He was more of like a split push threat or utility player. Whereas now Lonely is that sort of like split push, like solo, like 1v5 style player, which is, I think, benefiting this Kaboom roster a lot until Joska and Raven start to really pop off. And they're starting. They're doing it. Raven had a great game yesterday. So both these teams, like teams which were kind of like questionable in week 1, and are now starting to like pop off. It is a it's a good. It should be a good match. Let's see who improved more between the two.
Voltei, boa tarde pessoal, boa tarde, Anny. É um prazer inenarrável estar aqui com vocês agora sim, estreando aqui eu no segundo split desse ano de CBLOL Academy. E vamos dar continuidade ao dia, né, Anny? Agora nos 2 próximos jogos, começando agora com Kaboom contra a Red, 2 equipes que venceram no dia de ontem e estão tentando beliscar o topo da tabela, chegar no pessoal que tá com 3 pontos, com 3 vitórias já. É isso aí, alguém vai sair mais.
And maybe we'll get some exciting things to draft. These aren't teams who I necessarily think of when I think exciting drafts, but hey, you know, one can hope. We had a really good draft. I didn't think of, well, INTC is a team that we kind of think of as exciting team when it comes to draft sometimes. Usually Lelis though, not Rosa. So hey, we got one good game. Maybe we get more. So I'm gonna mute for a second because I'm gonna type something and like I don't wanna keyboard ASMR all of y'all again. Unfortunately.
Né, assim que talvez eles não esperavam que foi o Lone ele vir pro Academy, mas também agora tem o Shoska na equipe, o Raven, né, que vai fazendo essa revezagem ali com o escuro, isso. E aí a gente vê que eles estão se adaptando de pouco a pouco e tal, enquanto que a equipe da Red, uma equipe que já estava mais consolidada, trocou a bot lane, né, pra esse split, mas eu sinto que ontem, nas vitórias das 2 equipes, a Red performou melhor. Jogou contra o Flamengo, fez um jogo de habilidade individual muito bom, e a Kaboom, apesar de ser dominante contra o Fluxo,
Okay, there we go. Unmute. Yep, same roster, no changes to roster. I'm actually kind of curious if and when Kaboom send Lonely back to CBLOL. Because Batal's actually been performing really, really, really well. I know Kaboom is losing, but it's definitely not because of Batal. Batal has been great. The promotions generally have been doing well on CBLOL. I don't think anybody has performed poorly from the promos so far. Okay, Corki, Ash, Renekton bans. Yeah, Zin's had an amazing Renekton game. Funnily enough, I remember Luna Day was saying like he didn't do anything. He was just standing there menacingly, but he stood there very menacingly, and teams got scared. So understandable we are banning Renekton. That he literally flamed Horizon with the champion yesterday. Rumble, Lee Sin, Nidalee. Okay, a lot of respect being paid to Scary. Scary. Okay, both Lee Sin and Nidalee taken away. Wow, and we went to Ivern instead. I guess it worked. Okay, Skarner being picked. That's fine. That's okay. That's good. Ooh, Karthus for Doom. I think he played that on the first day 1, day 2. But yeah, I'm digging it. I'm here for this Karthus. Varus, okay, kind of safe picks, and then we go Kalista, Tristana. I don't like this. I'd rather have seen Talia picked up here, just to stop the enemy from taking Talia, because Talia Tristana is a matchup we see actually not infrequently, but instead they went for Jace. So red looking like they want like poke disengage comp. I think this is a very scary foundation for poke composition. Like between Varus, Lethality Varus, and Jace, they hammer you, and Karthus secures the kill. I like this as a foundation. I do think it's a little bit dicey into a Kalista comp when they're still picking potentially support and either top or jungle. And their bans don't really like reflect the fear of engage either. They ban Jax, assuming that's Skarner jungle. Or I guess it's Netflix, but that can go either way. We ban Olaf TF. Okay. Which suggests that this might be top. Because that's why you ban the Olaf. It's mostly because of that. And then we pick Leona here, which is fine. I actually don't like these bans because I want to see a Sedge ban, a Not ban, a Leona ban. Basically, you're trying to stop engage. If you're red, you just don't want to see the engage come through here. And you don't do that, and so they get Nautilus. Nautilus and Kalista together, that's a guaranteed engage pretty much. And we go Cassante, which I kind of hate, but it works because it's lost pick and you know it's Skarner, so it's okay. I like the Ivern pickup here to shield people from Karthus. It won't be enough to completely nullify it, but it does help a lot. Okay, so I think in terms of scoring, I like this, but I don't like what you have to give up, and I don't like the bans. Man, I give you all a 4. Because I really like this Karthus poke style thing. I still think they're going to lose on it, though. This is a really good reaction. I like this. I think these are really powerful picks early. I think Kaboom just played it right in draft. Like, they did nothing wrong. They did everything right. Do I think this is a perfect 5 draft? Okay, I'll give them a 5, but I might downgrade this. The reason why I give this a 5 is Skarner's really strong. Your Kalista, I really don't like where you picked Kalista. I don't like the Kalista, but like you picked it early. You know what? No, I'll give it a 4.5. 4.5. Yeah, the Kalista is kind of my sticking point with this, but other than that, everything else was great on this draft. So, like, you had strong prio picks, you had good answers into what you saw coming through from the other side. Like, I genuinely think that if played right for Kaboom, Red should have actually very little leeway in terms of how they want to play things. Like, I don't think Varus Leona should necessarily win that bot lane. I think Kalista and Auto should win the bot lane. And I don't think Karthus is like going to be a champion who can really punish that. Nice! And we get first blood for Kalista. Wow, that CC chain was actually kind of sick. I might upgrade Kaboom. No, Kaboom's 4.5 highest. Actually, I think would I upgrade them? Because I really like the comp, but just the Kalista sin is a bit too much for me. No matter how good. If anything, I'll give them more points in team fighting or oh, what's the other one? Team fighting and map movement. Yeah, I'll give them more points there if they play the composition well. Okay. Let me... Ooh, we've got Gringo Silverado's recording date confirmed. Nice. Okay. It's actually really good. And we will be talking about... Hahaha, we will be talking about 2025 Americas. Okay. Something to look forward to, I guess. Okay, for now though, just basic laning coming through. With the early gold, with the early longsword, Kaboom's bot lane should be in a very, very comfortable position. And Karthus ganks are actually a really interesting thing. Because I don't think they're particularly strong, but conditionally they can be good. And Wall of Pain does mess up Kalista a little bit. Like, it's not as bad as Poppy, Talia, or Ashe, because it's not as easily applicable. But if you land the Wall of Pain, it can mess them up. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you can see, this is what I mean about the wall pain can potentially mess you up. Okay, can we get kills? We got one. Doom is out of mana. Oh, that dodge. Scary. Oh, yeah. Scary's root there was super clutch. If you don't let that root, if Rabello flashes in, Rabello can clean house. Joska and Riven were so low on health. It's crazy. When all is said and done, who got the blue buff? Was it Raven? Okay, wall pain doesn't land. Yeah, that's the conditional nature of Karthus ganks. You have to land the wall pain. If you don't, it kind of sucks. I really like that, the patience to hop over. They were kind of looking for Doom. Doom's very, very squishy at the flash away. Crosstail does go down, but it's fine. You bought the space. And this is where things get really, really dicey. Because Doom has blue buff, and blue buff plus jungle means that you basically have infinite mana. Oh, right there. Oh, that sidestep from Zoska. And the root. Okay, so it looks like Joska was the one who actually picked up the blue buff. Gonna be honest, I don't know if that makes it that big a deal. Like, you can spam the wave clear faster. You can rocket jump a little bit more. But beyond that, like, it's not that beneficial. Triss is not that mana hungry. If anything, I think I might have preferred it on the Kalista a bit more. But, yeah. Because you can see the rending and spirit throws and all of that. The abilities for Kalista does take a chunk. Her mana pools are quite small. That's fine, though. Yeah, this bot lane... Do we get roots? Okay. If Xerxes Greaves came in right here for Raven, this bot lane is like well and truly actually over. Even with Hail of Blades, it'd be so difficult for Rebello to try and match. And then the ability to just run people down. Like, it's tough for Rebello, it's unplayable for Yuzen at that point. Okay. Top side, you know, Lonely's doing well. Keep in mind the Cassante was sort of the counter pick that came through from the Skarner. In lane, Skarner is very, very abusive. Cassante can try and match, but it's tougher for the Cassante, I think, than it is for the Skarner. But props to Lonely, because Lonely is winning this. Again, it's a skill matchup. Later on, one of the nice things about Cassante is that you don't care if you're impaled and pulled in. You're fine with that. You get so tanky that Skarner can't really do meaningful things to you outside of the percent health shred or percent health damage that Skarner has in this kit. But besides that, it's like, okay. And that's not like on every single auto, right? So, yeah, the Cassante will still have relevance outside. And really, yeah, picking the Cassante here partially has to disengage for this composition, have that unit in front of you. I still prefer Gragas in general if we're going to be going for that idea of like wanting to disengage. But I don't think that's what Red are looking for necessarily. Yeah. All in all, not the worst trade that Red just took there. It hurts, but it's not like terrible. Doom's on a ward. Yeah, for Red, they don't need to play aggressively. They're just looking to play more for the mid game to get out of laning. Once you're out of laning, this is like a poke siege comp, right? So they need to group up. Specifically, Rebello and Pico need to be together. Oh, using instead. Oh, or not, surprisingly. We cannot be fighting this, Kaboom, in a tight corridor. Small mistake from Kaboom, but huge dividends for Red. Really well played from Red to turn that around. They got the kills on Rebello too, even better. That's massive. Yeah, you can't fight inside the Karthus defile. You do have to respect that, and those choke points make it kind of tough. Okay. Nicely played from Zinz. Had to burn the flash from Lonely. That's actually really good for Lonely, because you immediately clear that ward. So theoretically you're open to allow for ganks. Daisy just keeps tanking it, she does not care. Yeah, this is actually interesting situation because of those early 2 kills. If not for the fact that Rebello picked up that double earlier in that bush, Kaboom could just force their way into the dragon, and Red can't do a darn thing. But because they're actually kind of even with the Karthus, it's not even the ult you're worried about. It's just like getting caught in the dragon pit by Karthus, and then he just defiles you. Sounds kind of kinky, but true. Zins? We just had no respect, I guess. Zins? that was kind of funny. I wonder if Zins... Okay, the way Zins played, it looked as if Zins did not care or did not know that he was going to die. But... Excuse me, but I think... I mean, surely he must have known he was dead. Like, at that point. Surely he knew. I mean, he had no ghosts, he had no all-out, he has no escapes. Lonely had Impale, technically, so... Even if you can't land the Impale, if you can force them to like, take a step back, that's all Lonely would have needed to get the kill. We'll see how it goes. Top side, Lonely has TP, Zinz is coming up soon. Red just gonna sneak this one? Okay, they just brute force take it. First drag at 11 minutes again. We saw this a couple of times yesterday. Teams are struggling to secure these first drags right now. And what's interesting to me is that it's not that Red made a mistake by taking so long to secure this dragon. It's more, to me, Kaboom should have secured this dragon. The fact that Kaboom couldn't take it is unfortunate and a bit of an issue. And then I'm a little bit scared because, hey, you know, the pull composition is going to start coming online. Doom is level 6. Like, this is getting all kind of a little bit risky here. It's not doomed or anything. Like, they're not in a bad spot. It's just that the slight concern for Kaboom is starting to mount after a very strong start to the game, especially that level 1. Doom is playing with fire a little bit. Yeah, that's... Okay. Miscommunication. Uzint was not quite on the same page. It's okay because, hey, you're Leona, you do the damages, but... Oh, cross the elf shield? Nice! That was really well played. I like that. I like that. That Fate's call to actually deny away the Karthus ult. I thought shield and then maybe you'd have survived, but no, they actually... Okay. Okay, the Impale. Oh! The long range snipe from Rebello. Okay, that's a win for Red. You blew the TP and you answered 1-for-1, 80 carry for support. Huge for Red. I actually really like the play from Kaboom, but Rebello salvaged it. That's kind of big. That's kind of big. Oh, Doom didn't respect the Daisy. Oh, never mind. Daisy died. I actually thought Daisy was going to solo out Doom for a second there. Daisy is actually really, really busted. Like,
você vê, né? Mas essa Margarida aí também tá querendo sangue, viu? Não sei se é tão fofinha assim, não, mano. Pelo menos não pra equipe da Red, né? Que sofreu bastante por ali o Doom, mas já voltou pra base,
okay.
Um pouco mais saudável.
We just actually lane swapped. That's kind of interesting. I mean, it's the right call. The reason why I say it's kind of interesting was just that I was curious if Red would just match lane swap or whether they do it later. Because I was thinking like Red could try and push out Lonely, the 2v1 first. Because it would take a bit of time for Raven and Crossout to actually shove that lane in.
Poderia ter pego mais uma barricada, mas quis ser pouco mais agressivo, então acabou tendo que gastar o seu flash. Os Ints também troca porque gasta o seu fantasma, mas como eu falei anteriormente, o fantasma volta pouquinho antes, né? Então esse Xante vai ter a sua habilidade, seu feitiço de invocador, na verdade, antes que...
Okay, Herald finally spawned.
Agora já fazem essa troca na rota do meio, né? Os dois atiradores.
And now the teams are kind of going at it. What's crazy to me is Zoska is actually now showing up bot side. The TP is not back up yet. Herald's like actually spawned. This is not like a situation where like, hey, you know, like it's spawning soon. It is up. Okay, Joska's TP also came out, thankfully. Red wasn't the fastest, but Karthus melts this pretty quickly. The double damage on single targets on the Defile is significant. Yep. Nice easy take is gone. Yeah, well played from Red. Kaboom sitting back a little bit too much. What terrifies me about what we just saw is the fact that for Red, with this huge poke composition, as long as they get vision or they had an objective first, they will always be very, very scary. So for Kaboom, you actually need more than ever to get your vision down and make sure you're at the right place at the right time. The fact that we sent Joska down with no TP means that we guarantee we are not at the right place at the right time. We can be at the right place a little late, but that doesn't cut it against poke compositions. And this only gets scarier. Kaboom can build some armor on Lonely and Scary, but like that's an AoE poke, and this is a poke that goes through champions. So Raven and Joska need to be on point with their dodging. If ever they're not on point, like they get hit by one and the fight comes hard. They get hit by two and they're pretty much dead. Okay. Now does the siege begin? This is where things have fun. Okay. Yuzint is... I appreciate Yuzint being very, very aggressive there. Like, you are trying to pressure. You had a numbers advantage and you were trying to leverage it. Oh, we are using this as a zoning ult. Okay. I do not hate that. Oh, they caught Joska. Is it enough? Ooh, that was clutch. Okay, and now Yuzint. Oh no, Yuzint! That's so unfortunate. They killed Herald right before it crashed. Surely they're dead, right? Yeah. Okay. It's like if Yuzint gets out here, I don't know how you'd be able to do that. Like that's impossible. Okay. Oh, does the burn? Burns enough. We are so split from Red here. I'm gonna be honest. This is a very, very sloppy team fight from both these teams, really. I'm gonna wait for the replay, but there was a moment where I was laughing my head off. Okay, and Red still gets to go. So, okay. I'm sure this will be replay soon. So, the part that I found hilarious. So, first of all, the Herald dying right there was so painful for Yuzint because you were expecting to be able to kind of hop back outside of turret range. And once you're outside of turret range, you can actually kind of look to fight here between Rebello and Doom. But because, yeah, you got caught like outside, like there's nothing you could do. I love that Yuzint actually went in this direction because that bought more time for Red to actually reset and decide whether or not they want to go in for this. Unfortunately, Karthus' ult is down, so it's very limited. Doom is basically out of mana at this point as well. Even with blue buff, you have to be careful how you play out the rest of the fight. Right here, you're out of mana. That's why I said you have to be careful. The foul burns a lot of mana. So this is where things are really bad for Red. Thankfully, they already got a lot of poke up front. If not, this would have been like terrible. Where I'm laughing is actually right here. Because yeah, like Red gets split. They do all the right things. And then Pickle ends up finding himself deep with no backup. Because again, unfortunately, Karthus has no mana. So Doom can't do anything. And then Raven and Lonely actually came around the side. And I was like, okay, this could go one of two ways. Either Kaboom actually picks Pickle off because he went too deep. And then Kaboom wins this, which is kind of illegal when you're this low in health. Or what actually ends up happening is Pickle realizes it, turns around and kills them all. Yeah. Good dodge on Rebello as well, by the way, towards the end of the fight. The fight was, if he didn't dodge, it's actually kind of critical. It's just that there was already so much happening before that it didn't draw my eyes much. Yeah, that's kind of funny to me. But very, very clutch and close situation. Part of that is also because Red forced that, right? It's not the wrong move, right? But I don't think, well, not I don't think, we are not going to see that situation again. That situation literally happened because of Herald. If not for Herald, if not for it going down, if not for Yuzint getting caught out, Red would have just played that much slower with the poke they actually had. And it's really up to Kaboom now to leverage the engage that they have to try and punish that. They also have a goal lead, so there is really no reason for Kaboom not to look for engages on open ground. Obviously not under enemy turret. Like next time you're shoved in like that, like you absolutely go punish. Okay, turret down. That's fine. They were just resetting.
Foi a última torre ali dessa linha a ser abatida pela equipe da Kabum, mas agora que daqui a pouco eles começam a trabalhar mais a parte de cima do mapa. O Barão que vai nascer daqui a 30 segundos não deve ser um objetivo focado ali, né, na hora que ele nascer.
Okay, and we're pushing out from Kaboom in general.
Uma vantagem maior agora que finalmente conseguiu destruir.
Yeah, Zinz is actually down significantly in CS, which is surprising for a couple of reasons. After his performance yesterday, and this is a counter pick Cassandre, it's a little bit surprising to see this. Good engage from Kaboom. Unfortunately, they just didn't have the numbers to make that happen. Or did they? They actually had the numbers, no? Okay. Sorry, I just want to double check. This is 3 people. Who are we missing? Oh, we're missing Raven. The idea was good from Kaboom. I mean, we were calling for them to engage, and you can see that despite the fact they start that off, you know, 3v4 and lose a person right from the get-go, they can, once they can actually fight, they are stronger. It's just, can we fight? Yeah. Against Pokecoms, trying to do objective like Baron is actually really, really tough. Oh, they... Oh... Okay. Yeah. Okay. Really good play from Kaboom. And the reason why... Yes, they have all the advantages. Yes, it's technically a 5v4. But keep in mind, Crosstail's not here right now. Yes, Red is not the healthiest. And they lost their big tank. Usint is not tanky enough. But like I said at the point, like this is... You're playing to a Pokemon position. In a Baron pit where you're taking the debuff. You have to burn Baron fast. Right? Like, you don't have a good way to punish all this poke that's coming through. And if you let them just poke you, you're going to die. Plus the Karthus ult. Like, Lonely is incredibly debuffed right now, by the way. I highlight this because watch what happens to Lonely here. Like, you can see how fast Lonely is melting. That normally doesn't happen. Unfortunately for Red, you're playing a disadvantage. Doom is already dead. That's one of the problems with playing things like Karthus or Brand. Is that as strong as they are, as much damage they do, they are so squishy, it is hard to position properly. You cannot initiate, you cannot steal. Or, not say you can't steal, but the steal is very specific with the timing, right? Because your window is so low because your health is so low. So, I respect what Red tried to do, but you're just not going to win right now in terms of head-on team fights against this comp. You need to poke. Yeah. There was good focus on the Scary too. It wasn't as if Scary was left unattended and oh, he just got to smite. No. Like, he had to flash away right after. You saw, like, immediately smite and get the hell out because it got kind of close. Scary almost died. Red played that. The only thing that kind of went wrong for them was the fact that they already lost Sins prior to that fight. So it's a really just tough fight for them to go for. They played right, but so did Kaboom, and Kaboom had numbers advantage. So props to them. They did the important and right things. Oh, Shoska? Okay. That's just the poke we're talking about, right? That's why 2 pieces of poke lands and effectively Kaboom's carries or the squishies and they're out of it. Oh. Yo, that's Zinz. This Cassandre pick is not working out for Red. I thought it would work on paper. It is completely not working anywhere right now. That he got melted like that is not okay. Because Joska wasn't even there. Like, that was just straight up Raven. Jeez. There's, like, no shred item here. Like, there's no... Yeah, it's like lethality. Callista, I don't know what the hell.
Então a gente vai ter uma extensão a mais nessa alma que vai, pelo visto, demorar mais 2 dragões de qualquer forma.
Okay.
O momento é, tá?
From where we are right now,
A questão do gold tá desgarrando cada vez
let's see
mais.
here.
São 6
Kaboom are just firmly in the lead. The double marksman scaling is not bad. But Karthus on the other side. with a 6K goal lead, it's a lot more comfortable for Kaboom to play. I think the biggest takeaway right now for me from Kaboom is the fact that Zinz can't stop the engage. Zinz is not tanky enough. So because of that, Kaboom should be in a very, very comfortable position. They didn't stack the dragons though, so it's a bit of a slow grind. As the game goes on, I'm actually more and more concerned for Kaboom. So Red are okay to take their time, but I do need to see the poke come through. So far, the poke composition has not actually poked. They've gotten good plays. Rabello and Usint especially in the bot side, a lot of their lead is coming actually from, or a lot of the advantages Red had was from this bot lane, more than anything else. Doom is the other guy I'm watching because, first of all, he's Doom, and second of all, the Karthus is the biggest skill in this game. But again, same thing, right? Like we talked about, he's very squishy. It's about poke. It's about cleanup. It's about picking your windows. Karthus cannot carry this game alone. You need your team for it. And give credit to Kaboom. They have not randomly gone to a choke point. As I say that, they're in a choke point against this Karthus since that one fight. They've learned their lesson very, very, very effectively. Yep, Doom gets picked. Doom is dead. It's just that easy. Oh. Yeah. This is why I wanted to give like a 5 to Kaboom's comp. Because theoretically, you have to ban Nautilus Leona, right? If you're Red, or ban one of them and pick the other. You're trying to stop engage from coming through. But you can see how impossible it is to stop the engage against Leona or Nautilus. Their ults simply do not care. If you're at all in range with either of them, they just use them and there's no getting away. At least for Leona, you can still flash away. But like for Castiel's depth charge, no. I point, I clicked, you did. No outplay button.
Ali com o Crashiel e o Lone, ele também começou com a carga e profundidade desse Nautilus e o Zente que ficou para pagar a conta, né? Na verdade é a Leona que faz esse trabalho, não tem jeito. E aí o Lone, ele forçou, foi para cima do Doom, conseguiu pescar, rebocar ali esse Karthus que não tem muito que
Yeah, it's kind of just that easy, right? Like with this comp. It's very, very straightforward. And traditionally, this is also one of the reasons why the poke comps don't work well in Brazil. They are tougher to execute, 100%. You compare that to like depth charge, right? Like Nautilus walks up, presses R. No, not a lot of skill necessarily involved in that. The skill is like not dying when you step up, but you know, Crastel is far ahead enough that's okay. Whereas for Red's poke comp, it's a lot about getting the vision down, knowing like when you can back off, when you can move. It's teamwork as well, because when you're playing this Karthus or this Varus, there's only so much you can do on your own. You need Zinz to kind of frontline for you. You need Usint to frontline for you, knowing what they can take. Baron's being started up again, full team. I don't know if the Karthus ult is up. I can't quite see. They're already gone. I mean, Doom's doing a lot of damage by standing there, but yeah, not enough. I think his ult came up midway that fight. Yeah, I think it's over for Red, unfortunately. It's just way too big a gold gap. And with Baron gone, it's just not much they can do, unfortunately. I like the idea from Red. I still do. I think they had a really good early start. I think a lot of it falls apart when, unfortunately, Zinz just falls behind. Significantly far behind, and he gets melted. Right? It's not so much that Lonely got ahead. It's if you have no tank to frontline, if you can't survive, then that's a problem. To me, it's a lot of this game was about your AD carries. I think for me, Rebello, MVP for the side of Red, not even close, that one. Kaboom on this side's interesting. I think Crosstail did an amazing job. Raven though has a higher KP. I actually feel like the eye check feels like Joska did more damage in these team fights, but Raven's been at more. I'm very curious about the damage numbers between these two, actually. Yeah, Scary did a really solid job this game as well, but he's playing Ivern, so it's kind of like it's hard to stand out as Ivern, unfortunately. But he's doing really well too.
O Shoska já livra o Aronguejo, se quiser pode até partir para tentar solar mais um objetivo. Mas a questão é, são 4 minutos ainda de inibidor exposto na parte de cima.
Yeah, from here on out, it should be Kaboom closing out. Not an unexpected ending, by all means. And I'm really glad that Joska and Raven this week, like yesterday and today, have really been standing out. because after the first week was kind of like, okay, Lonely is, has to be the carry, Scary has to be the carry, Joska and Raven are just kind of like, whatever. But yesterday and today, like Raven and Joska have been performing really, really well. When you play mid and AD carry in the current meta, well, in most league metas, like you have to be a standout player. It's one of the reasons like why when I play ranked, I play support when I want to climb, because my mechanics aren't good enough to play mid, but I enjoy playing mid. So I play like mid in like just norms and drafts, but in ranked I play support. Yeah, Karthus out as an initiation. Oh my goodness. Okay, first of all, that hurts a lot, but also it's not very effective when Age of Night is being built on everybody. Yeah, and Daisy's just causing so much havoc. Daisy is stopping the engage from coming through as well. Oh, they caught Rebello of all people. Dang. Nice from Lonely. Oh. Okay, they killed Raven. That's so Raven. Still though, Joska's up, and Joska's the big demolition machine now. 15 seconds before Doom comes up. Does Doom even make it for the family photo? I don't know. Okay, yeah, he will. But it doesn't matter because Pekko's dead. And Doom by himself can't quite do this. Hit the Nexus, Joska. Hit the Nexus, thank you. Okay. Red Cannons. Honestly, the laning was fine. It was okay. Props to Rebello for actually bouncing back after the rough start to the game. Rebello and Yuzen both did an amazing job. The map movements from them were, I think, the biggest. Actually, no. The map movements were fine from Red. My big problem is, I guess, their team fighting specifically, because they should not have team fought, but they did, and they shouldn't have. I think that's the biggest problem, was that you just cannot fight with this composition that easily, and they kept going for it. I know the score kind of looks a bit low compared to everything, but when you lose, this is not a bad score to have. It's about there. Yeah, I think Red will continue being a bit of a threat. This one is really just down to their draft. I like their draft, but they could not execute, unfortunately. It is a poll comp. Man, okay, I'll take another 0.5 out of team fight, because I don't want to take it out of the draft. I think this is a good draft. I would love to see a team actually pick this draft and be able to execute well on it. I think it'd be a beautiful thing to watch. A thing of beauty. The laning from Kaboom was like, okay, it wasn't like amazing. The map movements honestly were a little bit slow to move, but the team fighting was really clean from them. And I think that's where, they kind of did well there. I'm going to say Raven preemptively, but it might change to Zoska. I want to see their damages and what they were doing. Raven is starting to do better. It's starting to show stuff on week 2. Yeah, Raven, I remember had a really rough CBLOL time of it. Again, another player like Juliera, like Cello, these players do well in Academy and can't quite translate that into CBLOL. I will take one meh away from Joska. I mean, yeah, this game he did well. Joska did well. Maybe not the most explosive end of the game, but everything else was fine. Honestly, actually, yeah, I'll put a modifier in this comment. I might just change it to looking good. This week has been good, but still, unfortunately, win or lose, it's not really on Rebello. So, but he is still doing well. Yeah, Zinz had an amazing game yesterday, and today it was kind of a big part of the problem was unfortunately Zinz falling behind, not having the goal to remain relevant. Yeah, the Karthus and Nidalee from Doom are looking really good. Despite the way that, again, there's not much Doom can do. He did the damage. I'm sure he did like a ton of damage when you look at the
Também,
post
na
game,
vantagem numérica, Crashel completamente saudável, fez
and
ali
that in itself will tell us the story.
E
So
ainda fica difícil porque a gente percebe a maneira como a equipe da Red estava segurando, né? Nesse punch aqui da
boom.
parte inferior, a gente
Yeah,
percebe
Raven got absolutely
tinha
chunked.
muito
Raven has
dano,
Edge of
tinha
Night,
muito
but it got
heal,
popped before.
mas ainda assim, depois desse avanço que foi feito pra cima
The fact
do
that Raven
Crashel,
lives all the way till the end fight
realmente
is, or not end fight, but like
demais o quão bem encaixadas estavam as âncoras do mano Crashel.
he survived longer
né, a
than
sequência
he probably
que a
should
equipe
have.
da Kabum conseguiu
Considering he got
oferecer,
chunked that hard
essa
and they had to
combinação
burn
de
that much to
habilidades foi
just
muito
make sure that he
potente.
didn't
E
fully
como
drop
o
dead.
Scary fez esse papel de protetor muito bem, ele tinha um papel bem definido, segurar o dano de poke da equipe da Red e executou muito bem. Então toda a equipe da Kabum conseguiu aí no ritmo que eles conseguiram colocar justamente por conta do bom jogo que eles fizeram
Okay,
logo na parte
let's
da
check the
frente.
damage. That's what I'm waiting
Isso,
for.
agora os números da partida não mentem. Acho que, eu até ia imaginar que...
Okay, yeah, so Raven did do
tinha
more
de
damage.
favor
I know,
da
like, to the eye
Red,
test in the
no
mid game,
caso,
it felt like where
mas
Joska
em
was,
pontos
we saw like bigger
específicos, a gente
explosions basically, but
quase
because of
explosão
explosive
ali,
shot.
Mas olha a diferenciação de dano.
Okay,
Emparelhado
yeah,
dano
but as
do
expected, highest damage
Doom
went to Doom
no
on the
range,
Karthus.
24.925.
I gave it to Rebello though. I think Rebello did an
Ótimo, é
amazing job. And
Skarner,
Karthus' damage is slightly
dá
limited because of
24.000 de
ultimate.
dano em 31
You always hit
minutos.
everybody, always.
Skarner,
So
né? Era pra ser um boneco tanque, era, mas quem disse, né, que ele vai ser realmente tanque? Porque ele pode fazer os dois, ele pode tancar muito bem, tá dando muito bem. A equipe da Kabum jogou muito bem como um todo, levar a vitória pra casa.
É isso aí, depois de falarmos tantos nomes, Tabinha, quem sai coroado MVP dessa partida?
Olha, eu acho que teve uma pessoa que se destacou um pouco mais por conta de como ele conseguiu
Okay,
tratar
what
muito
is
bem
our
seu
next
campeão da
game
proposta
of the
do campeonato. Eu
day?
falei aqui o nome dele várias vezes. Fica com o
We
Scary,
gave to
ele
Scary?
fez o
Okay,
Raven, foi
that's
muito bem
fine, that's fair.
utilizado, ele não foi abatido,
I am
inclusive,
okay with this. I
importante
I'm not sure I
segurar
agree, but I'm
a
okay
equipe
with
da
it.
frente da equipe
I think,
da Red, porque
for
o
me personally,
Tubarão garantiu
I will admit
também
I have
o
problems
segundo
giving
do
MVP
jogo,
to
foi
Ivern,
de pouco em
just
pouco,
because
essa
I
vantagem que o Ivern
generally
tem
don't
uma
notice what
vantagem
Ivern's
meio
doing.
invisível, que ele vai colocando escudinho ali, outra aqui,
He's not like
mas
a
foi
he's a very subtle
justamente
champion.
no meio
Oh,
dele,
you know, he's not
e
even
a equipe
champion.
da Kabum conseguiu ficar
He's a
bem
very
muito tempo,
subtle
Raven
summon.
conseguiu ter
Daisy
toneladas de
Daisy's
couro
the
em cima
champion.
dele, então
Ivern's
acho que
just
o
like the
Scary foi o
minion.
destaque dessa partida.
É isso aí, mãe, posso dormir com
Okay,
você,
next
com
up,
medo do
Pain
Ivern?
versus
Scary,
Mas não pode
Fluxu.
tá com medo de um Ivern,
Eu
gente.
tenho medo, mas a gente vira essa parte
This
pra falarmos
one,
do próximo jogo do Pain contra o time do Fluxo.
if Pain plays like they did
Eu
yesterday, this
até
should not be
volta
even
já.
close. Oh, actually, let me change the modifier on this. Really starting to look good though. Today's been a better day. Less throws for sure. Like I'm appreciating. Yesterday had a lot of throws, which was just driving me crazy. Today, less throws. Still, some things I'm not super happy about, but hey, perfect games don't really exist.
Passa pelas nossas mãos.
And yeah, I don't hate what we've
Porque
been
quando a gente
seeing.
abraça outros players, transformamos a nossa rede de apoio em uma comunidade que se apoia como um todo. E damos voz a
I'm
quem
trying to
tem o
think,
poder
like,
de
oh,
transformar
yes.
nosso jogo.
BKS can't bleed.
campeão de verdade escolhe abraçar a diversidade.
E isso não tem preço.
That leaves us Liberty as the only team who is undefeated right now. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, I think this internal scrimming thing from Liberty is really benefiting their academy team. Yeah. Pain yesterday had an insanely good early game, and then they did throw quite a bit later on, which is part of my frustration with that Pain team. But they're still looking generally pretty good. And I think the bigger problem for me, or what I'm looking more at the next game, is more Fluxu. Because Oroboy or Skybart's doing really good. But everybody else in this roster is like, the mid game is a problem. The early game is fine. But especially against a team like Pain, like even when they mess around their mid game, they still know how to close out. So it's like, yeah, you know, like it's a bad matchup on paper. Maybe Fluxu can get a big enough lead, but I'm not confident they can if Pain play the way they did yesterday. So a lot of it just feels like it hinges on, like, does Pain play like they did yesterday? And even if they don't, it still favors them with how they like to play late.
E já voltamos então pro pro jogo número 4 aqui desse dia. 2 de Super Semana do CBLOL Academy, PEN contra Fluxo. A PEN, atuais campeões aqui do CBLOL Academy, vindo tentar passar ali seu jeitinho tradicional.
Yeah,
pra cima
Tatu.
do
I'm
Subiu ainda mais
curious
no
if we start
patamar
seeing
ontem,
Nidalee
ele
bans
também
against
fez uma
Tatu,
partidaça
because
contra o IDL.
that was his
Conseguiu
his Nidalee
vencer,
yesterday was
principalmente uma
incredible. And
partida
it's not
brilhante
just
do
like,
Tatu e do Marvin. O Tatu levou MVP
how do I put this?
com
Nidalee is an
a
interesting
dele,
champion because you
muito
have to go all
potente.
gas, no breaks with
E
her,
por
right? If
outro
you
lado, a
don't
gente tem
have a
o
good
Fluxo,
early
que
game,
ainda
your
não
mid game
estreou aqui
falls
no
off
CBLOL
pretty
Academy,
hard.
porque ainda não
But you
venceu
also need to
a
not
Nip.
go
Ontem
so
eu acho
hard
que
you
eles
start
fizeram
feeding.
um bom jogo contra a Kabum. Não começaram bem, mas não deixaram o ouro desgarrar tanto. Seguraram ali, conseguiram um dragão ancião no final, mas não foi possível ainda de vê-los vencer.
É isso, e também lembrar que a equipe do Fluxo passou
On the other hand, we talked about Fluxo. I don't know what's going on with Juliera to a certain extent. In a way, he's my biggest disappointment because I saw promise in him, and I remember when he stomped the league, like, what was it, last year? Split 1? No. 2022, split 2?
Tá na hora de vocês serem seguidos.
Pois é, e essa super semana aqui define muita coisa também do ritmo que a gente vai ver agora pra essa reta final aí da fase regular, como você falou, Annie, aqui do CBLOL Academy. Os Pix e Bans estão formados, a equipe da PEN.
Let me... okay, sorry. I was also like trying to deal with the message. Bans coming through. Yep, there we go. There's the Nidalee ban for Tatu. You know what? I respect that. I think that's worth a ban at this point. We're also still targeting Marvin because of his early game. Interesting how Lucian's actually completely fallen out. I know Marvin had a bad Lucian game in game 1, but that was against Mortius, so. Senna Skarner Ziggs ban. Has Julia just been reduced to playing these sort of off meta or not off meta, but non-traditional marksman? That's weird. Okay, that's fine. I think Ash first pick is good. We go Jin as an answer. So this is something that used to happen. There used to be Kate beats Ash. No, sorry. Other way around. Ash beats Kate. So you play that, and then Jin beats Ash. And then you'd have Kate kind of beating Jin. That used to be like sort of the one of the cycles, right? Same as like the Ezreal kind of crap. So we're picking the Jin here to kind of answer the Ash. That's fine. I'm okay with that. I think that makes sense. Rumble Sean pick. Okay, then we pick Corki and Kennen. So Kennen now being the new answer or old answer, depending on how you want to look at it, into the Rumble pickup here. And then we go Nautilus or Engage. That's solid into double marksman or potential double marksman. You want to do this. And I really love this ban. The Braum comes through to make sure that this is playable. Sedge Trist and Xin Zhao. Okay. I don't know if I like the Xin Zhao pick into this. I feel like when I've got a Kennen, I don't really like the Xin Zhao. I think things like Sedge make a lot more sense. Wukong, Maokai, that sort of engaged style champ. Or even potentially the Leona ban. I'm not sold on this Xin Zhao ban. Sure, it's not bad into ganking Ash lanes either, but I just feel like there's better stuff to ban. That's it. I guess we wanted to go pick a Jace. So this is, again, a modified poke composition, right? Jin's poke is a little bit different. It's not like regular poke like Ezreal. It's more about the ult, the force shot, and absolutely chunking them. It's a great combo with Karthus. Jin Karthus is a very, very, very good combo. So I like this idea that came through from them. Now, this is fine. My biggest problem with this comp right now is we have very little disengage coming through. We are effectively relying on Rumble disengage with this composition. You use the red carpet as a no-go zone and stop the engage. So on paper, it's pretty good. I like the comp again. 4. It's probably 4.5. I'm going to take out the 0.5 because I don't believe Fluxu can execute this. Pena, on the other hand, we are going Ezreal instead with this comp. Okay, I guess. I don't really like it. Well, to be fair, they didn't see Karthus. I was going to say, against Karthus, like, Ezreal's not going to do much. He's going to absolutely get hammered. Against any of these guys, I don't feel like this is a great pick. It feels like kind of whatever. I would have much rather seen a Leona here, and you kind of go with the Ashe. They lack engage, this comp. So, while I liked the Kennen, while I like the first 3 picks, and first 4 picks, I like Maokai. Maokai works as well. I really don't like the Ezreal pickup. I don't see what it adds to this. It just feels like a hands check saying, hey, I can play this champion well. I'll give them a 3. Sorry, I'm just thinking, do I want to give it 3? I'll give them a 3, and I might downgrade this. I certainly won't upgrade this, but I might downgrade it, depending on how the top lane goes. So 3 and 4. Yeah, I like the Fluxu draft better. I said 3, right? Yeah, I might downgrade this. literally kind of depends on how this bot lane goes. You need to justify this Ezreal's existence to me. Like, I get kind of the poke factor of it, but Ezreal's poke takes too long to come online, it feels like to me. You need one item. It's not like a lane poke champion. And by the time you get that one item, like, I'm scared that you're gonna have problems into Nautilus Jhin. Like, once level 6 rolls around, Jhin Nautilus is gonna be an issue.
Apesar de ser campeão de muito dano de perto, ele também com seus arpões ali vai de pouco em pouco conseguindo oferecer pokezinho e vem em sequência também o dano do Jhin, né, que pode causar bastante dano à distância. Interessante então esse poder que o Fluxo tem pra trabalhar na distância dos seus campeões e a PEN com essa bot lane de EZ e Ashe, EZ que a gente não tá vendo aparecer muito aqui como todo no cenário brasileiro, mas que vai aos poucos ganhando a aí que ele tem. E falando de alcance, a gente tem
Skip. Let's get into a game. Yeah. Okay, Tatu on the Maokai makes me a little bit sad. Or actually big sad. Because on the Maokai, even if you go like crazy ham on the Maokai, there's only so much you can do. Like, it's never going to be like the Nidoii. You're helping your lanes get a hit at the expense of yourself to a certain degree.
Na partida anterior que tava com o primeiro ataque, agora o Enel vem com colheita sombria. Então, quando tiver pouquinho ali quase pra executar o alvo, a runa vai ajudar bastante.
É isso, vamos ver com quantas almas ele vai ceifar, né, com todo esse passar do tempo. E agora quem vem pro primeiro ataque, inclusive, é o Hidan com seu Kennen. Acho que a gente vai estar então diante de um combate bastante turbulento. Vem ali também a presença da Hail of Blades, né, a chuva de lâminas, tanto pro Quads quanto pro Gig, Ashe e Corte.
Então, provavelmente o Quads com essa runa vai fazer justamente o dano mais de letalidade, oportunidade por ali, porque tem também a build do Cork.
Hail Blades. Press the attack, okay.
Então, Quads querendo um pouco
Yeah, nothing too crazy. Top side, we're running teleport with Comet again. I think that is the call when you're running into a cannon as a rumble. After all, there's no guarantee you're going to survive that lane well, right? So I kind of like it. I'm starting to come around to the idea of picking teleport Comet even in a lane that you're expecting to win early. Oh my goodness, kick. Holy. That was way more damage than I expected coming out. I mean, I know that Ashe is that sort of champion, kind of like Zeri, right? Where like if you mess up the engage, he just keeps running you down, and doing a bunch of damage to your back as you're leaving. But I did not expect Kick to almost die right from the get-go. That's really bad for Enel on this Karthus. You just want to power farm early. Yeah. Well, Kick came back, so... Ooh. Tatu is feeling himself. Oh, Blackie's feeling himself more. That's hilarious. Tatu and Blackie used to play on INTT Academy together. They're both super mechanical, and watching them just kind of get way too hypey on that play just makes me laugh really hard. Ooh. The ward got insta-cleared. That's fine. I mean, you're delaying the back. They'll lose some minions for it. Okay, they actually canceled their bases. Yeah, good Valkyrie. I mean, I'm gonna be honest, the Valk later doesn't matter. Oh, we are going for a gank here. From Tatu. I don't know. Okay. I was a little bit worried because of how low health Marvin was. And you can see, like, Marvin's dying to minions right now, but thankfully, yeah, it's okay. This from Enel is really good. As we mentioned before, Karthus clear is very fast. Largely because, again, he's great at doing AoE, he's great at taking out single targets, it's just fast. So, not only did Enel successfully defend his jungle at the end of the day, yes, Blackie ended up dying. That's a whole different thing. Blackie didn't need to die there. So, effectively, Enel successfully defended the jungle and invaded. And Tatu, despite getting off 2 really good ganks and helping out his lanes, that's, to be honest, he's also putting himself behind to make this happen. Like we said, when a Maokai wants to go hard, like, you're sacrificing yourself for your team. We'll have to see if that's worth it at the end of the day. I mean, getting that Sheen early for Marvin is kind of important. Before that Sheen, I don't expect, like, I'm surprised how hard Marvin was hitting. Let's put it that way. At least in my solo queues, like, Ezreals don't hurt that much early. Okay. Yeah. Cats winning out mid lane. Yesterday was a particularly hard day for Cats against IDL because Takui is like such an amazing laner. I'm actually curious. Is Takui like the highest GD at 15 mid laner? Ooh. Almost. Nice to play from Skybart. That's ult down though. No equalizer. The cooldown's not super long, but yeah. exhaust is feels really bad against like Ezreal. Like it doesn't feel as impactful because he's so spell based. It does help though. It just doesn't feel good.
É difícil lidar com essa bot lane da PEN, a equipe
And
do
while that's
Fluxo
happening, I'm just going to
tá, né,
quickly
conseguindo
check
se manter ali no farm
if
pra
Dekui is the
ele
best
agora
laning
um
mid
hit, ele
laner
tá
by
tentando
gold
voltar pra
difference.
base e com agilidade nos pés também, ele vai se movimentando
Yeah,
mais,
he
vai
is.
se cuidando
Okay,
pouquinho
yeah.
mais,
Dekui's
sempre
plus
pegando
828. That's the biggest gold difference in mid lane at 15 minutes.
de Ashe e também de EZ. EZ
It's what we
que
expected.
agora
Yeah,
tem
so Cats was down
muito
significantly
mais
yesterday.
pra oferecer.
Coming up against Blackie
Levou
today,
grande
it's an
lado
interesting comparison because Blackie's a very good player individually, mechanically. His problem, or Fluxu's problem as a whole, is more like outside of the lanes where they team fight. So the fact that Cats is finding a significant lead in a 1v1 situation, because I don't remember Tatu ganking mid. I remember Eno ganking mid, but Blackie died early on his own in the jungle, and Cats has taken full advantage of that. Well played. Yeah, Pain's off the races right now. They've got advantage in every lane except for jungle. And even in the jungle, being down 300 gold is not that big a deal. Again, you're Maokai, you're okay falling behind. You have your ult, you're going to be useful. And more importantly, Fluxu can't contest any of these early objectives whatsoever. When you pick Karthus, you do need sort of winning lanes. Jace is usually a winning lane. Jhin is a winning lane. Like, this comp is good, right? Like, you've got technically potentially 3 winning lanes. Okay, top maybe not because it's into a cannon, but this should be a good place for Karthus to actually be able to take some of these objectives away. Like, if you can get Enel to an objective and buy him time with the objective, he'll take it very fast. But because of the way Pain has been playing, yeah, Fluxu can't even look at an objective. Yeah, now the big ask for Fluxu, I guess, is can they find a winning team fight, a winning skirmish somewhere? Because I don't think they're going to win any of the 2v2s or 1v1s on their own. And the skirmishes will not be kicked off by NO either, right? It feels like it's got to be a kick roam to make something happen, I guess. Or I guess you could just gank the kick lane. That works too. But basically you need kick.
E acho que é até um pouco mais chato o Cork por conta dele ligar a metralhadora, né? E só virar pra você, poder fazer a
Okay, they
diferença.
saw that ward, they're going
Mas,
to clear it
como você
out.
contou, o Black tá conseguindo segurar bem demais, tá com o farm quase encostadinho, né? 94 a 80. E falando em 90, a gente tá quase em 10 minutos já.
Next
de
objective,
partida.
2 minutes away.
As vaciladas vão nascer no mesmo
Bot
instante.
has 6s, or, well, Gigs has 6. Kick's not. As much as Pain doesn't have to make action happen, I feel like if you've got an Ashe Arrow, you might as well, right? Minute 30 seconds? Yeah. I think level 1 cooldown for Ashe ult is closer to 2 minutes. Let's check that. I don't say it's 2, but 120? It is 100. Okay. It's pretty close. So that's a minute and 40 seconds. Yeah, I think you could have just used that on, like, before Marvin base, just to kind of go fish and see what you find.
A equipe do Fluxo mal consegue encostar nas torres da tradição, inclusive lá embaixo, né? Porque como a gente pontuou, Marvin e Giggs vão pressionando, é muito poke, muito chato a barreira da dor utilizada. Enel tenta paralisar, ele flecha
Okay,
na saída.
there we go. There's the arrow we're looking for. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. And it counts for mid lane. Oh my goodness.
Vai tomar o outro.
That was super clean from Pain. You love to see it. Yeah, the thumbs up from Enel. Respect, respect. No, Enel recognizes. Game recognizes game. Jeez, the double global. I always forget about that, but my goodness. And that's like a true global. That's not the semi globals either.
Ficou nas mãos do Marvin, enquanto isso também, Anya, rolou uma troca na rota do meio e o Quats conseguiu o abate pra cima do Black, então a PEN conseguiu
Like that could hit
2 abates
anywhere on the
nessa
map.
Uma
última jogada.
loucura deliberada dentro de Summoner's Rift. E com o tempo agora a gente vai ter o nascimento do segundo dragão e das Vastilaves a gente confere.
We do not need a replay of this, but I will happily watch it again.
Foi paralisado pelo avanço retorcido, tentou escapar da ultimate, mas já tava enraizadinho. E graças também à raiz.
The nature's grass too.
Exato, então o Tatu acabou sendo crucial pros dois abates, né?
Yeah,
Muito
this
bem
game is
jogado
becoming
pela equipe
less and
também,
less
que tiveram uma
tenable for
coordenação
Fluxo,
muito boa, até
unfortunately.
mesmo de longe, né? Como eu falei do Marvin e do Giggs, e agora vem a execução
And this isn't like a
magnífica
comp
da
thing
equipe
anymore.
Fluxo,
This is just
e
straight
Fluxo
up like
parece
mechanics
querer
and hands.
entrar aqui
Not
nesse
again.
lance
This has
de
not really been
Já
Fluxo's
vem com
problem.
carga de profundidade, Giggs ainda
Ooh.
sendo levantado do outro lado, Enel forte.
Oh, that cutoff from Cats.
Garante o abate, dá aquela flechadinha na parede pra fugir do dano total.
Arrow.
Flecha para
One more.
CBLOL,
Oh.
final do nosso
Wait,
entretenimento.
there's still True Shot Barrage. True Shot Barrage.
não conseguiu conectar a flecha
Coming
do
across.
Giggs, mas
Good
teve que
back from
flechar,
kicks.
também teve que desviar agora da barragem incendiária,
Oh,
Juliera.
Juliera might have
Vai ter que gastar
Low-key
impulso
inted?
pra tentar escapar,
Okay.
o Tatu desiste
Tati didn't want to go
desse
too hard.
avanço. É aquela situação. Se
Fluxo, get out.
acerta uma, acerta
Good,
outra.
nice,
Se não
nice and
acerta
good from them.
uma, também não
But
acerta
we're seeing that the problem now is when they're fallen behind this far, they can't actually contest for any of these objectives. It is a massive issue. And he'll just got caught off in rotation. And basically, the way with their comp goes, it's the same as any pole comp, right? Like Jace, Jin, Karthus, these guys can't be the first ones in.
Acho também dando aquela brincadinha, mano, Ridan.
Oh.
O Black tá vivo,
We got a
mas
lane
ainda
swap
assim,
that came through.
que treta foi essa? Kenny pode avançar, já vai então com sua velocidade.
Oh! He done!
Dominado, e se brincar, o Enel vem de brinde.
Pois é, olha só.
Yeah, I don't want any of that smoke.
Bastante
Oh, damn, he done.
teleporte utilizado.
The solo lane swapped and both managed to kill their opponents.
Viram, então, esse
That's
solo
crazy.
dois solo
Yeah,
lanes,
Paint's just too far ahead at
a
this point.
equipe da tradição, vamos ver agora o replay, porque
Zero hesitation. He just shows up and instantly goes after Blackie.
gigante conseguiu rapidamente eliminar o
If
adversário.
not for that
Então,
slow,
foi
yeah, Blackie's just dead there.
Foi, inclusive,
Yeah, game's basically untenable right now for
utilizou o pinsoro muito bem,
Fluxo to
né?
play.
O Ridan tinha
Their only way of engage is kick.
garantiu seu primeiro
Kick is
abate,
kind of far
o
behind as
Enel
well,
nunca pôde assistir,
unfortunately.
pode fazer muita coisa sendo carro.
Paint just accelerated. You look at these
Agora, com esse
kills.
solo da equipe da PEN, então, garante
4
100%
onto
de
Cats,
objetivo
2 onto
meu.
Marvin.
As 6 vastilavas estão 2 levas de 3 e os 2 dragões que já nasceram. Se virar pra cima do Arauto aí, meus amigos.
Yeah, you can't even really poke as Fluxo. I guess right now where I'm looking for Fluxo is you've got to rely on Curtain Call, Kick, and Skybart. This is how it kind of goes. You need Equalizer on like 1 or 2 targets. You need Kick to set that up. And you need Juliera to just help with cleanup. And potentially Karthus as well. But basically, you're looking for small skirmishes. Problem is, we're starting to hit the point where teams... And turrets are starting to go down. When turrets go down, trying to find these like 2v2, 3v3 skirmishes start to go out the window. And we start seeing 4v4s and 5v5s. In a 4v4, 5v5 right now, Pain is so much stronger. Yeah, because their double marksmen are both like accelerated right now. So they will win when there are more bodies for them to actually kind of cut through. Even worse is the range. Enel's Defile is not going to get the sort of value that we saw last game from... who was it last game? Who played it? Doom. That's who it was. Yeah. Like, Doom was playing into a shorter range composition. It's easier to use Defile. Pain's range is longer. To a certain extent, until Hidan gets in there, I guess. But, yeah. It's just really much tougher for Enel. So, Fluxo needs to basically manufacture situations where they've got numbers advantage. And it has to come up with kick room. I do not see just any other way for it to go. They are just too lacking in CC in general on this composition. Like, can you damage overload? Yes. Is it reliable? No. I mean, we even saw when Hidan went onto Blackie. Blackie almost got away because not enough CC. One stun wasn't enough. Okay, True Shot Barrage comes across, just clearing the waves, the minions. It really doesn't do that much damage because, yeah. I'm still not sold on this Ezreal pick as like an amazing pick, but it is a very safe pick, and Marvin is playing it and piloting it very, very well.
Realmente, como eu falei lá durante os picks e bans, era delicado bater de frente contra esse early game da equipe da Kabum.
Yeah, just a slow grind through from Pain. They still have Herald, by the way.
O que tá acontecendo? Eu tô olhando ali o
They've already got all the outers with Herald up.
da equipe da PEN, mas por falar em PEN,
Ooh.
o Quats agora
If that
tem
hook
Flash,
landed,
acho
I
que
think they might have found the kill. Well, I guess they still find the kill, but at what cost? Yeah, they're just going to slowly take this. Maybe not even burn ultimates. Oh, Marvin going in might have backfired, though. Yep, and he messed up the flash. Okay, never mind. That Pain's doing it like they did yesterday. They're getting a little too hypey. That's okay. It's not going to cost them the game or anything, so they're fine. Oops. Hey, Wokes. Hell yeah, dude. We get to enjoy really good Pain. Pain Academy's laning has actually been shockingly good this split. But they are getting a little bit overconfident with their leads and throwing a little bit. Like, this part was okay, whatever. Cats gets cuts out. It's his jungle. It's a good catch. Hidan comes in here. And Hidan is slicing Maelstrom. Problem, though, is this part where, like, Marvin just goes in face first. And then he flashed and messed up the flash, too. Like, he flashed from there to there. You weren't getting safety. Unfortunate.
Mas não tinha o que fazer, foi eliminado ali, uma eliminação importante, como você pontuou, tanto Quats quanto ele foram ali no
Doesn't change a thing for Pain, though. Fluxu are still in trouble right
aqui em
now.
cima, Black e Kiki vão buscar
Like, they're still struggling to find a way back into this game.
recompensa de objetivo, atualizando, podem tá
Kicks hook got Blackie stunned.
do time do Fluxo, impede que esse abate saia.
E essa ultimate do Hidan foi muito mais
Blackie actually ran out of range.
né,
And then the hook got one more cut of slicing Maelstrom.
experiência o ouro da onda de minions.
It's fine. It's fine.
Tá vendido, vai entrando.
It's okay.
O dano do
While Flux is making this play, they are dying everywhere else on the map.
Vem aí o hack, hein, mas
Oh!
guarda da caçadora. Se ele tiver a base, meu mano Hidan não tinha como.
They're just not wanting to give Eno the kill. Eno got it anyways, though.
Também fez a festa, levaram a T2 e conseguiram ainda assim empurrar muito à frente essa T3.
You know what? I appreciate this from Fluxu. Fluxu is not just lying down and taking it without a fight. They are still trying to find ways back in. And we said before, with how they've fallen behind, they can't 5v5 team fight. They don't have a tank. They don't have good disengage. They've got to find these sort of numbers advantage situations. And if it comes at the cost of turrets or dragons, so be it. You have no choice. Like, if you try and fight this dragon, you die anyways. So it's a slow death, but maybe there's a chance that Pain messes up somewhere or something. Like, you just do what you have to as Fluxu.
E uma alma infernal. Eles podem garantir ela daqui a menos de 5 minutos. Pode ser ponto muito interessante.
Okay, the Mirror Mana peeps are about to come online soon. Blackie should be getting his power spike. Marvin should be getting his soon as well. 321 stacks. I'm thinking for Fluxu, maybe at 2-item power spike, there is a chance for them to actually play this as a full comp. There's a chance. It's still not easy, but yeah. Okay, Kick is dead. Yeah, okay, you don't get to play as a pole comp when Kick is dead, though. There's no CC. There's no hard CC to stop engages. Or not even stop. You can't even stop it. To delay the engages coming through from Pain.
E com certeza aqui no meio também pode ser executado mais uma destruição.
O fluxo não tem selva pela parte
Okay.
do mapa, que foi
I said before, when you lose the mid-inner turret, it makes the side turrets a lot harder to defend because you can wrap around and kill them. The same is true of mid lane. When both sides have gone down, mid is actually very, very exposed. If you get pincered from both sides, you're dead. Like, there's no safe side to run to. So,
essa onda de torres de
okay.
conta.
Very late ultimate from Skybart. You've already lost a turret. Oh, Gigs! Good body blow from Cats. Good teamwork.
A equipe do Fluxo agora tá quase que contra a parede, né? Numa
Yeah.
sinuca de bico, porque tá
Unfortunate for Fluxo. It has to be Kick setting up Skybart. If not, Skybart's equalizer doesn't matter. Once you used it for the wave clear, like, Fluxo just can't fight. And then now Baron's coming up. It's so tough for Fluxo. Kick trying to ward and even just walk up right now is so scary. If Cats had vision, Kick just dies right there. Stepping up. Okay, let's see if Pain can close out clean, though. I don't want to see them overdive or anything. Okay. Skybart stepping up. Interesting.
Mas é alma infernal, né? Fogo no parquinho que o time da PEN já tá instaurando. Tem ali essas brasas infernais que vão auxiliar nesse.
Skybart's actually done pretty well in the 1v1.
Então só tem que capitalizar.
The problem for Skybart has been that Hidan gets to roam and has been picking up kills of other people. But in the 1v1, Skybart's still okay.
Temos ali 2, quase 3 itens fechados pra cada jogador aqui do lado da tradição. E com certeza daqui pra frente só vai piorar.
E a equipe da PEN tá numa situação muito
Okay,
confortável
Baron
agora, porque
removed,
eles
but
podem
the warding situation for Pain is not amazing. They don't have all the aggressive wards you want for a Baron yet. And against a pole comp, again, it's kind of risky. This is not your traditional pole comp, like Juliera on Trigo. No, Juliera on Jin, pardon me. Like, okay, it's about kill damage. Hidan gets caught. Oh my goodness. That's through exhaust. They exhausted Hidan like, as early as they could. Okay, nice. They at least caught Marvin. But Baron is being done right now. They need to get somebody in there. Tatu's taking additional damage if Gigs and Cats are not in the pit. Walk into the pit. Okay.
outros na parte inferior.
Okay, they still get
Acabaram,
Baron.
tomando o
Jeez.
engage da equipe do Fluxo, muito bem jogado pelo Kik,
I've got respect for how Fluxo have
essa
been playing this.
proposta que
They
foi
are
bem
still making things happen.
executada pela equipe do Fluxo.
They are
A
just too far behind. The
organização
laning.
não teve muito como reagir,
This is, I think, the first time this
conseguiram
split
fazer
I've
o Barão,
looked
mas
at
o Barão
Fluxo's laning and gone,
arriscado,
well,
que poderia
they
ter
just
sido
lost in lane.
executado.
O
Like,
quarto
genuinely, if they
quase
didn't
foi
lose the
eliminado,
lane that hard,
inclusive, ele agora fecha o seu gume do infinito.
I think they'd be a lot more
Então vai ter
competitive.
que tomar muito cuidado quem quiser dar de frente com esse
Ooh.
gigante da rota central.
Por falar em gigante,
Oh!
Vou falar de gigante também, porque o
Oh!
homem eliminou,
Cats!
dizimou, deletou o Black.
Holy!
Esse, a coletora
This game has such high
foi
damage numbers from everybody's so bursty.
também ofereceu
It's disgusting.
bastante dano pra cima do Quats, e
Okay,
olha a
arrow
flecha.
lands.
Já passa a flecha lá no Enel, vai agora chegar as raízes.
There's no follow-up here. Like, Marvin's not anywhere nearby. If Fluxo knew... Oh, Fluxo didn't have Equalizer. If they had Equalizer, maybe they could have done something. Ooh, Julio gets out without having to burn flash. Props to him.
E daqui a pouquinho vai nascer a algo
Yeah, the teams
infernal,
are,
pode
like, or
ser
Fluxo
algo
specifically is
também,
very scrappy.
pode
We're
ser
kind of going
bastante
one for one
pra eles, porque eles
constantly.
estão completo
It shouldn't be
controle
the
de
case. Like,
todas
Pain
as
should be able to
áreas
find
do
bigger
mapa.
number of
O Fluxo
advantages.
tá tendo que se defender, pegando uma baixa aqui, outra ali,
But that's
mas
fine.
ainda não é o suficiente pra bater de frente
They're pushing up
nesse
now with
5 contra
Baron.
5 contra a Pain,
They should be able to
que
take two
tá muito
turrets.
forte nesse ponto do jogo.
É aberto, então a torre T3 do centro do mapa pode vir inibidor também ao chão com essa mão do Barão, mais 1 minuto e meio de ban.
Equalizer's up from
O
Skybart.
time da PEN tá com
So
tudo
Pain have to be a
nesse
little bit
jogo.
careful how they
Tá,
want to approach
inclusive,
this
incomodando o fluxo de dentro da base.
this tower.
Tudo bem, a onda de Minions vai acabar, mas eles podem partir pra mais destruições.
Será que eles vão continuar por aqui? Acredito
Yeah, the
que
biggest
não.
problem for Fluxo right now is that because they're behind, they need somebody to soak all this poke that's coming in from Pain. It's not even good poke. It's not even big poke, but it is poke.
Lá vem também o time
Oh.
de VZ, passa o turbilhão cortante para tentar paralisar. Ridan segurando bastante do dano pra si. A
Yeah,
onda de
Hidan.
Minions vai tentar fazer
That's
alguma
fine.
coisa
He done
bem
sacrificing
rápida.
himself just to get
Torre,
the pressure.
já são
It might be enough to just end the game. It is. Marvin getting that pick is huge.
Enel de dentro da fonte.
There's not enough wave clear from
Agora
these
a
two.
equipe da PEN vai puxar,
Oh.
por aqui tem o time
Marvin.
mas não vai
Nice.
conseguir fazer tanta diferença. Parece que a PEN quer terminar o jogo.
Okay, they actually might hold. Not because of wave clear, but just because they chunked out Marvin and Gigs and Cats. All the marksmen.
No seu último limite da vida, foi uma boa
Okay,
utilização,
Fluxo's
então,
still holding on for
esse
dear
passo
life right
solar
now.
do Tatu pra evitar que eles fossem
There's an
pro
Infernal
back,
Soul to be
enquanto
taken.
o VZ tá assim, o fluxo se segura.
É, se segura, mas naquelas, né? Realmente com
Okay, they're looking
menos
for Gigs. One
dois
more volley and
e
they're
dois,
safe. Perfect.
mas agora
Gigs
de
is
olho em Minions,
out.
inclusive pra esse Cartus farmar, né? Pra crescer
Yeah, and then they're gonna get
ainda
Infernal
mais, a
Soul.
equipe do Fluxo
And Pain is so far ahead
mais uma defesa milagrosa
that
como essa.
Fluxo are just gonna
Agora a
die
gente tá falando
from,
de uma alma
you know,
infernal, uma Ashe, um Corte,
suboptimal
um Ezreal
poke.
que já estão
Only Ezreal is really a poke champion on here.
Fica bem delicado pra equipe do Fluxo conseguir
Cats is more like
defender.
burst damage
Eles
at this
não
point,
têm uma linha de
nuking
frente
than
tão
actual poke.
parruda assim, né? Tem apenas o kick, só que aí com presságio de Randuin,
Okay,
então
Edge of Night
aguentando um
picked
pouco
up
mais de
by
dano
Giggs.
físico. Tem o dano mágico ali proveniente do Ridan, que tá aparecendo com boas ultimates durante o jogo.
Soul
Um
picked
pouco
up by
complicado, né?
Pain.
Um pouco complicado, você
Baron's coming at 3
final,
minutes.
até tá
I
bem
don't even think we need to
complicada
wait for
a
that.
vida do Fluxo.
Just group
Mas
up as
consegue
5, push top lane. You've got supers coming mid and bot.
Partida, alma infernal pra equipe da PEN. E ainda assim, 2 minutos e meio pra gente ver um Barão renascendo. Acho
Just
que a gente
walk it
deve
in.
chegar
And for
até
Fluxo,
lá.
you get one
É o
last fight.
caminhar da carruagem, minha querida Tabinha. Agora a equipe do Fluxo tenta ao menos garantir um pouco de visão na sua própria selva, só que é rapidamente retirado. Os jogadores da PEN estão bastante incisivos nesse
You
aspecto.
walk in.
E trabalhando sempre juntos. Ninguém tá andando sozinho aqui desse lado azul. E tem um da de Super Minions querendo entrar já na base pela parte da bot lane.
Até porque a PEN quer andar junto.
Okay,
pra
supers are
conseguir
pushing in
fazer aquela
bot.
sequência de controle de grupo que
The
a
siege
gente
situation's
já
about to start.
conhece. O Quats com todo o seu dano, junto também com o Marvin,
Okay.
podem finalizar
They managed to
ali
desync the
os
waves, at least.
adversários.
They cleared that
Nesse
wave out
caso,
really,
da
really
equipe
fast
do
up.
Fluxo, que tá tentando se
Oh,
defender,
oh,
mas
oh.
tem Super Minions por duas
Wait, was that
rotas,
from
e
Cats? Was that a
tá
big one?
pressionando a última
Tell me that
roda.
was a big one.
E acabei de reparar, tá?
'Cause if
Tem
that was a
6
small
abates que o Fluxo tem, 6 abates que o Enel
got problems.
capturou. Então talvez essa segurada de recursos tenha sido um probleminha pra gente acompanhar esse desenvolvimento.
Yeah, unfortunately, Tatu's not the one person they want to find. Oh, Hidan, beautiful engage. Hidan's had some really good ults this game.
Não tem mais o que fazer, double kill nas mãos desse lendário Maokai. E olha só a aclamação aberta.
Oh.
Meia do quarto tirambaço só.
Okay, there we go.
Acaba se
They found Tatu.
Mas ainda vem a equipe da PEN pra finalizar
At least give them
mais uma
that.
partida.
Agora não tem jeito, o Fluxo não vai conseguir se defender. A PEN então continua avançando.
Yeah,
na tabela
Fluxo
do
is
segundo
now
lugar.
0-4. They have yet to find a single win.
Atuais campeões vêm, então, pra mais
That's
uma
a
vitória.
feels bad moment, honestly, for
Eles são
Fluxo.
garotos,
Oh,
eles
guys,
são
no.
do jeito é o GG.
No, we're shooting fish in a barrel.
Uma vitória completamente
Why would we do that?
dominante.
Okay.
No começo do
Um,
jogo, eles já conseguiram colocar sua composição
I refuse to upgrade this. I refuse to upgrade their draft score. I don't think the draft was amazing. From like a more objective point of view. I mean, in terms of how they piloted the draft, it was really good. The laning from this team was absolutely nuts. Like, it was really strong laning across the board from them. Their map movements were really solid as well. I don't feel like they trolled or entered or anything. Yeah, they were just there where they needed to be. The team fights were really good from them. You know what? I think a lot of it comes from Hidan specifically too. Like, yeah, the X factor from them, the burst damage that's coming out was nutty. One of the best games yet. This might be the highest individual score I've awarded a team. But part of it's also because Fluxu did really well in their own way. The laning was by far their weakest point of this game. And it's against a revitalized Pain Gaming Academy who was doing well, who went toe-to-toe with IDL, who beat IDL on everything except for mid. The map movements from Fluxu honestly weren't bad either. My biggest problem was that they never really team fought, but they couldn't team fight. Right? Like, hey, at least NO was where NO needed to be. NO was making like the plays he needed to make. So, you know. That's fine. You know, map movements right now. Yeah, I'll give them a 3 for map movements. It was fine. The team fights that came through were terrible, or not terrible, but like it felt terrible because their comp team fight. I'm gonna give them a 2 because I can't really say that they team fought well, but they did find picks when they needed to. You know, I'll boost their map movement because they tried to find picks where they could, and I think there were moments of good plays, especially, you know, Blackie comes to mind with how he played some of those fights. I'm trying to think if there's anybody else who I'd really give that. Let me just check the end of the game. Okay, so I guess technically NL should get it with how he played. I'm gonna be honest, to the eye test, Blackie kind of looked better, but I guess Blackie also entered the first fight, so yeah, NL probably the one who deserves that one a bit more. X Factor though, like I said, the eye test for me, Blackie did look good on the eye test more than anything else. I'll give them 1 for that. NO did really solidly, but not like the most impressive when it came to actually like popping off. Yeah, I was thinking a little bit about how like this is probably the best game we've seen from Fluxu. This was honestly a better showing than I expected. Kind of similar to the sort of whole what was the other game we had today? The Liberty INTZ game. INTZ and Fluxu both had good games today, surprisingly. Bottom of the pack is starting to punch up a little bit. Unfortunately, they're both going to sit at 0-4. As well as they did. It's it wasn't enough. Pain are still looking way too strong right now. If they clutched up like this against other teams, I'd be much more impressed. Yeah. Let me put a note. The cannon was good. Cannon engages were on point. Albeit a little bit brute force. I mean, you can do that because you have that far ahead. If he wasn't that far ahead, he gets popped trying to get in there. So. Yeah, those numbers from Hidan were pretty good. Cats though, Cats had some nutty 1v1s. Like absolutely disgusting pop action. And Marvin's mechanics this game were actually super clean. I didn't like the Ezreal pickup. I still don't think Ezreal added anything to the team fights necessarily, or to what the comp wanted to do necessarily. But I will acknowledge that he played it very well. And so he made it work. And Ezreal's one of those champions where technically you can fit it into any composition. You can squeeze it anywhere because it doesn't int, you know? Like it will just always have some sort of impact. So. Yeah. That's good. Okay, that's game 4. So I'm going to take a quick break, grab water, hit the washroom, you know, kind of get set and ready for next round. And yeah, I'll be back shortly and then we'll kind of finish off the thing. Oh wait, you didn't see this. We came into Tatu today. Okay. I do not agree with this one. For a change. I'd have accepted Cats, I've accepted Marvin, I would have accepted I chose Hidan. But to me, Tatu, no. Like he did well. Everybody on Pain did well. I just don't think he was the biggest import from Bahia. Bahia?
Outro jogador e
Okay.
realmente que fera.
Okay,
Acho que o
well,
Giggs também
I'll
se
be
manteve
back.
muito bem nessa partida, um pouco fiquei um pouco de dúvida ali entre os dois, mas acho que o Tatu, por aquela vantagem, por estar na rota do meio antes do Enel, não deixou que esse Cartus crescesse desde também da vantagem anterior, a primeiro avanço da equipe da PEN no jogo, então eles dominaram e muita parte dessa dominância veio justamente nas mãos do Tatu, veio nas mãos da selva da equipe da PEN.
É isso aí, parabéns PEN, Zuda que vem então com duas vitórias na Super Semana, parabéns Tatu com 2 MVPs, mas a gente vai virar a página, então primeiro Tabinha, muito obrigada pela sua presença.
Inenarrável.
Até amanhã,
Até
a gente
amanhã.
encerra a Super Semana, não saiam daí que pro jogo de Loz e Tropa Ryzen vem V7 Skit pra fechar o dia com chave de ouro. Tchau, tchau.
Sabe como podemos mudar o jogo que a gente tanto ama? Incluindo todos que também amam jogar. Fazer a diferença nesse game passa pelas nossas mãos.
E pelas mãos de todos que querem o melhor para essa comunidade.
Porque quando a gente abraça outros players, transformamos a nossa rede de apoio em uma comunidade que se apoia como um todo. E damos voz a quem tem o poder de transformar nosso jogo.
É por isso que um campeão de verdade escolhe abraçar a diversidade.
E isso não tem preço.
E sejam muito bem-vindos de volta, muito boa tarde, bom dia, boa noite, em ordem errada que é pra poder deixar os kits irritados. Como é que você tá,
Tô bem,
meu
cara,
querido?
tô tranquilo hoje. Ô, boa tarde, pessoal, pra mais esses últimos 3 joguinhos aqui do dia, estaremos com vocês, porque tem time que já tem que começar a vencer. No último jogo do
Tem
dia tem aquela
vários,
loud, cara que não pode mais vacilar. E no jogo de agora também, de Tropa Rising contra a LoL, são 2 times que tem que vencer hoje.
Assim, a gente entra naquela situação do 1-2, vai começando a dar aquela perigada, vai começando a dar aquela azedada. Então, assim, os times agora tem que tomar cuidado, porque um campeonato curto vai começar a dificultar a vida deles mais à frente, irmão. E
Sim.
nesse momento,
A gente tem que ver como é que eles vêm de draft daqui a pouco. Porque hoje já apareceu até um Ezreal aí, que eu comentei ontem que eu tava com saudade, apareceu. Vamos ver se aparece mais uma vez. Foi bom, ganhou o jogo, inclusive. E a gente tá vendo jogadores na tela aparecendo. Já temos Nero, Tavares, o Dudu e o Consec. Do outro lado, a gente encontrou pra Ryzen, que é o Reversed, Milkyo, o RD Gap, Bebenji e Murilão logo na sequência.
Yo, Lunaday. Sorry, I stepped. You came in while I was just way grabbing water, but good to see you, buddy. Last ever split of the final season of CBLOL Academy. Whoa. Let's slow down here. You know, I'm sure there'll be some sort of tier 2 or academy for CBLOL in some shape or form. It might not look the same, but I would be very shocked if we didn't have some sort of academy system, especially with the success that we've been having with all our promotions. Like this split too, Yoops and Dioj stepping up, huge. Super Clever, Makes, you know, all these guys all came through the academy. There's some good players in here too. Not some. There's a lot of good players in here too. So, yeah, I'm sure that we will still have academy in some shape or form. And I think Fogetta has also confirmed that academy is not going anywhere. That said, you can still enjoy this split of academy. There's still a lot of talent to watch and enjoy. Today's been a better day. I know that you're here at the end of yesterday, Lunar Day, and you're watching me slowly lose my mind and my will to live. Yeah, sure, it'll be transitioned to tier 2. What's the difference between tier 2 and academy to you? Because in North America, when we talk about like academy last time, like when we had an academy before NACL, we used the word like tier 2 and academy like interchangeably. So for us, like, was the same. So I'm curious what you mean by like what the difference between academy and tier 2 is to you. And while you do that, I'll quickly take a look at the draft as well. Those academy. I've been really liking. They've stepped up quite a bit. Ooh, Tavares got his LeBlanc again. Okay. Joper Ryzen, they've been a bit more hit or miss. I still generally like what I'm seeing from them, but RD Gap needs to step up a little bit more, I feel like. Skarner, Corki, Tristana, Metabands all the way through. Talia, Renekton, Callista. Okay. That's interesting. Again, fairly Metabands, nothing too crazy. I don't know. Well, okay. Jota Mize's Renekton is a little bit scary. I don't think it's ban worthy, but understandable. Ash ban, we go. Okay, this has been like the standard red side for R1, R2 today. I don't hate it. I actually quite like this. I agree with this R1, R2. I'm liking it. Okay, we go Leona instead of Nautilus with the Ashe. This is an old school kill lane. Still a little bit surprised to see it Prione. And then we go LeBlanc because we think it's strong. And then they pick Nautilus or lose it. We go Ahri as an answer. I don't like this. I think LeBlanc is stronger in this matchup. Oh, sorry. Bancerus, Camille, Aatrox. Okay, that makes sense. And Renekton. That's good. You want to try and force Jota Mize on something safer. Not as big carry. Vex ban against RD Gap. This is new. Okay, like the Akshan I think we saw, but Vex is a new one. Okay, that's super interesting to me that we're banning that. I like it though into LeBlanc because I think Vex can mess up LeBlanc. I assume RD Gap plays a lot of this champion. We go to Ahri, which I already said not a fan. Lee Sin, LeBlanc, old school combo. I like it. We are blinding. Oh no, we didn't blind this because of Rumble. Okay, I like this. This is actually a pretty good draft. Scaling, good counter. I'll get this a 4. This comp is a little bit more early game. These guys are trying to match the LeBlanc Lee Sin, which is not bad. I like Rumble. This is okay. Honestly, both drops are pretty good. I like both of them. I don't like Ahri Volibear as much. That's a personal dislike. I'll give this 3.5 out of 4. But overall, yeah, pretty happy drops with both. Okay. Lunar Day, think Valorant. Okay, I will say I do not know anything about Valorant, so that also could be like a reason why I did not have as much problems. Earlier, Arxent, Books, Dark Knight, Soapchan were on here talking as well about Valorant, and I unfortunately don't know it. So, a few small orgs with Academy or Challenger teams of tier 1 teams, maybe some independent groups of 5s. Okay. Okay, so I guess the tier 2 would be more similar to this, where we have teams like Tropa and Flamingo Academy and like IDL. Is that what the Valorant system's like then? If that's the case, I actually don't hate it. I mean, at least in the CBLOL Academy form that we're seeing it here. I don't know about Valorant. I heard Valorant had problems, but I don't know. And part of the Valorant problem was because it's all Americas, right? Like they were playing in NA. Was that the problem? Like they were playing in LA specifically? Yeah, agreed. I'm not a fan of Volibear that much, unfortunately. Like, understand he can be a good champion, and he's very he's like old school Udyr. He just runs at you and flash stun, and then you're screwed. But I agree. I don't like Wallbear in general. I think he falls off pretty hard. And with the Ari too, this just feels like a poor man's LeBlanc Lee Sin. You know, that's why I docked him half a mark. It's not bad. It's a personal thing. Maybe it works. We'll see. It's all NA and LA. So that's one thing I do appreciate that Riot did was they didn't. That we are still having separate regions and they're still playing in CBLOL right now. If they moved our teams like from Brazil to NA, I agree. It's dead. They killed CBLOL. But at least they didn't do that. So you know, I have hope. Like the regional play will still be there. I think what really hurts me is and then I was discussing this like Arxent and Chan earlier, and I know Arxent was very, very upset about this. I think the biggest issue is the 4 teams which will be dropped from CBLOL. I can't imagine which 4 teams we're going to lose, but all of them I think will hurt a lot. So we're going to see how it goes. I hope they stick around though. I mean, Academy still has a promotion, or like 1 team still gets to play up. So maybe it just makes for a very competitive tier 2 in Brazil. Because already, I mean, I think Brazil's tier 2 is very competitive, right? Like teams like Tropa, teams like IDL, teams like Rise Gaming are all really good teams. Yo, worst case scenario? I think I did. I saw like, in the community Discord, definitely saw a lot of. Let me try and find it.
Mas pra LeBlanc é muito forte, cara. O Takeshi tá jogando todo dia com essa LeBlanc aí de First Strike. Pegou até o desafiante em cima dela, porque tá muito forte de você poder abusar da lane, abusar do seu adversário, conseguir esse item mais rápido, acelerar. Eu gosto que você justificou que ele pegou.
What was it? Your worst case like for promotions? I remember your comment about like teams just like picking the same old people over and over again. Yeah, that was an issue with NA, but. Oh, hold on, sorry. Okay, nothing. I'm trying to like look for. Yeah, there was a lot of discussion. I can't remember like which what the worst case scenario was. So if you don't mind like condensing it for me, give me an outline. I'll probably remember the details to give me the outline. Hopefully. Yeah, I think we will be talking about it on Gringos Liberados though this week. We have scheduled a special podcast with 4 people this week because a lot of us want to talk about it. So we're trying to get as many people on as possible, like among our CBLOL English group, to talk about this whole merger. Okay. Yuko looking for the gank. So far, neither of the junglers have been particularly impactful. SR loses their LCS spot, Rebellion, Complexity. Oh, that one. Oh. Yeah, I would be shocked if that happens in the first split. Like, ooh, that was close. Mukyo is wasting so much time down here. He's cancelled his back twice now. 3 times. Mukyo needs to get a gank. Like, if he doesn't get a kill, he is so far behind. Okay. Oh, good flash, good flash. If Mukyo flash stuns, Konseki's dead. And now there's so much time wasted. Are they trying to dive this? No shot, we're diving this, yeah? Tropa Ryzen also fielded the mid lane pressure really, really well. Tropa Ryzen kind of winning out a little bit right now. Show me bot lane. They're diving bot, guys. Please. What happened down here? Did we just walk off the wave and lose CS? Doesn't look like it. Okay, we're fine. Yeah, Mukyo suffered a lot. He lost his entire top side because he stayed down bot trying to get that gank off and couldn't find it. With the Volibear, you just need to like rolling thunder and roll your way right into that lane. Any hesitation and yeah, it kind of shafted. A little bit unfortunate. CBLOL could lose 7 teams if Riot only cares about money. And Shopify Rebellion is into the women's side of esports to lose out completely. Yeah, that would indeed be the worst case scenario, Lunaday. I hope it does not come to that. I don't think it will. I do think that Kako up in head office for Riot Americas is trying his best to try and preserve as much as he can of CBLOL, which is why we don't have why we're playing like in the CBLOL arena and only minimizing sort of the interruption to the regular CBLOL style. Like I said, I'd be very shocked if they allow FaZe or Complexity or TSM into Brazil. I have heard that TSM was already looking at Brazil in the past, and Riot Brazil said no. So I don't think they do it now. When they're making this big change, maybe in the future if other teams want out, but yeah, I would be surprised if they do it for 2025. Okay, we're just poking around, messing around. Nero trying to steal away everything from Mukio. Mukio did get Dragon though, so that at least is a little bit nice for Tropa. And Tropa needs to get early advantages, it feels like. I don't think this Volibear Ari combo is going to be that good later on. Ooh. Oh, they don't kill Morello! That dive went so sideways for Los. There we go. Finally, Mukio gets the kill with the flash. Okay. Yeah, that was actually pretty good from Tropa at the end of the day. I think Los Grandes got a little bit too hypey with the turret dive. The same problem when Tropa wanted to dive Los Grandes. Against Leona, against Nautilus, you have to set up properly. And unfortunately, they just miscalculated ever so slightly. Morello was sitting on like fractions of health for so dang long. Like, it was just a little bit of miscalculation. But Morello got enough CC out that ends up being a 1-for-2 trade. Not worth it for Los Grandes in the dive. Rough. Completely unrelated note, how badly booed is the Argentina? I don't know. I'm actually curious. I saw you guys talking about that. So, full disclosure, I mean, y'all know I'm not South American. I'm like from the other side of America. I'm Canadian. Like, I'm way up north. So I don't know what the regional rivalries are like. I know that y'all trash talk LA a lot. And you know what? On the international stage, I'm down for that. A little bit of rivalry is fun. But realistically, like, how bad is it? Like, actually, does Argentina, like, I know when it comes to football, Argentina and Brazil fight a lot, but like, is it gonna be that bad for League? Like, what was it like last time when you all did Rift Rivals and stuff? Because yeah, Rift Rivals was a little bit before my time. I wasn't really tracking Brazil at the time, so I don't know what your regional rivalry is like. Yeah, right here, Murillo lives with a fraction of health, and it was time for another turret shot. Nero gets locked down, can't get out. Those a little bit over aggressive on that. The idea was good, but if they had gotten the kill on Murillo faster, I think they actually get out. They trade 1-for-1 still, but yeah, it's fine. Those Grandes still even up the gold. You're not from this hemisphere either? Oh, okay. Oh, you're not? Oh. You mind if I ask the other day, where are you from? Like, I always just assumed, because I saw you, I know you're always in the CBLOL chats, I always assumed that you're from South Hemisphere too. You're just America? Or? Okay. So far, actually, we've not seen the Lee Sin LeBlanc combo. I feel like when you pick these two champions, you kind of need to gank and try and get this duo off. Especially pre-6, it's really strong. Post-6 gets a lot harder because of the Spirit Rush. So. Born in China, schooling in US right now. Oh, okay. So do you follow the LCS side at all? And how did you find CBLOL, actually? I'm curious. Same question everybody always asks us, like, oh, you gringos, how do you find CBLOL? Yeah, I think it's good for through Spoods. Okay, that's cool. Yeah. Yeah, back when he used to produce for us. It's rough hours for Spoods though, unfortunately. Okay. Yeah, I think it will be good for the LCS at least. I mean, the whole point of this merger, or not the whole point, but a large part of it is for the LCS. We are ganking mid. Okay, that was a choice from Jota Mise. It's fine. I mean, he's just coming out of base anyways. It's not a big deal. But we burned the ult. I need to see Nero gank mid lane. Like, you need to punish this. Now that you got the Spirit Rush out, I fear they won't, but I feel like they do need to. Yeah, Spoods, yeah, he was the primary BCS in this. Actually, I feel so bad. Good thing. Is Spoods, are you still on stream? I know you were here earlier, and I can see you like as somebody in the list of names, but I don't know if you're here. Yeah, I feel so bad for Spoods in the VCS, man, because VCS is actually getting hammered. And VCS is a good region. I wonder if the VCS English will like still be around in some sort of form for APEC. Or maybe they should pick up some of those casters for the actual like APAC stream, like Garena or whatever league. If we go back to the Garena Premier League back in the old days. Tropa Ryzen is getting smashed right now across the board. Just individually, they are He just got zoned out.
Não tá sendo visto naquela sentinela ali na Trimoita. O jogo vai dar aquela
This is still a tough
salvada
dragon though for Los to pick.
da partida em jogo. E o Nero vai ensaiar
Wait,
nesse início, mas são quatro jogadores
yeah.
do Tropa Rising por lá.
I think that he went up enough. Los might have to give this one up.
De vida em cima dessa área.
There's no TP on Jota Mise.
Não consegue
And he already used Destiny to get that gank mid. Didn't pay off. Okay. Yeah, Tropa Rising. Okay, okay. For all that Los is winning the 1v1s and 2v2s, the skirmishes, and they're finding like small leads in their lanes, I think Tropa Rising's actually okay with how things are going with the dragon stacking. Again, Volibear Ari falls off, but you do have Varus still, and you still have a lot of good setup for Rumble. So I think they're okay with this for team fighting reasons. As the game goes on, I assume Los Grandes will look more for split push, and Tropa look more for team fight. This is how I'm doing these drops right now. And then you hope that we get the official English broadcast. So do I, man. So do I. The problem is I don't know if they if they're even gonna do like official broadcasts or they're just gonna do co-streams like we're doing this split. And if it's co-streams, like whether we'll get money because they gave us some money for this year. It's a lot less than what we got than our actual pay from last split. But Riot Brazil was very kind to us. Riot Brazil has done well by us, but I don't know if they're gonna give us more money for next year. So. Yeah, like all this Academy co-streaming I do is completely unpaid. I just do this because I love Academy. I love Brazil, and I actually quite enjoy watching CBLOL Academy. Today has been much better than yesterday, so like yeah, like I enjoy this level of play, not what we saw yesterday. Yesterday made me cry. GPL was your favorite league, bro. I used to watch GPL, and I used to get so triggered watching the English broadcast. I ended up watching the Taiwanese broadcast. I couldn't watch the English broadcast with a straight face. So, like Spoots, I'm actually Singapore, or I was born in Singapore. So the original GPL English broadcast was like a bunch of Singaporean guys. So the accent used to crack me up hearing them talk about stuff. You watched the Cantonese broadcast? Yeah. Yo, Cantonese broadcast sounded cooler than the Mandarin broadcast, the Taiwanese broadcast. Oh. Wow, this gank is... Why are we doing this? Why is Los Grandes forcing these fights? Like, I don't... Oh, nice arrow. Okay, we set the fight up. That fight was such a weird fight for Los Grandes to pick. We are enemy jungle. We know RD Gap is here, and he can rotate fairly quickly because you're pushing into his jungle. And we went hard for that. Like, Los Grandes walking out for 1-for-1 is honestly a fairly good result for that play. Why does Los Grandes feel like they need to pressure so hard? I do not understand this. That's super weird. Yeah. Odd. Tropa Rising still playing a really solid game. They've got full vision control on this top side as well for Herald. And they're not rushing anything. They're letting Los Grandes just play into them. And I assume they're just going to play for objectives. I like that. This is one of the reasons why like I was pretty hyped for the non-franchise teams coming in. Like this roster, the names did impress me, but their play impressed me with how they played in week 1. They're not like the best hands in Brazil necessarily, but they actually play more disciplined than quite a few of the franchised academy teams. Cantonese is the spoken language managers based off the written version. That's why it's a simplified version. Okay. Oh, hold up. Nice clean dive. See, this is a good play from Los Grandes. They are sacking Herald for it, but they already had no control topside. So I actually like this from Los Grandes. I don't know if Los Grandes was aware they had no control, like no vision, or that Tropa had full vision on topside, but either way, I'm okay with this play. Ari's there trying to just hold the wave, basically. Because they did the lane swap already, right? So reverse this up top. You've got Babenji and Murillo pushing down mid. And then you get RD Gap going down bot. Because RD Gap has technically the escapes, so it's the safest one to put in the unsupervised lane. Mukio's dead, he knows it. Why was Mukio there? Did he just not go back to base as the rest of the team? Oh, he was invading for blue buff. Okay. Yeah, normally I agree. For most mid laners, I think you don't go for that. RD Gap probably thought that he was safe because he has Spirit Rush as Ari. And he learned that he was wrong. So, yeah. I expect that we don't see RD Gap. Like, Or I expect we see RD Gap use Spirit Rush a bit more aggressively next time, to be safe. Yeah. Agreed, not with the TF. Yeah. They'll learn. They'll learn. Okay. Yeah. What was it? Oh, yeah, we're talking about GPL. Yeah. Yeah, no, Cantonese just sounds like cooler. Like, during like the hype moments. Or most of the time. Like, I know like one phrase in Cantonese. And that's about it. Like how to say one phrase in Cantonese. I can still understand like a little bit, but not very much. Certainly not enough to have a proper conversation. Okay. Yeah, Tropa's playing a really good macro game right now in terms of objectives. Like they have been on lock with pretty much everything for objectives. Only the first set of Void Grubs. This team fight gets kind of dicey though. I don't think they're better at fighting right now. Oh. Tavares is playing, like, I like his LeBlanc. He's being absolutely obnoxious. That's how you need to play her. The constant side poke and pressure. The kill threat. Okay. We used the Destiny just to get vision and deny them the dragon. I like that from those Grandes. They need to make sure they are applying pressure right now. They cannot be giving up these dragons for free. I feel like they've given up too much already. Okay, hero charge mid. Reverse is coming back out of base. Oh, Tropa starting this 4v5. Okay, it doesn't matter. Wow. Wow. They actually didn't have vision. Like, Tropa Ryzen just saw the angle and they just went for it. And they get two. Okay. That's huge. Tropa Ryzen. Wow. Yeah, their macro is so good. Wait, hold on. Tavares? No, I don't think Tavares. No, Murlow! No, if you had just auto-attacked. Okay, that's fine. Tropa Ryzen plays this really well. This was so split. Yeah, basically ended up being a 4v3. Like, I thought it was a 4v4 because Jota and Mise was out here. That's fine. But this part, oh man. Like, this call right here was what I was so impressed by. As soon as Tavares distorts back, they were just like, oh, we can do this. Because we know Jota and Mise is not in the area, like not here, because they have so much good vision. All the plays they've made so far, Tropa Ryzen gets such good vision. They go for Herald, they lit this place up like a Christmas tree. They go for Dragon, they light this up like a Christmas tree. And because they had vision of this, they know Jota and Mise is not in this area. They know Destiny's down from the earlier play. Tavares distorts back, and they instantly just go. Because it's a 3v5 or 3v4. Really good call. Really good. Yeah. No hesitation. And then the rest of this fight too, they just keep pushing up. Like, Los Grandes, again, they're playing, it feels like very disrespectfully. Like, they're individually playing well, but right now they're not grouping up, and then they just kind of let that one go. Yeah, if they had grouped up on the back off, like they would just move together, they'd be okay. But Tavares and Jota and Mise were still looking for more pressure. Like, they wanted to find more kills and picks. LeBlanc has no cooldowns. That was R. Wait, but the distort was still down, right? Like, she double distorted, didn't she? I mean, either way, like, I like the fact that as soon as her actually went back, like, basically, even if it distorts back up, right? Like, you can still force that fight immediately. What the hell? Oh, okay. We just running forward with no destiny. Okay. Jota Mise getting kind of hypey there. Literally, when we talk about running face first into a bush, Jota Mise literally just did that. He literally just... Jeez. Yeah, Los Grandes are... Yep, they're playing a game of League of Legends. Solo queue right now. Just like the not out on VO there. Small thing. Yeah. I did not even notice the depth charge. I mean, they got the 2 kills. They got their job. They already got their Infernal Soul Point, which is what they were looking for. It's funny, too, because Los Grandes is still up gold when all is said and done. They still have more lane pressure. They got more turrets. The CS advantage, they still have CS advantage in most of their lanes. But the team fight is the problem right now. And Los Grandes, this is a interesting comp for team fighting. It's doable, but okay, there we go. Okay, they are absolutely popping off, but RD Gap got caught. Never mind. Okay, they are turning it. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm sorry. I that fight had a lot happening. I want to slow it down a little bit. Because the start of this fight was kind of crazy already. I thought it was a good start for Tropa Horizon, but they actually kind of got wiped. Yeah, okay. So Konseki and Tavares got into the back line and just absolutely ripped them apart. But it turns out it's the Ari Volibear, which we didn't like, who's actually carrying the rest of this fight. Yeah, we traded like the 80 carries effectively in the very beginning of the fight. And who gets to the back line? Yeah. The Volibear actually ended up carrying this. Because unfortunately for LeBlanc, you can't do anything to the Volibear. He's too damn tanky. Yep, you literally cannot do anything to the Volibear. He's too damn tanky. Wow. Wow. He thought he was good something. Yeah. Jose Mise absolutely got melted though. That face plant charm. Jota Mise's positioning is not amazing right now on this Twisted Fate. He is indeed playing a bit like a Kazante. Like the way he's standing there feels like he thinks he's tankier than he is. He's not really like kiting or positioning well. Like that one, he was literally standing right in front of Ari there. He walked in front of Ari. Like that charm could not have missed even if you tried. Okay. We are burning everything on Leona. Tavares with the flank. That TP. He went deep. Nice. Okay, okay. Yeah, Triple Horizon getting a little bit high feature. Like, both teams need to chill a little bit. This is working out for Los Grandes, these messier fights. That's how their comp needs to operate. I like this composition, actually. I just think that they were misplaying it. And then we overchase again. Oh, nice. LeBlanc, the deceiver. That team fight sucked, yeah. Yeah, there was a lot which happened in that team fight. That got very, very messy, unfortunately. Yeah, to be fair to the Ashe, I think the initial movement that Dudu had in towards the TP was the problem. But by the end of it, like you weren't getting away. The initial decision was wrong. Then after that, because of the direction, yeah, the choke points, it got kind of nasty. Yeah, and then on top of that, it's like Dudu and Jota Mise both kind of troll their position there. But in that last fight that we saw around that mid turret, we were seeing that Tropa Horizon has to be a bit careful too. They're not that far ahead. They're not ahead at all, actually. They need to respect that we can't be, just going on a Leona and trying to kill the Leona. Even if you kill Konseki there, I think Los Grandes just engage on you 4v5 and win it. They have double marksman, right? So. That's fine though. Those bad team fight, that bad team fight to me was like a heat of the moment style team fight, right? It's not like teams shouldn't have been fighting there or whatever. It's more like, okay, the action has been going fast and heavy, and we got a little bit caught up into it. The question to me now is whether the teams can like calm down and actually play these fights right. Both of the teams have very different win cons for how they play it. RD Gap's Ari has been impressive though. Like, I did not think this Ari Volibear would be that strong, but Mukio has always been a Volibear player. Back when he was on Loud, like 2022, 2021, 2022, Mukio's Volibear was something that was quite scary. So this is like a comfort pick for him, and he's playing quite well on it. But RD Gap's positioning and ability to find squishy targets has impressed me a lot this game, even though Mukio has higher KP. Los needs that mid turret to get vision, or this will continue. Yeah, the funny part is I don't even think they should have that much problem with getting this mid lane turret, to be honest. They just keep brawling. Like, play the side lanes. You've got Twisted Fate, you've got LeBlanc. Play your side lane pressure. When they go for the gank, just take the turret. It's already so low.
um jogo aqui que os dois times estão tendo dificuldades de achar.
But also the vision from Los Grandes has been very spotty.
De vitória.
So
Eu
it's
acho que
hard
o
for them
Los
to
Grandes
actually get
tem
those split
100%
push
split,
and push
os
up mid
Tavares têm que
safely.
agrupar bastante
If they get
ainda.
enough wards and
E
play
do
like
lado, a gente
4-1,
viu também
they can do
o
it.
RDGap jogando muito pra poder travar o JMZ.
And then yeah, the game gets a lot easier once that goes
Tem
down.
que lutar, mas tem que escolher melhor seus alvos.
Oh, Murillo.
Tá chocando a sentinela, Murilão. Engage pra cima dele lá.
Ooh, they did not get that CC chain. That was the most broken CC chain ever.
Porém, ele não é abatido e sai com vida. Agora sim, tá chegando o bebê, tá chegando.
And they blew 2 ults to make that happen too.
Era contestação, mas
That's kind of not good.
vai abandonando por enquanto.
The good thing for Los Grandes' composition is that they can, even if they screw up a play, they just need to reset, right? And just wait for the cooldowns to come back up. Tropa have to be careful how they engage the fight because they are not exactly a wombo combo, but a lot of their strength is in their ultimates. And there's a lot of mobility on Los Grandes outside of Ashe, and to a lesser extent Twisted Fate. So if you're going on Nero or Tavares, it's very hard to lock down and make it count.
Você
Joga do mid também, né?
você garante torre. Então acaba sendo bastante coisa ali a favor do RDGap que consegue
Okay,
fazer
party gap.
o seu retorno na jogada, né? Tanto que você vê que ele agora
Ooh.
tá 4-1. Enquanto isso, o Tavares
Tavares ate both sides of the Kia.
retiram do cara de vida dele, do outro lado tem Gage. Acabam achando
Oh, Konseki got caught again.
Consec, ele vai ficar de oferenda, isso pode abrir a avenida aqui.
I'm a support and I'm warding.
Gastar ultimate da área que nem ultimate é habilidade especial
Not great.
de cooldown.
Yeah, that should be Baron for a Tropa Horizon.
Rápido e é barão.
Because that was the primary tank for Los Grandes. They have nobody who can face check this.
Você tá longe ainda, o JMZ, ele tá tentando chegar agora. Na rota do meio tá essa.
Unless we use like Destiny to reveal. Yeah, we're using Destiny. Okay.
Sim, eles têm visão graças ao destino.
Okay, this could be really bad, potentially.
Tem teleporte ainda pra poder chegar. O Barão vai descendo, tem carta dourada pelo cara pra cima do urso. O Tavares vem pelo flanco.
Yep,
coloca dano.
yeah.
Do outro lado, em cima do bebê, a gente não consegue. O chute ainda passa.
Yep, this is gonna be a nightmare. Already Gap with the beautiful flank around.
Vai fazendo o seu, cai o tapetão de dano. Eles tiram o JMZ. Na sequência, cai o Lessin também. E a Lois compra uma briga que não precisava. O time da Tropa Rising
Linda jogada agora da tropa. Não só o abate inicial, mas também toda a
Yeah,
resposta da área que
I'm
consegue
hurting with that one.
com o seu TP. E no fim
Yep,
das contas,
agreed.
eles
RD Gap's having
precisam
an
bem
amazing
forte,
game right now.
toda a sua teamfight, vão levar esse
Like,
barão. E agora,
his positioning has been
ainda
spot
bem
on.
que ir pro dragão,
Holy crap.
rápido, o Nero tá eliminado.
It's funny too, because technically it should be the LeBlanc Lee Sin who are doing all the things that RD Gap and Mewtwo are doing. They should have an easier time finding flanks and like getting picks onto the back line. But it's not happening.
Acho que não tem nem como disputar. Se a tropa for direto e
And this
reta,
bot lane is like invisible right now from Los Grandes.
é bônus.
Ele tem o pinstore ali pra tentar sair. Vamos ver
Like
se
I want to see Dudu's damage numbers post game. No way we gave that to RD Gap.
lá o Aronga. O Dudu e o Consec vão tentando recuar. Purifica rapidinho.
One health on that scuttle. Oh my goodness. And now Mewtwo's just gonna run them down.
Movimento pro Dudu poder sair.
Mewtwo's having a great game too, but RD got better.
Volta. Nero volta. Tavares
Holy
de
crap.
novo. Tem que ser operado um milagre. Ele e o JMZ vão ter que fazer a boa pra aqui.
A RDGap tá sem ultimate pra cobrar pelo menos. Tavares agora com o
Okay.
Banshee, tem que ser um pouco mais agressivo em cima do RDGap que tá sem ultimate. E sem flash.
Tem purificar.
Okay, 5 seconds on the equalizer.
Eles focam em cima.
Muriel's already dead.
Ser abatido logo na sequência.
Equalizer in 3 seconds.
Vai tentando achar o dano pra cima da RDGap do Reverse.
Equalizer's up.
Ainda. O dragão vai sendo feito. Nero fica mais à frente. Milkyo do outro lado.
There we go.
Passa
There's the red carpet.
Tira a vida de todo mundo. Milkyo e Nero vão se estudando. Arremessou,
Oh,
chutou pra longe.
and we did not maximize it.
Chega no flash. Consegue
Okay,
o outro chute,
we sack Nero for this.
Nero.
It's kind of
O
worth.
Daniel Matão sabe.
Honestly, Los Grandes, worth.
Por enquanto,
We take those.
não consegue garantir
We
um
trade
final.
1 for 1 and get Dragon.
Que a tropa deve perder bastante tempo de barão, tá? Porque eles vão ter que resetar, perderam muita
This is
troca.
night.
Eles foram disputar esse dragão, mas eles não tinham o ultimate do reverse logo de início, voltou mais pro final. E como eles
Man,
perderam
this-
muito tempo indo atrás,
I'm really liking Jump Horizon, man. I like the way they're playing this game. I mean, that fight didn't quite play out the way they wanted. The red carpet didn't do anything, but I still like what they're doing. It's still really close though. Despite being 7 kills up, Los Grandes are just fundamentally playing. Well, Jota and Mise is printing money, but also like fundamentally, I think they are carries are doing a pretty good job making sure they're picking up farm where they can. If anything, the disappointment for me is a little bit Nero. Nero's been like their one of no, just yeah, he's been one of their best players up to this point. But this game, he's not having a good game, and he keeps getting caught trying to make things happen. Okay, we throw arrow. That's okay. Cooldown's really short. It'll be back up. And honestly, the Baron buff, yeah, not very effective for Troop Horizon. So I think Los Grandes are pretty happy with how everything played out when all said and done there. Oh, we are not defending this turret? Why are we not defending this turret? Huh? That's weird. Okay. Well, the Baron power play ends up being decent for Triple Horizon. I was a bit like, okay, they only get one turret. That's not that big a deal, but nope, they got 2 turrets. Okay. It is what it is. Okay. Jota Mise just keeps pushing. I kind of want to see a Zonios on Jota Mise. Or like a GA, I guess. And then he can just initiate fights with gold card. Yeah, Los need to take this time to kind of re-establish their control with the lanes. That Baron cost them a lot of turrets. Especially top and mid, not having those inner turrets means that it's going to be a lot harder to approach this Baron later in 2 minutes time. Dragon's probably higher prio, but nevertheless, like, Baron comes up first, so. Oh, you can't defend that turret on either side of the map. It's a funnel. I think Los Grandes could have. It is a funnel, but also Tropa's dive is... Like, it can be negated. Like, with the Leona Ashe, I feel like you have enough CC that you can do that. The gold cards from TF also complicate matters on that dive. The funnel works both ways for the teams. Okay, Tavares trying to go for the deep long con. Oh, my goodness. Like, I feel like I'm misplaying that fight. Okay, we turn off. We're going to turn off this turret. So this turret is just a piece of terrain, effectively. Yeah, I feel like the problem is the engage game. It's very disjointed. Like, Tavares is not in position for that fight. They used the Solar Flare and Enchanted Crystal Arrow early because they wanted to keep their turret up and alive on that fight. Which means to me, either you do it sooner, but then Tavares wasn't in position, or if Tavares is not positioned, just call it off. Don't do that. Because now you lost a turret. Like, the turret did nothing, basically. And then you fought a 4v5 on open ground. It's effectively what you did there. Yeah, the TP was just not in sync. There's not a lot of wards for them to use. They had to use the ward all the way out there. Yeah, I think you just sack that and try to go for the pick after. But also, again, props to Tropa Rising. Look at the vision they have on display, right? Like, they set up a perfect vision net so that you are not even afraid of flanks whatsoever. Tropa's map, like, vision control this game was, like, beautiful. It's the best vision control we've seen today. Every objective they want to make a play for, they do this. Oh, does Mewtwo die? Looks like he has no damage. Okay. Yeah, really, really nicely played from Tropa Horizon. Okay, Super's going in bot. Oh. Oh my goodness, we find another gank. Artigap and Mewtwo, please stop. They have families. Yeah, that's a free Baron. Can they do this and get Dragon? Probably not, right? We're using Destiny to give vision. Okay. And now we are sprinting on the other side. Nice. Okay, let's get out. Well played. Hey, Wilkes, RD Gap, yeah, this is his best game yet. Like, we saw he had hands in the Akshan game, but that his first game with the Akshan was kind of tough. But this game, he's immaculate. Ooh. Still, Jota Mise is probably doing more damage than Dudu right now. Nero's cutting the wave. I don't know if it matters. Yeah, they have enough minions with the Baron. No, we are going for kills, okay. Yeah, we do not need minions, I guess. We just brute force this. Okay. Yeah, Drake, no, 100%. Drake didn't matter. I was just saying that it's good that they got it, because I was actually worried for that Tropa would just take Baron, finish Baron, just walk down and kill everybody, and even get Dragon to boot. And that would have just been like depressing as all hell. Joe Horizon, really well played. Yeah. The laning was good. The map movements were insane because they were finding fights that they shouldn't have been able to find. So it's incredible. Yeah, like our cleanest win of the day. Like, and it wasn't even close. Like, super crazy. What's up, Lunar Day? What is so amusing? Laning from Los was not bad, but I would have liked to see more. I feel like they had a lot of combos they didn't utilize. So 3. The map movements were actually not bad from them. They got good pressure. My biggest gripe with their map movements is their bot lane just didn't do anything. Like they could have done stuff, but they didn't. Like you've got Ashe Leona, like that's a kill in itself. The Faker skin is $500. The statue for the same skin is $260. The NFT skin costs more? Almost double the price? What the hell? You know what? Okay, on one hand, I can see the case being made that the Faker skin, more people are going to see the Faker skin because you use it in game. But on the other hand, what? I don't know, man. I pay more for like a physical object than like data. I'm sorry. That's crazy. $500 for the skin. Damn, it's prestige. Damn. Okay, I don't I don't know what to say about that. That's weird. You know what? Hey, if people want to pay for it, more power to you. You know. Not my cup of tea, but hey. Yeah. Again, my comment on Ghost Grounded stands. It feels like they don't get the assignment sometimes, which is a little bit disappointing. Because the top side did a lot of work this game. Map movements were good except for the bot side. I guess I give them like 3.5 because I don't want to dock marks for them. The team fighting was not great. I need to see the damage numbers because the bot lane did not feel good. Jota Amize and Tavares and Nero had some good moments, but Nero struggled quite a bit, unfortunately. Do I give this to Jota Amize? Or do I give this to Tavares? I think I give this to JMZ. Oops, not KMZ. JMZ. Sorry. Yeah, when they lose, 13.5 seems to be where it's at. Pain just... Wait, Wokes, actually? Why did they... No. Pain Goddess was doing so well. Wait, are all the CBLOL teams letting go their female teams? But the news doesn't even affect the female teams. Why are we doing this? Man, I am actually upset. Why? Yo, like the Goddess Cup and things were like such a good thing that Brazil was doing. Is it just Pain? Please tell me it's just like one team. Cutting costs for the franchise application? So, is the franchise application just going to be like who has the most money? Please no, that's like the worst thing you could do. Like, if you're going to do this, if you're going to say that like you have to have the most money to apply for franchise, you need to tell teams in advance so that they don't spend the whole bag on their team and then get screwed next year. Like, I could see Kaboom getting screwed by this. They paid so much for their team. Wow. Oh my goodness. Okay, I will say my reaction to this news right now is a gut reaction, right? Like, I have not thought this through. It might be a good thing. It might be like they have reasons why they're doing it. But my gut reaction right now feels really bad that this is why we're doing this. Like that it's about the money, or that the money might be the thing that decides this. Oh man, come on. That's really upsetting. I hope that, you know, after this... Oh, damn. Hold on, sorry. Tavares? Okay. Tavares did work. You know what? I mean, I'll change my thing to Tavares. For Los, but... Yeah, I hope that this is like a temporary thing, and that like as soon as they get the franchise and everything like, kind of calms down, that they will be able to bring back the Goddess Cup team. Because honestly, like I respect like what Brazil was doing with their whole Goddess Cup. Like so much respect for them. Like this is not like this is very upsetting. Like game changes in North America is not at the scale that Goddess Cup is. Like
Agora eu quero perguntar uma coisa. Você já deu 2 nomes.
É dos dois.
oh well, no, I was just telling Luna Day earlier that I don't think they do that, right? Like they're trying to protect the CBLOL teams. No.
O RD Gap é pra mim o meu destaque dessa partida. Foi muito próximo entre o meu Kyo e o RD Gap, acho que os dois jogaram muito bem. Eu fiquei
Yo, there's no picture for RD Gap. Where's this picture, man?
Você tá dando a trivela, né, velho? Homenagem.
That's like one of the best parts of CBLOL Academy is their MVP picks. Please no.
Só que eu acho que a Ari teve dois abatezinhos na side, LeBlanc,
Yeah, I think as somebody from NA, I think it's been shown that making it all about the money was not a good idea. It didn't work. It never worked. The best time for NA was like the old school Bay Life days, you know, like when TSM was just like Bay Life. When CLG was like Hotshot GG, you know, like it wasn't about the money back then. And that was the best time in NA. CBLOL is not always about the money either. Like the most expensive teams don't win in CBLOL, and it works well. Like please, we know it doesn't work. Please don't make it all about money. Man. Yeah, I am actually getting this is so dumb. You know what? News is not yet. Things might still change. We'll kind of see how it goes. It might things might change yet. I don't want to be all doom and gloom, you know. Things could still change. And again, yeah, it's a hit for the female scene as a whole. As Pain was the biggest engaged in fan base. They do have the Exodia. Yeah, 3 Towers 4 finals. Yeah. Yep. And that's why I'm like kind of upset. I know like teams like Rise, like Pain, like these guys had invested in the female scene. And yeah. It's so frustrating to hear this. Oh, jeez. Again, but we'll see how it goes, I guess. Like maybe as soon as things settle down, like it'll all come back. I don't know what's gonna happen. Okay, I personally don't watch the Goddess Cup very much. Unfortunately, I don't have enough time to track it. Mostly I hear stuff from Sofchan, because she's, you know, she's very heavily invested in that scene. Are the top like Goddess Cup teams competitive with Academy teams? Like I know Leandrin played for one of the Goddess Cup teams. I know Stella used to play for one of the Goddess Cup teams. Like are they competitive enough? Because if they are, then like hey, it might not be the worst news. Okay, let's see. Flamengo versus Furia next. Furia's been doing pretty well. The Shino and Steiner, I mean, they've stepped off a little bit from last split, but they're still doing generally pretty well. Aikawa has been impressing me a lot actually in this bot lane. Aikawa and Mano have looked really, really solid. So this might be a bit of a rough one for Flamengo. Flamengo should be doing better than they actually are. This is a really stacked team. Then yesterday, like, Zai struggled immensely. I don't know what happened there. So on paper, this should be a good match. I'm looking forward to this game. I think both teams should be like above average teams coming through for this one. Whether or not they live up to expectations, I guess we'll find out. Yeah. Lolo's actually been stepping up as well. I felt like last split Lolo was the guy I was kind of looking at on this Furia roster going like, hey, I need to see more from him a little bit. This split, I think he has been kind of delivering. He's no longer just like steady. He's actually had some carry performances coming through a little bit, which I feel like for mid laners, that's what you need to have. Like even Piloto was
no dia de hoje
you
pra
know,
conseguir esse jogo.
Piloto was always a very stable mid laner, but until he started carrying, like he wasn't really CBLOL material. So okay, draft wise, let's see Renekton, Kalista, Skarner. We are banning Ashe against Zai. Okay, well I think it's a good ban in general, but Zai's performance yesterday was griefing. Jack's ban against Zemnis and Good. Okay. Generally, a little bit more target bans coming through from Furia. We prio Varus. That was what we were seeing yesterday. Today we've been seeing red side Varus a lot, but I prefer blue side Varus. I think it's safe pick to kind of go with. We go Trist and Nautilus. We answer with Talia. Okay, that's fine. We are worried a little bit about... No, Kalista got banned. Interesting. Okay, so we just wanted this right through, so that's fine. That's good. Leon in a match. We go Jhin into Varus. I don't know how I feel about this one. I guess we'll see how this works. And Flamengo just doesn't pick a tank again. So we're going... What goes top here? Is this a Kali top? Into Camille? That feels like a bad idea. Or maybe it's Viego top into Camille? Yeah, I think you... Oh, I actually don't know. I don't know what I'm seeing here. I don't... Yeah, I'm very confused into what you're running into the Camille here. I don't feel like Akali is a good match into Camille. Wait, top match is bad for Camille against Akali? Really? Akali top is a Camille counter? Oh, I didn't know that. How does that work? Because I thought like Camille can just lock down Akali, you know? Or does the shroud cancel the ult if it hasn't landed yet? Because I was thinking like Hexa Ultimatum locks in Akali, and then you can kind of just... Her shroud is a lot less effective when you know where she is. Okay, and then, well, y'all are explaining that to me. I'll look at the Lilia into this. Lilia. Okay. Yeah, the Lilia pick does feel a little bit out of place. I don't hate it necessarily. Like I don't think it's got any hard counters. Like maybe Talia can mess her up a little bit, but it's not bad. It does well into the Akali specifically. Shroud is too OP against Empowered Q. Oh, okay, I see. And then you lose so much in quick trades for the Akali. Okay, so you just kind of poke in and out and then just don't fight her? Okay. Okay, I learned. Okay, good to know. Today I learned. Akali is a good pick. Yes, Akali would win very clear. Yeah, that makes sense. She's got pretty decent just Q spam. Honestly, both these drops, I'm struggling to really score them because I didn't really understand them. That said, I do like to see teams cooking, so I kind of like the Akali top. The Lilia jungle... I think the Lilia jungle is going to struggle early, but I could see it being like an OP pick later for this team. And because we need magic damage, I don't hate this. I don't hate the Lilia pick. If anything, what I dislike is the fact that we went Triss, Jhin, and Camille. Like, this feels a bit of overload and physical damage. I would have liked something a bit tankier. But then I also hate the fact that Flamengo didn't pick a tank. When you saw Jhin being picked early, we didn't pick a tank here. So I'm not a fan of either of these compositions, like in terms of compositionally. I think I give like a 2.5 here. I think I prefer this still a little bit more. Just because I see the potential for Lilia later on. Early, I think she's going to really struggle. But later on, that sleep is going to do a lot against assassins. And the fact that she's a lot of AoE, she can play against Akali very, very well later on. She gets tankier depending on her build. I'm assuming you build a bit of health items on her. Then she can actually handle the Akali effectively. So I'll give it a 3. I'm still not sold on this call. I don't like it. I like the cooking. I just don't like... it doesn't feel like a cohesive composition. It doesn't feel like counter a lot. These drops are just not my favorite, unfortunately. War flashbacks to when you lost to a tank. Akali top is true. Actually, the tank meta where she was building like demonic embrace and stuff, that was toxic. That Akali was not healthy Akali. I am so glad they nerfed that Akali, like tank Akali, and it's not a thing anymore. Because that thing was just not okay. That was messed up. I agree. I have flashbacks. I didn't even play into it very much, but just watching other people have to play into it tilted me. It was actually so painful watching it. It's this is Aithusa trophy mode. We shall see. I am not fully sold on Aithusa yet. I feel like he's still suffering some PTSD. The nerfed health items, it's not great to build tank Lilia. Yeah, I'm not saying like straight tank Lilia. Like you actually want Lilia for damage. I think it's more just that a lot of her items that she wants to build has health on them. So she's actually pretty decent into the Akali. Later on in the game. Not in the beginning. In the beginning, I was gonna say in the beginning she's not good, but somehow Steiner is making her look good. Hello? You know what? No, that's Aikawa. That's Aikawa. Aikawa is doing damage. Steiner is just along for the ride. But that's actually really good for Steiner. That 2 assists already, and didn't even have to mess up your clear. That's huge for Furia. Yeah, Furia with the Jhin early too. I actually prefer the Varus side of this matchup, but well, you just got ran. I think the big problem for me is that we missed the hook there. The big problem is that the Viego just doesn't have that much damage early, and they're all squishy. Again, it comes to the sort of lack of tanks that come through for Flamengo, and this, if it's bad now, it's only going to get worse, especially since Aikawa got double kill this early in the game. BF Sword already picked up with boots. Yeah, I don't think Gut can look bot lane until level 6. And I think he needs Zai level 6 for engaged. This one's looking kind of dire, to say the least.
Esse quarto tiro? Então, tá feliz, tá muito feliz nesse ponto. O primeiro ultimate dele também vai machucar bastante. A equipe do Fla vai ter que tomar cuidado na hora de comprar essa luta. Eles estão jogando o Viego.
Okay, Furia, we are gooning down the bot lane, okay. Wow, we... I actually really like this from Furia. They're just like constantly sending people down to the bot lane. They wanted Dragon, so they thought, hey, if we're going for Dragon, might as well go bot and cut out Zai in rotation. Zai has had a very tough week so far. Yesterday, his Ashe game was really rough. Today, his Leona is good. We've seen his Leona before, but this is not the start you want to have as a Leona. Zai is literally being taken off the game right from the get-go. Yeah, Zai stocks down bad. Indeed. 0/10. It's even worse because as Leona too, like you have to engage, right? And you're the only tank for this Flamengo team. You will be frontlining. You have no choice. PayPal account. So, hey guys, because this is my channel, personal channel, like, and it's co-stream, y'all can say stuff like that and not get banned. Y'all say it on CBLOL English, y'all gonna get a warning. But here, oh man. But yeah, no, that Zai's having a rough week. No doubt about it. But I do like this from Furia. It's like you identify, hey, that's the guy who's going to be pushed up. That's the tank. If you take Zai out the game, Flamengo are going to struggle so much. They at least get Void Grubs though, so it's not like a complete wipe or a complete wash. Maybe they can make something happen up top. I mean, after all, Akali is counter, right? So, nope. Too late for my Tuza. Oh, we are diving Zai in steps now. Who are we going to? Who do we go to? It went to Mano. That's fine. We go next. Second dive. Oh. Oh, that's fine. We are just feeding Aikawa right now. It's absolutely brutal. Holy crap. We insta-clear the wave with the curtain call. Oh my goodness. I really like it too when junglers keep revisiting a losing lane, because it's giving Steiner assists, right? Like you're down 7 jungle, 7 creep, which is what, 2 camps, if I recall correctly. And you're still up gold because of all the assists. On the podcast, can you bring up the energy point to Soph? Yeah, sure. Lune, actually, do you mind just like popping that in the community Discord? Or wait, didn't we used to have a channel for podcast questions? Yes, we do. Okay. Okay, wait. Let me bring those Milorados. Season 3, episode. It's episode 3, right?
pra cima da Ituza, faz essa troca inicial no meio da selva de todo mundo. Ele tem um Manel dentro da selva do Flamengo, ele tá com sorte que ninguém viu ele por lá.
Não vai ser visto. Enquanto isso,
Holy
a
crap,
gente
I
tem
typo
aqui
discussing. I cannot spell.
a equipe
Well,
da
I am
Fúria tendo que
discussing.
vantagem. Vamos
Wow.
ver se eles continuam jogando pra lá, se eles
Okay, let me change that for any of you
bem
read that.
esses
Okay.
dragões, que é 2 minutinhos.
Yeah, I made the
Parte do jogo,
thread
realmente, da
in
Fúria.
the
Enquanto
community
o
Discord, so
Flamengo
you can check it there, and then we'll go through any community questions you might have. So feel free to drop that in there today. Did I miss anything? Did anybody else die? Nope. I think it's about to die right now, though. I was wondering if Stina would actually steal the kill. I'd be down for that. I like watching Lilia's get fed. And with Faded Ashes, like her clear speed gets pretty nutty. She's really strong. Yeah, this game looks like it's kind of doomed already. 6-1 before 10 minutes. 2.5k. It's actually not doomed when you look at the gold, but it's just that the fact that Flamengo right now, like bot lane is unplayable. Steps can't touch bot lane at all. Aithuza still looks like he's struggling, you know, to yeah, like that all in the top lane wasn't it. That roam in the bot side's not it. Bot lane belongs wholly to Furia right now. Like Flamengo, that's not even your jungle anymore. If you're trying to take that, you are playing with fire. Yeah, it's only the top side. Flamengo, I need to see Goot gank the top lane. I think between Akali and Viego, you should have enough to execute Shino. If Shino like leaves turret at all, I think you can kill. Well, you almost have to kill. Actually, Wokes, if you're still here, Lunaday raised a good question about like how the like the one LLE team, how's it gonna fit in among all the Brazilians? Neither Lunaday or I nor I am like we're not from Brazil, so I'm actually curious. Like, okay, I'm assuming again, Wokes, that you're Brazilian. You might not be, but I think you said you are before, right? So, do you think that's gonna be an issue at all? Like having like one LA random team like be in a Brazilian league like that? Are we expecting issues? Oh, Zai. Oh man, Zai's not even level 6 yet. There's no Solar Flare initiate from this, Leona. Oh, and we're still trying. Okay, Zemnis is doing the things. Zemnis is doing the enforced recall. Never mind. And now they all die. Oh, okay. We are getting the resets. Good is trying to carry this. Never mind, Aikawa's here. Aikawa is literally Thanos right now. Damn. I believed. For a second, I believed in Flamengo. I thought they could do it. They could not. Well, it's an Argentinian team. So is it specifically Argentina? Like, Argentina. Argentina? Like, is there like a rivalry? Because I was questioning before too. Like, I know that y'all used to have Rift rivals with LLA. That was a bit before my time. So I was curious if like, is there like a rivalry? Because every time at MSI and Worlds, it just seems like there's no real rivalry. I always felt like Brazil competed more with Turkey than they did with LLA at international events. Probably will be Crew or Lev. Lev has some BR fan base because they're the GOAT. Aspas on their Val team. Okay. Sorry, what is Crew or Lev? Are those like orgs? Organizations from Argentina? I don't even know like the league rivalries because it's crazy. Oh, okay. So it is the football thing. Yeah, I was actually curious about that because I remember like football, Argentina and Brazil always kind of go ham. Because y'all are both like great football nations, but okay, that kind of makes sense. Rift Rivals was OES, LEN, and CBLOL thrown in. Yeah. But even then, like I remember, like even after Rift Rivals, like the MSI and Worlds tournaments, whenever those happened, it was just kind of like, okay, whatever. Like we're competing against Turkey more than like Dark Passage or whatever. Oh, it was 2 parts. Yeah, they still are, which is why they're splitting into like North and South Conference, where LAN plays up with NA, LAS plays down with CBLOL. Everybody was there? Okay. Yeah, it could be that I also just wasn't paying attention. I just remember like hearing a lot more about like trying to beat Turkey. Or maybe it was also the groups that we got. I don't remember if we got the LA groups very often at Worlds. Yeah, could just be the grouping. It could be tricky for the LLA team.
Bota pra dormir, daí você começa a spamar Ctrl 3. E fica pulando ali. Enquanto tá todo mundo dormindo.
Você é tóxico, viu?
Tricky how? Exactly.
É muito
Like,
bom, pô. É a maior
oh,
felicidade.
actually, would they play in the CBLOL arena? Do they fly out the LLA team then?
É bem isso a vibe. Eu gosto também.
Because then, yeah, they'd be physically there, right? Because it wouldn't be remote.
Eu fico rindo, então assim, né? Eu não posso falar mal de ninguém.
Dang.
A gente tá vendo a vantagem de barricadas a favor do time.
Different language, no yeah, exactly. That's why I just suddenly realized that way. Like, with how
Cara, ele tá
like the
bem,
Pain fans went after Redbird,
conseguiu a vantagem
I'm just imagining if like,
e ele
ooh.
pra eles, pensando nesse jogo
Ooh.
de uma possível virada, eles ainda têm um combo bem legal de teamfight. De você acertar o controle, de você conseguir abater.
Imagine the LA team in CBLOL.
Imagina,
Everybody's gonna
eles
lose their
perderam
minds.
todas essas lutas de início de partida. Eles perderam muito espaço de mapa.
Wow.
Aqui, honestamente, se levar essa torre do meio,
I hope that
demais agora, velho. Ainda
you know there are enough people who will still cheer on the LA team even in Brazil, like just as you know like neighbors and all that. Maybe like the anti-fans of a team will cheer for them. Like all the Pain haters will cheer for them when they play against Pain, or like all the Loud haters will cheer for them against Loud or something like
Eu
that.
quero ver como vai ser essa saída de Akari contra
With tier 2
você.
LA, we'll
Como
two
que a Akari
teams for a
consegue
bit, or at least a mix in the
se
second
ela
team.
consegue um abate, se for uma rota um pouco mais longa. Tem
Yeah, I don't know
momentos
what
que você vai jogar bem,
because their tier 2 or their academy is really weird too. Like theirs is like only for a month,
com mais itens.
and there's like not a lot of teams. So I actually don't know what's gonna happen to the tier 2 system, especially with like the least amount of things. Oh, the guest spot. Okay, yeah. True, because if they want to compete for it, they have to compete in CBLOL. But yeah, I don't know about their tier 2 at all. I was trying to look into their tier 2 a little bit, just in advance of the tier 2 Americas tournament, because I'm familiar with North America. Like I watch a lot of NACL. You know, I've been part of that scene for a while. I cover CBLOL Academy. I co-stream this because I love CBLOL, but I know nothing about the LOA system. But I've heard that I know that there's just like only a month, so it's very different. And I don't know if their development is any good for the LOA side of things. I think some of their LOA North players actually play in NECL, or like play up in North America side. Ooh, okay. CS and their NFL. I mean, there should be enough LOA players, right? Like they have what 6 teams, so yeah. That said, the CS and Dota series are merged and it's heated as far as BR LATAM in general. Okay, you know what? That's good. Like that's the thing too. Like I feel like it'd be better if LA had more teams and it's more balanced. Like because of the imbalance, I'm a little bit worried for the LA teams now that y'all have pointed it out. I didn't think about it because I forgot it's in person, but yeah. Man, that's kind of rough. Okay. Yeah, I've not been commenting on the game because there isn't much to say. Like, there's been some good map movement. Flamengo are still trying to make things happen, but their composition fundamentally is a bit of a snowball comp, and that's why I didn't like their comp. And now that they're behind, I'm not seeing good ways for them to come back into this game. Zai literally might go 0-10 at the rate they're going, and it's not even really his fault this time. Like you could argue the first fight was bad from Zai, but literally everything that's happened since, that's just what happens when you play Leona, and you're losing. Like Zai has to stand up to buy space for Goot, for Zemnis, for Seps, live or die. Super rough. Shino's starting to come online too. Unfortunately for Zemnis. Zemnis did a pretty good job in lane, but yeah, it doesn't even matter now. If anything, the pace of the game is slow because Flamengo have done a good job still scrapping and contesting objectives. So it's just that it doesn't get easier for them as this goes on. The Lilia skill is going to kick in. Camille skill is going to kick in. Triss scaling is going to kick in. Jin scaling is not going to fall off because you have no tanks. So
Então
E
você
o
já
Jhin
excluiu
também
o
tá
Aikawa,
enorme.
né?
Yeah, this
Ah, não,
one's
você não excluiu o Aikawa.
Não, o
Entendi.
Jhin também tá
kind of
enorme.
doomed.
Então, aqui-
I thought it would be a closer game. I really
Você
did.
tá descobrindo agora como é que
I don't know what
funciona a
happened with the Mango
interação
Academy.
do jogo,
They started well. In the first two games, even though they went 1 win, 1 loss in week 1, they looked good in win and loss. Then this week they looked drunk.
A gente vê que o jogo vai dando aquela mornada no momento. 2 minutinhos já tá chegando o Barão aqui na partida. Como não tem mais torres externas,
Right, Flamengo,
a Fúria fica até numa
please.
situação delicada de tentar puxar, porque eles vão se expor, né? Essa é a grande
And with a
parada.
team like this too, right? You've got Goot, you've got Zai, who literally just came, and Ithuza, who just came out of CBLOL. Actually, no, Ithuza and Zai just came out of CBLOL. Goot
Mas não vai. E a
came out, what,
criação agora,
last
com
year?
todo mundo
And
que
then
a criação
Steps
deles é o Zai.
was like,
Se o Zai não tá por
has
lá,
been in CBLOL
o
as
Goot
well.
não pode ser linha de frente. Ele tem muito dano pra virar em cima dele.
And your best player right now is Zemnis, who is a new and rookie.
Exato.
Essa é a grande
I don't know what to say about that, man.
Só que o Zai não tá tanque o suficiente pra poder fazer essa linha de frente com tranquilidade, mesmo sendo uma leona.
Oh wow,
Fica
Mano
um jogo meio
flashed.
estranho, fica um jogo meio difícil.
I don't know if he needed to.
Flash ali o Manel pra sair de uma tentativa de
Just wanna stay safe, I guess.
muita movimentação no topo. Por quê? Já pulou pra cima dos Eminas aqui o Lolo, vai colocando dano, tem a marca, virou a
Oh,
cara pra cima,
nice
sai
bait
pelo
from
lado,
Lolo.
âncora quase que pegou, sai pela parede também os Eminas, passa o dano da
Unfortunately, they couldn't capitalize. I think they're trying to burn everything, and then if you can land the hook, they get the kill. But Zemnis able to get out. Well played from Zemnis.
Só que o Lolo, ele vai pular de
Wow. Oh my goodness, Lolo. You see, this is what I'm talking about. That carry potential from Lolo. Last split, Lolo was like a little bit under the radar. But this split, Lolo's having some really good moments. Like he's leveled up. And to me in the academy, that's like the most exciting things when I see players get better. Get good. You'd actually like to see some BR teams picking up talent from LA. Loud Valorant is an Argentinian in-game leader, and he's a great guy. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, okay, Grell was really fun to watch too. Like, I don't think he's the right pickup for any of the Brazilian teams right now, but I think he's fun. And like Jose Diodo is a good pickup. What's his name? Cody? Is it Cody? The mid laner for the LA reps was really, really good too. I think our mid lane pool in CBLOL could use a bit of help. Like, I'm so glad Dioj and Fu are popping off because, yeah, it was getting kind of stale with some of the old names. So, yeah, hey, maybe that's a good thing. If we can just pick up players from there.
Vamos ver se ele vai se comprometer.
Só que o Zeminas tá chegando por ali. O Gino agora
Okay,
vai
Zemnis should be able to kill
levar
Sino,
essa
right?
torre aqui, porque com vida, se pá que ele não sai. Foi à frente, flechou,
Yeah, Shino dies here.
veio a lentidão, o escudo no último segundo, ele tá contando com
There we go.
mas é tarde demais.
Problem is, up top, this is not great. Shino's just gonna run him down. Oh, good had to use that defensively. Yeah, this is a wipe. Oh. Shino even goes golden. I mean, perfect. No, perfect execution wasn't up. Okay. Yeah, I don't think even if you didn't stasis, probably can't get the kill. Tristana's jump is still one of the weirdest buffer spells in the game. That's really painful for Zai. That was a all expenses paid trip right back to your base for Zai. Okay. Lunar Day, you did a small dive into LA lower league. It looks like a small version of EU. They are regional leagues that all collect the best teams into a 1 month tournament. Oh, okay, so their academy is not really like a academy team. It's more like a EU Masters sort of thing. Interesting. I did not know that. That is really cool. Well, so far this Flamengo team is so below expectation. Yeah. Again, like last week, they actually looked good. I don't know what happened this week, but they are very underwhelming this week. You look at the name value on this team, this should not be the case. I don't know why. It's very annoying. I like Goot. I think Goot's a good player, but it feels like they're determined to prove me wrong right now. Okay. Okay. Hey, Flamengo found a way in. I'm a little bit surprised Shino didn't actually try and dive the back line a little bit harder. I want to see what Shino's build is, actually. Is Blackfire Torch into Leandri's? Or Riftmaker? It looks like Leandri's. Okay. We're going for round 2. If Shino didn't engage earlier, why would he engage now? Okay. I guess because Aikawa was there. Good punish.
específico que não tinha ultimate da Lily, então eles tentaram aproveitar pra
Yo,
poder
Dragon?
ver se
Hello?
conseguiam o bot.
Or we're just pushing
levar
in?
essa
Okay.
torre, levar uma bate na Ikawa também, que tem um neutralizado forte em cima dele. Mas
Okay.
não foi
I think Cloud's actually really strong for Lilia in general, so I would like to see Fury kind of pick that up and not just give that over. It's kind of scary. Lunade, named to watch a trigger. He's a Korean import in LA with high upside. Team that may be in the market for an 80 carry sell 50 would be interested. Oh man, I don't know. The VRTT thing is kind of weird. I don't think VRTT is bad. He's actually doing really well in the laning phase. So mechanically, I don't think it's the mechanics that are an issue. That said, I don't know if Trigger would... He'd still be an import, no? Because he's technically a Korean import to LA, so I don't think you get residency. Like I don't think they're grandfathering any of the players in as residency, so I don't know if Brazil would want to pick that up. Also, I feel like Brazil has so many good AD carries anyways. Like, I'm just thinking instead of that, and if you are going to drop your RTT, I feel like there's a lot of other AD carries we could just look at instead. Like Mortius. Promote Mortius. Though, I don't think K-Stars will let Mortius go. Unless they don't have a spawn, which is depressing. And, yes. I do not want to think of a world without K-Stars. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it was the Leandries. Oh, we didn't build Blackfire Torch. Okay. That's interesting. We went with just Leandries into Zonias. Huh. I guess we're building a torch now as third item instead. Okay. You know what? I kind of see that. I see the angle for that. It's probably like a slower jungle clear, but you probably do more damage to the entries in terms of poke with the scroll seeds. Okay. I don't know if that's optimal, but I can see an argument for that. Imagine if K-Stars go out the way of the Dodo and peace out. No, I refuse to think of that. Like I am so I'm so excited for this K-Stars roster, for this K-Stars team. Like, yes, I'm a Pain fan, but I still like what CL's doing. I respect what CL's doing a lot. Oh my goodness, Lolo. Wow. Wow, almost still finished them this. How many people does it take to kill Lolo? Pretty much the entire Flamengo. Damn. Still, they don't exactly lose too much for it. Steps is able to wave clear mid, and Shino will get pushed off top. So, honestly, not bad. Like, that was a good play from Flamengo. Yeah, Activision dies. Yeah, they didn't even lose their base, so very, very much worth for Flamengo. Lolo jumping in was unfortunate. Feeling himself a little bit. Understandably so. He's 7-2 and 5. He's very, very fed. Imagine Kaboom misses franchise and Loud gets sales. I'm gonna be honest, I don't understand the hate that Redbird gets. I actually think Redbird's a very serviceable support. Yes, I think you can argue that Seos is a better support, but I don't feel like the gap between Seos and Redbird is actually that big. Not on this not on this Loud roster, pardon me. Like this Loud roster, usually the issue is more Croc and Robo and how they're doing on the day. For the most part. Like, even if you had Seos paired with Root for those Senna games at MSI, I do not think it changes a thing. So, I don't know. Like, if they get Seos back, good for them. If they don't get Seos back, it's kind of like, okay, sure. I'm not like... yeah, I don't think it's that big a difference either way. Now, Pro Delta, on the other hand. Like, Curry's really good. I'm happy that Pain got Titan Curry, but I'm not gonna lie, it still stings a little bit that we gave up Pro Delta for that. Like, I think Pro Delta is really amazing as a support. I wish there was a way Titan and Pro Delta could have made it work. But that's that's a fan's wish, right? Like, everybody likes to wish, like, oh, my team or my roster had this player or that player. I think having Root by side saves is almost takes a lot, especially in lane. Maybe. I think that's That's a fair take. I think Root is really good at just minimizing mistakes early on.
Leva a parte inferior. Tá com 70 Hydra raivosa.
It's hard to tell with Root too. He's like not the most explosive AD carry. He's just super solid, and even when like mistakes happen, like he's good at capitalizing on them.
Se manter na
So yeah, it's really hard to tell. I guess it's true. Like if Redbird was not a good support, like we might not be able to tell. But I think we've seen enough Redbird like outside of Root as well that I still think he's just generally a good support, which is why I don't think it's like that big a difference. Okay, Flamengo, go for the Hail Mary. They actually could win this, but they need to go soon because Shino is just eating their base alive right now. Oh, they couldn't find it. Ah, that's like the second worst case scenario for Flamengo.
apanham a wave.
They lost Baron. They're losing their base.
O Fla não voltar, o jogo
They're still on the recall.
Ele vai continuar puxando por aqui, você vê que ele vai tirando
Like,
aqueles minions, o Flamengo vai reposicionar.
Ooh, jeez.
Até pouco cedo.
The worst case would be somebody getting caught from Furia, but this is like the second worst case.
Resetar ele spoiler, mas ele também tem a chance de continuar essa luta.
Cara, que timing perfeito aqui da Fúria. De levar o Barão, ter a wave no topo pra conseguir.
I'm actually curious if Zemnis can kill Shino now. Shino has 2-level advantage
Muito bem jogado.
and still doesn't want to push in. Okay.
E o Fla não teve
Understandable. Respectable. Let's not throw games.
Você vê que ele joga
I can get behind that.
Fog, né? Ele joga bem essa
Just
luta.
remember BY was the
Quando
pro.
o time da Fúria tá tentando recuar,
Wait, wasn't somebody saying, like, imagine a world where we do the merge and then Brazil, like, Pain loses to Vivor or something like that? Did somebody say that in the general chat like a week or two ago?
na sequência do Manel, o Stinner vai passando danos, aí é obrigado a flechar, vai pra longe.
Okay.
Enquanto isso, do outro lado, o
Lolo
tá
is
chegando,
here.
eles viram pra
Oh,
cima
yeah.
dele,
You see, that Hex, like, ultimatum was why I was thinking, like,
em cima dele, tá preso no
Camille actually might be good into Akali. I mean, obviously I was wrong thinking that, but that specific interaction was what I was thinking about when I was thinking Camille into Akali.
como segurar, o Flamengo não consegue
Okay, Furia close out 30 minutes. A bit slower than I'd have liked, but I think a lot of it's Flamengo just fighting constantly.
O foco é no Nexus, valeu!
Zemnis, definitely MVP for me for Flamengo.
Essa semana, Ruby quebrado, Nexus no chão.
But holy, that drop was an issue.
Fúria como um todo, todo mundo jogou muito bem. Eu sei que eu falei bastante do Steelers durante a partida. mas
I don't know
o
what's going on with
demais,
this team.
acho que nem chegou a morrer durante a partida. Lolo também teve acho que duas emocionadas ali que aconteceram, mas de resto
It feels like
todo
small
mundo
mistakes and
jogou bem. O
then
Jim Manel também jogou bem ali com seu
mistakes just become big mistakes.
Tá sendo diferencial muito grande. E o Náutico
Like I don't know. It's kind of weird. Like their laning wasn't terrible for the most part, except for the bot lane. And even for the bot lane, again, I don't feel like Zai did that many mistakes. I don't feel like Steps made that many mistakes. They made like one bad fight, and then, if anything, I think Furia just did incredibly well punishing. So, I mean, I obviously can't score the laning high when that happened, but yeah, the map movement's not bad as well. I mean, they were constantly pressuring, trying to find something.
ele faz tudo, né, velho?
It's okay. I'll give them a 3.
E
Their composition though was not meant to team fight.
acho que
Yeah, this comp was kind of like, okay, we are looking for resets and picks. We are not looking to team fight. Given that that's the case, I think they did okay.
O Chino meio que se virou ali no early game contra a Kali.
Like they didn't really team fight when they didn't have to.
Pô, esqueceram de mim.
When they did have to team fight, they did what they could. I mean, there was a couple of times where Good and Zemnis almost managed to carry fights, almost. So, yeah. Top lane didn't matter, yeah. Unfortunately not. Zemnis was like the best player on that team, and top lane didn't matter. Laning, I will give them a 5. The repeat ganks into the bot lane was a thing of art. Holy crap, Steiner and Lolo were just like, okay, we are going to dumpster this bot lane so damn hard, they will build proper sewers to flush the septic waste. Like, that was just beautiful. The map movements were solid, were good.
Nesse jogo, acho que o Flamengo também se perdeu
For the most part,
em como
they
era a
were
execução do time.
good.
Acho que desandou
I don't
muito
actually
cedo.
remember the team fights that much from Furia.
Na rota inferior, onde eles perdem
Like, I know they had some, but it felt like really messy, partially because of the comp they had to play through. I'm just going to give them a 3, because if I don't remember it, it's probably not bad. It's also probably not good. And I'll give you 1 X factor for the way they played the bot lane. That was beautiful. Now, here's the question. Who do we MVP on Furia? Because Aikawa did really well initially, but Lolo had some pop-off moments. But Lolo also had some big int moments, like jumping in the bot side. Do we give it to Lolo?
Não, nem acertou, mas é quando o Zai vai, o
Minus
dano
50
do
map
Zai
rotation.
que aparece
Wait.
pra você é
Was
muito
Flamengo's map rotation bad?
e o Jin ali atrás.
I thought they were okay for map rotations.
Jogo muito
Aside from, like, I docked marks for the laning on the way the bot lane played, instead of the... Because I thought once they got off laning, I thought the map rotations were okay. It was terrible? Oh.
Jogo
É
pegado.
um jogo pegado.
É.
Vai ser
Okay.
um joguinho aí que pra mim é uma das definições ali que se eles conseguirem
Okay, no, Zai got caught, but like it's not Zai's fault, right? Like Zai, when you're Leona and you're just trying to like ward and stuff, like there's only so much you can do. So I'm, you know what? Okay, fine. That's fair. He did die, so I'll take a point away from map movements. But I don't think like it was like that terrible. Like they were at the right places they needed to be. They were just kind of behind, so they couldn't actually fight when they needed to be there, and they didn't get caught out that much. Like Zai dies a lot, but again, to me that's more a function of the champion and what you need to do. But yeah, I'll take a mark off. That's fine. That's fair. I mean, if you die, like obviously something was still wrong. Lolo? Do we think Lolo? Okay, we'll get to Lolo. I'll double check the damage. I think Lolo probably deserves it, to be honest. VOIP versus Pain final might break the space-time continuum and generate Big Bang Part 2. The amount of things that would have to go right for B-Boy to face Pain is definitely an interesting thought experiment. I would be so down for that though. Yeah, that B-Boy Pro Delta bot lane, like, oh man, I think that was my most like upset moment of the offseason, like when that happened, like B-Boy getting blamed for it. B-Boy was not the problem. Pro Delta was not the problem. Oh, nobody said Pro Delta was the problem, to be fair. But yeah, I was a bit sad that bot lane kind of broke up. How about Titan Curry is good though. I have no complaints about Titan Curry. That's for sure. Ooh, Lilia did more damage? No, but it was to me either Lolo or Aikawa. I think Lolo did more, so that's fair. Yeah. The Talia priority game, regardless of damage, should be able to get his bottom in here. Yep, that's fair. That's very true. Yeah, that's why to me, like, despite the fact that Sheena did high damage, he was not my consideration. It was definitely going to be one of these two. And the big question for me was how much did Aikawa actually do? Because Jin damage is very deceptive. The eye test for Jin tends to look good because his 4-shot does like so much, right? So a lot of times when Jin wins a fight, you see like the health bars getting absolutely chunked. So because of that, I have a bit of a hard time sometimes, like in game, trying to decide, hey, like are they MVP? Looking at the damage chart makes it a lot more. It makes it easier for me to tell like whether or not the Jin actually deserves the MVP. So. Yeah. All I heard was no. I don't know what just said, but they get the Steiner? Bro, I like Lilia as a champion. I like Steiner as a player. I do not think Steiner was even top 2 in this game, but okay. That's fine. Today, I have been very off with my predictions or with my MVPs compared to CBLOL Academy. Yeah, they were awarding a lot of like jungle MVPs as well, which I did not do. Like they were giving it to like Ivern and what's the other jungle? I don't know. Like supportive jungle picks usually don't catch my eye, so that's kind of this actually happens a lot in the day where the CBLOL Academy predictions, or not predictions, sorry, the MVPs, I'm usually quite puzzled about them. I will say this though, I don't think they're wrong. That's why I wish I could understand Portuguese, because then we'd understand like the logic behind it. You know. And sometimes, to be fair, like when we worked with Riot Brazil too, like I have inted the MVP votes before for bad reasons. So sometimes like just in the moment when you're rushed, you say a name, and then after that, like you're just like, oh, maybe I made a mistake. So I wonder if like, yeah, I don't know if that's what's happening there, but I'm just saying like, yeah, wouldn't be surprised. The Nidalee should have gone MVP over the 0 damage Renekton. Yeah. Wait, didn't Doom win MVP yesterday? I thought Doom won the MVP yesterday, no? Over Zinz? I actually can't remember. I remember that I wanted to give Doom MVP, but then I preferred, I ended up giving to, who's their support? I'm blanking on the support's name. Usant. I almost said Mano, but no, because they were both on the same team last split. Did you maybe switch? I thought I gave it to Usant because I had Doom already like on every other win. Yeah, I put Usant. Because Doom already won all my other MVP votes. Oh yeah, no. I wasn't gonna. I was thinking about Zen's, yeah, but I wanted to give Usant because I thought his engages were really on point yesterday. But yeah, that's fair. Shoot. Okay. Yes, last game of the day. It's our last game for the day, and it is Rise Gaming versus Loud Academy, or Rise Academy versus Loud Academy. I don't know what's going on with Loud. They should not be 0-3 right now. Like, this is super weird to me. So I'm hoping they bounce back. But Rise is not a bad team. This is like the old Pain Gaming Academy, and they are a bit of a hit or miss team for me this week. So I could see them losing. I could see them winning. I think I see them winning more than I see them losing, though. So we'll see how that pans out. LA started today. Hey, let's go. Who's on the LA teams, actually? I'm kind of curious. Now that all our Brazilians have come home. Are there still any... Wait, now what am I doing? I'm looking at the wrong place. Here we go. Closing season. I'm just curious if... Who we got? Hey, Beanie's over there. And Vavo. Yo, these guys were... This is Loud Academy support. Oh, okay. Well, Tropa support, my bad. I forgot he changed. Yeah, I was thinking Santa Vavo on Loud Academy. And Beanie was on Tropa, no, not Tropa, on Loud Academy too in the past. Hey, there's still Brazilians in LA. Nice. Yeah, Cody. Yeah, Cody was the right guy I was remembering in terms of wanted to see maybe picked up. Seiya is an old name. I remember that name. Mir went to LA. Oh, I'm glad Mir got a second shot, man. Mir got done dirty here in CBLOL. I was actually upset. Like Destroy, you want to get rid of that guy? That's fine. Like Destroy was not having a good time. Mir did so well though, and he got benched. Like he got fired just because Destroy got fired. I was so upset. That's good though. He gets another shot. On fleek. I like this name. That looks familiar. Where did he play? Okay. I don't recognize him from any of these. But On Fleek is a funny name. I like that name. And Trigger, that's the import you're talking about. Okay, wait. Should get distracted though. We are here for CBLOL Academy. I'm just waiting for draft to drop and then we'll kind of get into that.
Então são dois jogos complicadíssimos para Loud. Mas a gente falou, são nomes, 5 nomes, 5 jogadores que têm o calibre para ganhar. A gente fala muito sobre o Academy revelar talentos, né? Revelar esses jogadores. Acho que no caso da Rise são talentos que a gente
I'll respond to this message after.
Eles não precisam mais ser revelados. Já saiu na
Wait, what do you mean? What do I mean?
Também o N tá aí, pô.
We're here for
Então, vamos lá, Pixibans para vocês.
No, I'm here for a good time. We end up being here for a long time because it's 7 games. Okay. Let's see this draft. Kalista Sejuani ban. Respect. I think Sejuani's strong. I'm just always surprised to see that ban. We're still seeing Lucian ban. This is the only guy who's getting Lucian ban still. Lucian still banned against him. Kakashi. Kakashi was a big carry back when he was in Pain Gaming Academy. They lived or died by him. Mostly died. The Ashe pickup. Okay. We go Varus. Not Rumble. We go Azir. Annie's going old school. You know what? This tells me Loud is desperate. Because this is not a meta champion. But Annie has historically been a good Azir player. So this feels like desperation a little bit to me. From Loud. They want to win at all costs. Screw meta. And I respect that. I don't think you should always play meta. I think you play whatever works for you. Nidalee Corki. Okay. We ban Braum. That's pretty much standard against Ashe. Leona. Okay. We ban Shin and Lee. Okay, that's fine. I think if I see a Shin ban like this, yeah, I'm starting to think that this might be a carry. But I guess it works against both. That's fine. You go Viego for reset. We answer with these two. I don't think Aatrox is super meta, but it's okay. It's like A tier. And then we go Camille answer, which I like. I think... Actually, no, I don't like. What are my thoughts on this? Camille into Aatrox. No, actually, that's fine. Yeah, yeah, mobile enough. So Camille is good into Aatrox. I had to think about that for a second. I got it mixed up with Gwen in my head. Okay. This is a more meta comp, but I kind of don't like there's nothing that pairs well with the Nidalee. This Nidalee feels very like weird to me. Like it just does its own thing. It's an okay draft. I actually like 3 minus 0.5 because the Nidalee doesn't fit. So 2.5. We give this 2.5. This side's pretty decent front to back. I would have liked a bit more front line. I'm not sure I like the Viego Camille pickups here. I understand you're picking the Viego to try and reset on the back, but I really don't like it into the Nidalee specifically. Everything else is good though. I think I can give this a 3. End up with it. Yeah, Camille versus Aatrox is kind of weird. It's not bad though. Like Camille does beat Aatrox technically because Aatrox is very skill shot dependent. You need to land the sweet spots. If you don't land the sweet spots, then it does not. Like yeah, you'll lose the trades. Whereas Camille just kind of like runs around you all day, every day. So wait, nope, wrong way. This is 2.5, and then pain is 3. Okay. Wait, that's not pain. What am I doing? I am brain damaged. Loud. I have pain and loud next to each other, and I accidentally misclicked on the wrong one. It's like, why am I looking at pain all of a sudden? Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. I think loud in general have pretty decent matchups. Actually, no, the Corki into Azir is very good. You know, I'll bump Rise up. Actually, is it as good? I don't know how the Corki Azir matchup goes now because old Corki was really good into Azir, right? You just outrange Azir, he can't do anything. You just poke him down from half screen away. But new Corki is more burst damage. So I actually don't know how this matchup goes now. Aatrox wins in the extremes of Elo. Extremely low and extremely high Aatrox is better. Yes, because you're more skilled at the high levels to be able to play it, and at low levels, people don't have the hands to dodge out. But I feel like at the extreme end, like Camille is also good, like at the extreme end. So I think Camille actually right now is probably one of the premier blindable top laners. I don't know how many top laners still know how to play Akali, or ever knew how to play Akali, because she was more of a mid lane than a top lane champ. So besides Akali right now, like what do you pick to counter Camille? Like I don't feel like there's a lot of good answers into her. She can just walk away and disengage if she doesn't like fight you. And my biggest problem with Aatrox is just that like Camille is very mobile. I know they reduced the movement speed boost she gets, but even then, like with hookshot, it's still very hard for Aatrox to like extend the fight into her. And she just wins the short trades. So.
Calma nos playoffs. Então começa essa brincadeira aí. Mas no momento eles não têm realmente muita margem de erro pra poder ficar brincando. Então é hora de começar já a aparecer um pouco mais pra jogo enquanto a Ryze. A gente sabe que começa muito bem, tem um time aqui que tem uma iniciação legal. Não é a mais incrível, né? É Alistar, mas você ainda assim tem um follow-up muito bom que vem junto com isso.
É, você fala que não é incrível até você tomar uma flecha de cristal com a cabeçada na sequência e uma lança vindo junto, né?
Sim, mas aí a iniciação é flecha de cristal, que já não é incrível.
Ah, o Alistar consegue. O boi vai à frente, a vaca faz o seu, entendeu? Mas de qualquer maneira, eu concordo com você, tô só te atrapalhando.
O Azir joga pra longe, o Varus luta, o Nautilus para.
Eu tô só sendo chato com você porque eu gosto, é legal.
Faz parte, faz parte. Enquanto aqui, cara, acho que esse é o grande ponto da Ryze. Como que eles vão iniciar nesse jogo? Qual a vantagem que eles vão ter pra poder dar o start no time adversário? Porque acho que a Lorde tem que nos proteger muito.
Okay. Your Camille counter was Iroh, yeah. Actually, yeah, I could see that working. Yeah, because you can stun her out of the hook shot. Because the hook shot does take time. You've got 2 steps to it. Yeah, I could see that working. Camille struggles into mobility. I'm just trying to think like what are some mobile champions in the top lane? Because like there's Yone, I guess, but I actually don't hate the Camille into Yone. I don't think that's a winning matchup by any means. I think that's more of a skill matchup. Like I don't think Yone counters Camille either. I'm trying to think who else is like mobile in the top lane. Fiora? I could see Fiora beating Camille. But then I feel like that's also a skill matchup, right? Because, well, Fiora is always a skill matchup because of the riposte. But yeah, I could see that as a winning matchup for Fiora. Theoretically, if both your hands are good enough, then I think Fiora has the edge with the riposte. What else is mobile? I mean, we just saw the Akali. That was a hard counter.
2-1 buscando 3-1 hoje.
E, cara, uma coisa que eu tô esperando da Academy, é que a Academy gosta, né, desses picks diferentes.
Yeah,
Você viu o Barão de 20 minutos de Zyra e Tristana? Que rolou na LPL?
Adorei. Uma participação
Yeah,
de
Camille makes most things true because it's like all about like decision making when you go in with the hook shot. True. The shield makes your short trades better.
Vamos ver como que vai ser aqui. Como que
We say as Zekas just beats the crap out of Curdy. Cassante does not counter Camille. Camille is a Cassante counter.
O pessoal gostando de engage. Os últimos 3 jogos do dia, o pessoal
Most of the
curtiu
tankier
esse
bruisers do not do
engage,
well
o
into
pessoal
Camille.
jogando bastante
At
com
best, you win lane. Like Renekton might win lane early, but then as the game goes on, Camille beats the crap out of Renekton. Same with Cassante. Actually, I think Cassante's laning is even worse than Renekton into Camille.
Ele quer dar o poder da esse all-in na troca e conseguir ganhar.
Oh, Quinn.
Conseguir tirar a cura dele e levar
Wait,
vantagem.
is Quinn a counter? I don't think Quinn is a counter to Camille, actually. Because Hextech Ultimatum messes up. Like, Quinn is most afraid of champions who can get onto her and actually stick onto her. Hextech Ultimatum like hard counters. Like, I can see Quinn winning the laning phase, but once you hit first item and 6, I think Camille actually might be a Quinn counter.
Saia, consiga garantir pouco a mais de visão, ele vai ver a selva completamente limpa. E com isso,
Yeah, especially if you're gonna run like Camille Gallery or some crap like that.
eles sabem que o Orlando tá pra baixo.
O ponto
Yeah, 'cause
forte
your
do
blind is
Orlando
useful,
sempre
sure,
vai ser
but
a sua cura, seu sustain e o
like tactical
o
sweep still
obviamente,
kicks through
tem
blind
um pouco
anyways.
disso. Deixa ele um pouco mais pensativo de quando vai iniciar, de quando vai
See me get to post 60.
A gente viu realmente o push ali do Sente do Bolecha dos níveis iniciais.
Lane swap if you have to.
Mas agora com o Viego jogando do outro lado do mapa, eles têm que respeitar um pouquinho.
To be fair, I'm just trying to think right now. It's rare that we see one player get dumpstered so hard at tier 1 level or tier 2 level. Actually, no, I have seen it in tier 2. But in tier 1, it's very rare that you see one player get dumpstered so hard that at 6, they are just unplayable completely. Like, the lane can be rough, but if it's a counter, I think you should be fine. Because you can call jungle help. And I assume that your team would know that that matchup is not something you can just 1v1. And you need some sort of pressure at some point. I don't know. Hard to say. Quinn also doesn't have to lane. True. It's not uncommon internationally. Is it not? Like, when's the last time that happened where somebody like, got hammered so hard in lane day? Like, I can remember the old days of like, I remember Faker Olaf into Irelia mid. Like, that's like the last time I can remember that being like so one-sided that it was completely unplayable. Like, most of the time, like, it's rough, it's one-sided. Like, one side's obviously winning, but yeah, like a lot of times like you'll still have some relevance in the team fight. Or maybe yeah, but I have a goldfish memory, so a lot of times like when people mention a thing, I'll be like, oh yeah. But if I have to think of it, I'm like, I can't remember. Oscar and Dumpster 369? Wait, but that wasn't the like laning Dumpster. That was like after, right? Like as they scaled up, no? Wait, I don't remember that match actually. I'm trying to remember it. I'll have to check after. It was laning? Okay. Damn, that's weird. Like, I know Camille was like Kazande counter, but like, that early? Damn. 369 has a mean Kazante too. There's a gank that was there or something. Okay. Wow. Oh, they didn't get the kill. That was actually a really nice choice from Loud Academy though. Respect. Curdy's another of those top laners that I am keeping an eye out on in Academy. Because I think him, Oroboy, like players like that, they look really good. Okay. Ryze able to convert their gank. They have to burn almost everything. They've got barriers still on Kakashi. There's a window here for Loud to just punish this bot lane. Hugado has no smite, so we just give this up. Okay. That's fine. Good move up from Alone. Grefter on Tristana dumpstered himself. Sorry, I don't know why I'm laughing so hard. I feel bad whenever y'all like dump on Grub there. He's not that bad, guys. Okay, that just sounded game was pretty bad though, but normally he's not that bad. He had a great weekend actually this last weekend. Corki object to steal. Yeah, as soon as Corki showed up, like Hugado knew he couldn't stick around. That's fine though. Hugado got 2 out of 3. 2 out of 3 ain't bad. You just need 2 more on the next one. Yeah, and I'm glad that Red finally got their first win. It still, to me, wasn't like a convincing performance from Red on Sunday, but we take those. I think that's more a statement on Liberty than it was in Red, but yeah. Actually, we're gonna get interviews with some of the CBLOL teams. I'm trying to get an interview with Turtle. One, because I know Turtle speaks English, and also, two, I'm very curious about this Liberty project, and I feel like it's not working well for the CBLOL team. They did literally, but still, like they look bad even against like not the top teams. Who did they face on Saturday? Was it the INTZ game? I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. Yeah, I'm just not sold on this Red right now. This Red looks sloppier than I remember them ever being. They really shouldn't be that messy right now. Yeah, they played against INTZ. The game against INTZ too looked really not great. Even against Liberty, Liberty was okay. Liberty looked good against Liberty, to be fair. I think they punched above what we were expecting, and perhaps maybe above what Liberty was expecting too. Considering their first 3 games. Oh, spotted the ward. Now that Hugado actually has his ultimate, I would love to see him regank this top side. I have my hopes up. But good word from Zekas to spot them out, so Zekas won't get ganked. I think for Loud, one of like, their big win cons is if Camille starts getting like snowballing and is able to beat Zekas in the 1v1 like under turret, then that's kind of GG at that point. That's a huge win con for Loud. Whereas Rise's composition, I'm still struggling to quite figure out like what their compositional win con is, right? Like, it just feels like we just get ahead because you can't even team fight properly. Even with the Corki Ashe, like you don't have a front line. So if Zekas gets set behind, it becomes a problem. Am I on the co-stream this week or like the I'm on for Saturday morning. I'm doing, I think, the first 3 games for CBLOL English. And then I'm co-streaming tomorrow still, Academy, because it's a super week. And if I don't lose my voice, then yeah, I'm going to be co-streaming Academy, because I love Academy. So I get Kaboom INTZ, I get Loud Los, and I get Red Furia for this coming week, Saturday. I think we're trying not to like cast the whole day again, because it's actually kind of rough for some of us, like our voices. Ooh, really nice get away from Curdy. Curdy's soaking pressure well. But I like this move from Rise. I know it doesn't pay off and they don't actually get the kill. But I do think if Rise just sits back, this is not advantageous to them. The game, I think, gets tougher and tougher for them. The solo lanes will scale and kind of match. And I'm just really scared for like this Camille just getting ahead right now. Arremessou o bolecha pra longe, a lança pegou lá atrás no gato, 20% da vida dele já foi de base numa lança só. Só que a Loud tem a vantagem numérica por enquanto e vai continuar tendo, porque o Kakashi não vai. Me and Solari would be hilarious to cast together. Yeah. I'll talk about that after this fight. Ooh, the insta burst onto Bliss. Oh, Santa missed the ult! Okay. I mean, Loud are still going to be able to secure this. Oh, yeah, okay. So they get the Void Grubs they need to spawn Void Mines, that's fine. But Bulisha just vanished and Sand. That whiff from Sand, oh man. If it landed, they had a chance. As it stands though, even though Loud get Void Grubs, okay, this is actually really good for Loud in the long run, but in the short term, Rise got a massive advantage. Kakashi got so much time alone here, and they picked off the kill as well. So good for both teams. Kind of think both teams will be happy with what they walked away with there. As to that, Lunade, so Solari and I, we're both color casters, so it's unlikely you'll see us together. It's the same thing as like Hawk and me shouldn't be casting together, but we do because our opening week for some reason all our play-by-plays were busy. So thankfully Hawk and Soph are willing and able to flex over to play-by-play. But theoretically, you shouldn't see me and Solari together unless we're on a tri-cast. Like you said, 4x4 Solari RMC finals cast with VP content. Yeah, it'd be even funnier if you get me and Solari on a cast with Los Grandes and Pain facing each other. That'd be super funny. Ooh, great catch. Does he get out? No shot. Okay, yeah. Sam finishing that off. That was a weird move from Alone. Why did he... Like, you just... Did they see? Did they know? Oh, they didn't know. Okay, so they actually didn't have vision. That's why. Wow, that is so unfortunate for Alone. I feel bad. I mean, it was risky to just charge forward like that, but also, you just TP'd in. You thought they left. Understandable. If inadvisable. Wokes you on action to cost all the final Liberty game. You have to get to finals first. For action cost them there. I'll be done for that. Yeah, I think, okay, so the idea for Rise there, I think what they were looking for the fight after the Dragon, they just got caught going for the fights. Because the problem with this composition is, I do think you need to find your advantages where you can. This is more of a skirmishing comp than it is like a team fight comp. Especially for Anato. Anato has 1 kill, 1 assist, which is not bad for the Nidalee, but you are starting to fall behind. And as a Nidalee, you feel a lot of pressure to make things happen. So they probably thought they could pick off Loud Academy. They didn't realize how many people were there. Ultimately, yes, Rise skipped steps and they were punished for it. Like, they did not do right. But yeah, I think the idea was they thought they could skip steps. They thought they knew what was happening. And they were dead wrong. Yeah, because Alonet was not looking to get off the pit. Alonet was looking to get kills. If not, there's no reason to walk up to the other side of the jungle. Oh. Is Zekis in trouble? Zekis is in trouble. Oh! Oh! Zekis was not in trouble! Okay! Yo, that fadeaway shot from Zekis was kind of nice. Kind of nice. The first time he tried it, it didn't work. The second time, caught Curdy in the sweet spot. Yo, that's huge. That's huge, that's huge. Okay, as long as Zekis can still handle Curdy in the side lane, Riser Gaming they're fine. They're chilling. They're okay. The moment Curdy becomes like unstoppable is the moment that this game is kind of over for Rise. Curdy coming back for round 2. Oh. Oh my goodness, how many people are we sending up here? There we go, Rise gets the overload they're looking for. Okay. That first brick? Yeah, that's first brick. Without using Herald too. So Rise still have Herald they can use in a different lane. Only 4 people, yeah, required to take down the Camille. I mean, what's nice for Rise, though, was that even though they took 4 people and they overloaded top side, they don't really lose much for it. Yes, you lose bot side, but you got first break, so that's okay. But yeah. Contrast that to the fact that Curdy just died back-to-back, right? Like, Zekis killed Curdy. Curdy TPs back to top side, gets 5-man ganked and died. 4-man ganked, pardon me, and died. That kind of sucks for Curdy, and now Curdy's behind in experience, too.
Tá tentando avançar essa visão da Rise para dentro da selva da Loud. A gente vê de novo aqui Viego no jogo, né, que beleza, traz dano a mais, traz pouco mais de follow-up para jogadas.
Okay, so right now in the game, where we stand, I've been favoring Loud's draft, and I kind of liked how they played most of the early game, but Rise in the last little while have managed to find themselves a 1,500 goal lead, which is pretty significant. For Rise, they need to keep pressuring. They need to continue punishing Curdy on these side lanes. especially since the side lanes are longer now, because first break is done on both, or outer turrets have fallen down on both side lanes. This is an opportunity for teams to look for picks. Loud kind of needs to do the same as well. Like Hugado should be looking to back up Curdy on these plays. The fact that Hugado has not gone for that, I think, is a pretty big negative for Loud Academy right now. Like, just do what Rise is doing.
Mas nesse ponto o jogo não
It's not like Viego doesn't have burst, especially post 6.
Só o Zillion.
É mestre do tempo, então...
E o E.
É.
E quando a gente dá que não quebra. Essa lista ela vai aumentando, você percebeu?
E vai ficando mais fácil, né?
Like for everyone else, like you're just kind of playing, you know, farm simulator. Okay. Bounty's holding Unbreakable. The TPs are in.
Já começa a bater nessa torre. São 7 segundos para a chegada do dragão. A Ryze fica para essa rota do meio. A sentinela dali foi vista, vai ser removida rapidinho. A Loud tem a vantagem de posicionamento, porém na rota do meio já tem esse arauto e eles vão focar na
I like this call from Rise. They use the Herald to break this. They might be able to get 2 turrets. This is a little bit interesting because I wonder if Loud are actually going to look for the fight on the back end. Okay. Ooh, too early. Way too early from Belisha. The team was not there. They get 2 turrets for free. Sounds kind of low too.
No fim das contas, foi dragão que não valeu a pena pra Loud. 2 torres da Ryze, chamada rápida, chamada boa. Tinha uma vantagem desse arauto.
Loud are making a lot of like little decision mistakes, which are killing them.
Chegar pra cobrar alguma coisa, mas foi pronto.
Like right here, I understand that you're looking for the fight, but look where everybody is. Hugado is still literally a screen and a half away. Like Curdy's not there, Sand's not there. You're just really too far up for Belisha. And you're not Alistar, you don't have a breakable will. You're not actually that tanky yet.
O engage pra equipe da Loud, como a gente comentou, né? Fica tudo nas mãos aqui do...
So that's like Curdy losing the 1v1 into Curdy getting picked, into Belisha engaging too early. Like, just small mistakes, but they're starting to snowball. As much as I favor the Loud composition, like, this is not looking good for them. I appreciate that Rise have constantly been putting pressure though. Like, everywhere, every time. You go into side lane, Anato's looking for you. You go for objective, we push mid. Like, we take 2 turrets. Huge advantage.
O Enico o tempo todo, né, tava nessas rotas laterais, tava pegando barricada na rota do meio, então ele ainda se mantém à frente no ouro. Ele que tá sendo responsável por essas respostas de rota lateral.
Okay, and now with like the super long lanes too, I kind of like Rise's ability to play for these super long lanes. The key thing now is just gonna be vision. Where's the vision being set up and who can play for it? Right now, Rise have a vision on the top side. They can play for top mid. I'd love to see Anato like finding out the spear, and because no tanks again, or very low tanks. The meta has shifted away from tanks. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, I think if you want like a Camille top or something like that, like pick something like a Sedge in the jungle. I'm very much not a fan of just not having somebody who can soak tank and broken stuff.
Sempre estando junto do time da Ryze nas eliminações.
Esse que é um jogo muito mais técnico da Ryze. Não tá com muitos abates. Eles estão levando ali as torrezinhas, estão jogando um pouco mais no mapa. Teve o arauto na rota do meio que foi muito proveitoso.
Loud are kind of reclaiming their jungle a little bit.
Você já tem uns 5 minutos a mais ali. Não quebra a mesa não, por favor.
Not like a lot,
minutos a
but...
mais ali que você pegou aquele primeiro dragão. Se você abre essas 2 torres, ainda mais com o time todo ali pegando esse ouro, é dinheiro que vem pra eles. E isso aí dá aquela facilitada pra talvez pra um spike mais à frente pro terceiro dragão, né?
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow time for Rise right now. They're just trying to fight for control. That's why it feels really slow. We're not seeing like kills or anything. It's just vision and top side.
Não sei se é o ritmo de vitória. Acho que a Loud ainda tá com um jogo que eles são assim, beleza, gente.
With Kraken Slayer, with the Andrews, like Rise can threaten Baron, but it's going to be a slow take because it's early. Also, they don't have a true tank, so if Zeka's tanks are too much, it's dangerous. They shifted away from non-Skarner tanks, yeah. I actually feel like the meta might not be bad for Ornn, personally. Especially since we've been running so many double marksmen, but... I was so happy when Gigo played the Ornn in week 1 of CBLOL. I thought it was a great pick. I want to see more Ornn.
A Ryze de novo, né? Tem que se colocar numa situação às vezes para tomar que pode possibilitar pick-off em cima deles nesse momento. Então a Loud
Yeah, but Cassante, I hate Cassante right now. I don't think Cassante is good. I think Cassante gets countered by so many things in the current meta. You hate Ornn?
Pode acontecer esse barão cair para Ryze cedo.
Why?
Mas a gente tá vendo que o Kurt,
He's actually like one of the exciting tanks.
ele sabe
Like
que ele tá
I hate
muito
Malphite.
forte,
Malphite's super
mas
boring,
mesmo
but
assim ele
like
não avança
until he
pela
gets the
camisa.
big like
Ele-
one
não é
ultimate,
ele que tá ali batendo
gets
no
level
corpo,
force.
não é ele que
But
tá
Ornn
fazendo
actually
isso.
can lane.
Ele
So
tá
he's
forte,
it's
ele
not
tem
like
que
just a wet
forçar,
noodle
joga,
fight when you
tira
see
a
an Ornn in the
camisa
top lane.
abaixo.
Eu acho que bateu um medo aí.
How many times have we seen Ornn like get solo kills?
Entendeu? Bateu um
He's a
respiro,
legit
né? Não foi
champion in
respeito
top
agora.
lane.
Você vê que ele toma ali um pouco desse engage, ele já recua,
Por isso
vai
que eu
jogar
falo,
embaixo
os
da
Zekas que
torre.
tem que ir pra cima, pô, tem que aproveitar.
Ok, que você tá falando,
Oh,
Kurt,
okay. We are ganking Curdy again.
eu te perdoo. Vai chegar engage,
I am
quebra
here for
essa
it.
cabeçada,
Oh
chegou,
my goodness,
botou o
Curdy.
ultimato, Hextech, ele desvia um pouco do dano, mas não tem pra onde o Alonso
What?
essa eliminação e vai garantir tudo também. Caso, contudo, entretanto, tivesse saído vivo.
I feel bad laughing at Curdy, but this is legit winning strategy for Rise. Just keep punishing the split pusher. Anytime Curdy shows up, shut him down.
Abre mais.
Because Curdy's a big win con for Loud. And every time they get a pick like that,
E avança
it gives them like the opportunity to push up and get objectives. And Loud can't really answer
Pega
that.
mais um stack do dragão, vai ficar 2 stacks pra cada
And
lado,
Loud so far have
mas
not
pelo
protected
menos
Curdy. There's never anybody hovering Curdy.
tiram mais mapa pra
We've not
nós.
seen Hugado
Assim
gank
que eles
Curdy a
acham
single time.
lenços
I don't know why.
e vão aumentando a vantagem de ouro.
Mas eles têm
It's so
que
weird to me.
pressão ainda, né? Eles têm que
You
continuar
hate that
com
Ornn can do
esse
everything,
grande
Lunar.
argumento. Por quê? A
That
gente
he
tá
can-
acostumado muito aqui na Academy a ver times
I mean, it was a Cassante issue, no? Like, Cassante could do everything too at first.
aplicando essa pressão.
Like, I hated that Cassante.
Mais à frente, quando complica um pouco mais o jogo, dá
He's not even a
aquela-
split pusher, he's playing weak side.
E aí você não fechou o jogo rápido.
Yeah, well, Cassante could actually split push too, even when he was playing weak side. At least Ornn can't really split push.
Vai chegar uma luta que a Ryze vai tomar um susto, maluco.
Oh, why Viego works. They were going for a burst combo. I mean, I can see it. There's a lot of squishies. It's resettable. But this is, yeah, Hugado has not been having a good Viego game. I would have preferred a tank. I was just saying earlier, give me a Sedge. Give me like a tanky Wukong. Heck, I'd even take a tanky Vide here. Like, I'm not a fan of this
Vantagem ali em mãos, basicamente.
Viego pick. And it's not been able to do much this game, unfortunately.
Mas é suporte, né?
You hate Cassante as well.
Vamos ver agora.
Oh, Sedge was banned? Oh,
Que
okay.
que a Ryze trabalha um pouco mais
Evidently
rápido
my
e força
memory,
esse
my
cara
goldfish
muito
memory has
cara.
kicked in again.
Eles têm a vantagem total, eles têm o push
Uh,
no meio,
Maokai. Was
eles
Maokai
têm
banned?
CT1 ainda lá disponível. Tem podem ter o push no top também.
Actually, maybe not Maokai. Maokai is not great into this comp. I do like more tanks, though.
Você não precisa comitar esse Baron, você só precisa fazer.
Honestly, Wukong.
Acha que você
Actually,
pode
Wukong would have been good here.
já gasta
If Wukong finds these three,
ela
they're
primeira
dead.
já foi lá pra
right from the
pegar essa
get-go.
visão, então já é um recurso que o time da Loud não tem.
E você deixa na
That just
um
banned
pouquinho,
round
ela
one.
empurra também.
Yeah.
Opa, TP no meio. Que isso?
Vai chegando esse engage, o Zekas
By the time we hit game 7, I'm honestly forgetting everything at this point.
dele vai ser purificado.
Too many games in a row.
Vai chegar nessa cabeçada.
Yo, really nice footwork from Zekas. Zekas is looking clean. Holy. He put on his dancing shoes today.
Caramba, mas foi muita coisa gasta pela Ryze.
I wanted
também,
to play
três
that in
vezes.
slow-mo.
Acabam perdendo
just to watch
ultimate,
Zekas.
Flash do Zekas teve que se reposicionar porque chegou num TP meio estranho e daí deu de cara com um Azir atrás dele.
I'm sure they replay
a
it, so.
Camille pelo lado. E ele que, cara, ele poderia muito
They
ir na
replay.
side, mas eles querem brigar.
O gato salvou a galera ali que o Bounty tava preparado nesse flash hextech pra poder fazer o re-engage, amigo.
Eles têm que levar o gato, porque eles querem barão nesse ponto do jogo. Claramente eles querem barão. Mas só o Kurt não é o suficiente, ainda mais o Kurt que tem o TP, que pode voltar daqui a pouco.
O
Ok.
Bounty tá sozinho na selva adversária, porém ele sabe que não tem ninguém lá porque tem a visão. Então ele tá vendo a movimentação da Loud atrás dele nesse momento. Ele ainda é malandro, deixa uma visão.
Blank into the reverse line.
But
But nobody's really doing this. Like, everybody's just chilling. Nobody wants a hard commit. I mean, considering we only have 8 kills at this time. There's a lot of positioning going on. Ooh, Belisha gets caught again. Yeah, again, little mistakes from Loud. They just keep adding up. Like, lots and lots and lots and lots of little mistakes. I don't know what's going on with Loud. They're not a bad team. But they're not going to find their first win today, it looks like. Loud Academy curse kicking still. Wait, what's the Loud Academy curse? Because I thought they did pretty well last split, no? Didn't they end up, like,
Eles acabam cobrando.
fourth or fifth?
Lá atrás, eles vão tentando forçar ainda, mas sabem que não vão chegar no Kurt. Ele simplesmente recua.
Where did they end last split?
A questão aqui agora é, a Lone,
Yeah, they were fourth last split, Loud Academy.
o outro lado da Loud não tem.
Tiraram finalmente, né? Então agora dá pro Zekas se comprometendo na side e falar, beleza, eu vou matar a Camille e vou levar minha torre. Vocês fazem esse barão.
Okay.
Só que o Alone tem que ir pra bot, né? Vamos, Alone.
Não, pode deixar o Zekas lá.
Pode deixar o Zekas?
E deixa no V1.
Ok, justo, também pode
Force
ser.
um V1, ele
Pode
vai
ser
levar a
também.
base, ele vai levar a Camille e você
Again,
garante. depois.
Rise have topside lit up like a Christmas tree right now.
Ele tá muito forte.
Ele tá muito forte. Tá tudo
I
tranquilo.
want to see them play more to this topside. Like, this inner turret is actually bugging me a little bit. I feel like they should have been able to take it by now. Oh, Belisha's getting caught again!
Tem que aproveitar um pouco mais esse push aqui.
Fourth, not good by Loud
Mas
standards. Oh,
o
okay,
Zekas
okay.
ainda
That's what
tá
you mean
na
by Loud
dúvida.
cares. Okay.
Se ele desce pra empurrar ou se ele se junta
Oh,
pra brigar.
you're a
Ele sabe
top
que não é a troca
top
muito forte,
1/3
tá?
team. I mean,
Precisa
12
ser
teams.
ponto
Getting
bem,
fourth is pretty
porque
good.
agora parece que o time se comprometeu
Assuming
em
that's the case.
forçar, mas ainda fica naquele vai e não vai.
Though I guess technically with names like Annie and Hugado, you'd expect a little bit more. Curdy has probably been the best performer on this roster for last split and so far this split. Well, I can't say today. Curdy's been put in a dumpster. Not his fault.
Tá
Like,
muito indeciso,
legitimately,
muito indeciso.
when you're getting 4-man dove repeatedly, there's not much you can do. He did die 1v1 once, so he'd never be MVP because of that, but... Or, well, not saying never, but he's not going to be my MVP vote for this game.
É que o top laner desse tamanho, o fato
But I
de
don't know who
botar
I'd vote
dentro
for
do
Loud.
Zekas
This
tá
game from
sendo
Loud
empurrado,
is
é
like,
estranho.
just
Era pra
like,
sempre
do
empurrado
something.
em cima da Camille. Tudo bem que
Do
ele tá
something.
vencendo de um V1,
It's like that
um
meme of like
V2,
kicking a dead fish and like, do
e voltaram
something.
direto pra tomar dano
Loud
no
Academy
Baron
pays for the
Bot,
Sims in the main roster. Yeah, they made a deal with the devil. Loud Academy will suffer for Loud to win.
É, literalmente, o Barão
Loud wins CBLOL 4 times and Loud Academy is 4th?
Daí o
Coincidence?
Zekas não vai pra bot lane, não vai pro meio, não luta.
Yeah, if Curdy's not on carry duty,
E
they can't
fica
win.
esse negócio
That's
meio
fair.
indeciso
Yeah.
do que ele quer ser.
VP for Loud with a few minions. Wait, have the minions actually even done anything for Loud so far? I don't think they've actually done anything.
Não querem brigar, eles querem continuar esse Aran. Eu gosto do Aran, eu jogo bastante
É
todo
um
dia.
arame horizontal
É,
aqui, né?
então.
Tá errado esse arame.
E vamos lá,
Ele
eles
não
querem,
tá na vertical da rota.
eles querem agora sim, o Zekas tá lá, tá batendo desde o início.
Eles já
Ah.
iniciaram o Barão dessa vez. O
Okay.
Bounty tá pelo outro lado.
They got a turret at least.
Passa a flecha, não acertou ele. A visão ali já é tirada porque tem a sentinela segurando. Tem engage pra
Okay.
cima do lixo.
I mean, Baron's already gone, right? We finished Baron, please? We finished Baron?
Vai caindo o dano, ele desce.
Okay, we did finish Baron.
No fim das contas, quem garante é o Aloned.
Can we get the resets for Hugado? We're getting the resets? That's 2?
Double kill na mão do gato, ele ainda garante o neutralizado.
Wait, we might be able to get more.
Mas agora só tem 3 jogadores e olha o N. Tenta passar o decreto, o aluno de flecha vai pelo outro lado. O Zonias vai comprando tempo aqui pro seu jogador. O Zekas ainda tenta fazer o seu. Só que no meio de todo mundo, o Loud vai tentar.
Okay, they're actually doing this? Alona Shine. Oh, Alona got caught. Oh, okay. Still, 4 for 3 plus Baron. At least Rise got Baron. Loud are able to fire back,
A Loud
finally.
consegue parcialmente a luta que eles queriam há tanto tempo. Porque eles não levam, não conseguem roubar esse Barão, mas pô, tiraram completamente o buff adversário. Sobrou somente o Anato. E a gente falou da Ryze, indecisa. E olha,
Okay.
por pouco, tá? Porque o
Means
Barão
it-
ficou com tipo 100 de vida. Que eles
sorry, I missed the message.
Então,
Annie is like 9 years CBLOL veteran at this point. Yep, Annie's been around for a long time. He is underwhelming me right now in Academy. But I guess that's why he is in Academy, right? And rosters aren't picking up for the main roster. But I remember there was a time where Annie looked really good on champions like Vex, you know, and engaged champions, and champions that go in and do stuff. Okay, Loud brute force this dragon. That was... They took a lot of damage, but they got it. That's the important thing. That's less something bad than the rest. Minions are putting up a fight. Minions are not putting up a fight. We are getting mowed over right now in this game. Both teams are farming up a storm. We're not even pushing efficiently either. Yeah. Well, Loud is actually fighting back, which is good. That's what we need to see more of. Their comp, like, skill is fine, so you can still match skill. I just need to see them do something. Like, watching them just not doing anything for the longest time was triggering. And then they actually fight at Baron. They took a really good fight. They waited it out. They went in after. They find the pick onto Bounty. Yeah, this was a really good fight from them.
Olha o quão grande vai ficar o gato depois de 2 neutralizações.
Tá muito forte o Viego.
Yeah, and keep in mind the Baron debuff. I know I talk a lot about Baron debuff, but it's because it actually makes such a big difference. Like, once it's easy to shred through, once your tank is down, like once Bounty was dead, Hugado gets to run over this. And one of the things with Viego and why like I don't hate Viego is that Viego is a champion where you punish your enemy's mistakes. If they make one mistake, you just run over them. And no matter how far ahead the enemy team is, there's a chance Viego can carry back because Viego takes all their items. So as long as you kill the right person, if you kill the Fed member on the enemy team, your Viego can literally just take over the game.
Essa é a grande pegada. E olha só, ele tava atrás, né? Olha como é que ele já vende item agora. São 3 itens na mão dele. Agora com esse crack também ali.
You could see the Azir yelling, Faker! As he missed everything and just realized he pulled a cast. Is that a copy pasta from somewhere? That should be like a copy pasta.
Passamos de 31 Uma luta, duas lutas aqui, independente do lado, é pra definir, irmão.
Acho que é uma lutinha aqui, se a Ryze acertasse, eles podem aproveitar pra levar o jogo. Eles estão
Yeah, that's really unfortunate. And it's funny too because I feel like we are picking Azir here for Annie because it's a comfort champ, not because it's a good meta pick. So watching Annie kind of whiff everything is a little bit
e vão pra cima do alvo.
sus.
E
Estão muito
agora?
fortes.
Vamos ver só porque vai passar.
We'll see though. I mean, again, Azir is a scaling champion who can carry team fights very well. And Rise so far has not really been playing poke. They are playing team fight, which isn't wrong. Like again, Corki's not really a poke champ anymore, so he's got some poke.
E vamos lá, vai pra cima. O Bosch tá
Ash Arrow
querendo.
goes wide. Oh, that hook! I think Bounty actually dropped the turret aggro. Huh, okay. Oh, was that not even turret aggro? I think that actually might have been autos. Did Bounty have turret aggro? Sorry. I was
Vamos
never
lá, vai
touching
pra
play.
cima. O Bosch tá querendo. Vai pra cima.
Ele batendo pra cima do Bounty.
I can't see the
Vai pra
turret.
cima. O Bosch tá querendo. Vai pra cima.
Okay, no, yeah, turret never even attacked. Okay, it took too long to come up. I was like, did he drop turret aggro? That was weird. Sorry, boomer eyes for a second. Couldn't actually read things.
É complicado, pô, tem que tomar cuidado, perde o ultimate, o Alistar, que é muito ruim pra ele pra essas lutas. E aí você vê a Loud crescendo no mapa também, né? Conseguindo levar um pouco mais da wave lá embaixo, conseguindo estabilizar o jogo. Não é o que a Ryze quer.
Torcedor da Verducha aqui que tá feliz, né? Que é pra sair de um possível Z4. Então sonhando ainda que dá aquela complicada. Torcedor da Verducha em casa.
Okay, Loud's coming back. It's gonna be if Loud win this is gonna be a long game, but they are coming back. Cody's actually catching up a little bit in levels. Cody's been doing a good job actually keeping up farm the entire time.
Muito mais, ele consegue ter espaço pra bater. E acho que o grande problema da Ryze agora é justamente esse.
Hugato right now is probably my MVP, largely because he's the one who's doing the most things. But yeah. Okay, we caught Bounty out again. Nice. Oh, I love that confidence on Bounty to just re-engage on them. Oh, oh, that pullback. Oh my goodness, Zekis. Oh my goodness. Zekis said, not today. Not today. You will not get your first win. Not from me. Okay, Zekis MVP. Zekis just MVP this. Jeez, Annie. Come on, man. Brother Annie, please, just one. Just one. Holy. Holy. Zekis looking sexy. Okay. Honestly, the laning from Loud was fine. The laning was good. Nothing wrong. Really solid. Loud's map movements were not good. Decidedly bad. That's why Curdy got shut down so badly. The team fights were not bad though. I actually thought the team fights for Loud, when they got to fight the team fights, were good, but they just did not fight very many team fights. No X Factor though. Like nobody on this team really stood out to me. I'm giving it to Hugato, but like it's not as if I felt very impressed by anything that Loud Academy did. I don't know what's going on. They're struggling in the mid game. Yeah, just don't seem to understand these seven. Like they just left Curdy to try for no reason. With this comp they had, like it was a little bit disjointed. Like it didn't have a lot of synergy, so it didn't have a clear win condition. You just need to play for the win con, which was Camille here. And they never ganked Curdy. Like I don't know, like just no ganks up here. I don't know why. It's so weird. Negative X Factor now. I'm so tempted to negative X Factor. Some of these teams, like, they just look so lost. It's weird. The other team was Rise, right? Zekis, honestly, looking kind of tasty. Like this guy's popping off. He literally broke. Like okay, the laning was like whatever. Like it wasn't that impressive, but the map movements were really good from Rise. I was pretty happy with that. The team fighting was really good. Zekis gets like 2 X Factor for the way he played. Holy crap! Like literally, he carried this game. In a game where his lane opponent was supposed to carry the Camille, Zekis stepped up. The 1v1 win, the team fight. Oh, was this the team fight? Yeah, this is the one where Bounty turns around, right? Huge props to Bounty, by the way, for like just turning around. Like I'm almost dead. I do not care. I just found the perfect angle, and Zekis is here. That was sexy. And then Zekis doing this. Oh boy.
o puxão.
Oh, can't Spider-Man this.
E aí, amigo, vem primeiro, valeu,
Oh,
falou.
man.
Cê tira o
Turret there
CS,
did not
você
care.
olha o dano que o Zekas tem. É por isso que a gente tá
We
falando
just
desde
go
o
in.
início, né, velho? O Zekas tem
We
que
just
estar na
finished
lateral,
this.
velho. Ele tá gigantesco.
Oh,
Foi um
Zekas.
jogo complicado.
I just want to check the damage station.
Estranho.
Corki counter. So true, actually, yeah, that makes sense to the new Corki because he's not a poke champion. That kind of makes sense. I could see Zoe coming back in.
É aquela coisa, né?
I kind of
Você
like
compra
watching
uma
Zoe. I
margem
hate
pra
playing
quê?
against Zoe, and I hate analyzing
Você
games
ganha
with
da
Zoe.
vitória, mas é uma
Yeah,
margem
Zekas'
muito
damage is
boa.
nuts.
A gente ainda tá vendo aí essa diferença de ouro que foi sempre a favor do time da Rise, mas é o que a gente tava, é o que eu sempre falo, né? Pra mim acho que passou os últimos
Actually,
ali de 60
Santa
metros,
a lot of damage,
65,
surprisingly.
com essa sacola ali, ela já
Eh.
para de pesar tanto.
Not enough for me to
A
want to
Rise
MVP him though.
Arrisca,
Uh,
quase que perde, mas leva a vitória pra casa.
I don't know. I don't know what thoughts I have for today. Like,
Na moral,
I think it was okay in general, I guess.
Agora, quem tá com a moral,
It's much better than yesterday.
é a Loud, que ainda
That's for
enfrenta o
sure.
DL amanhã sai 0-4 hoje, amigo.
But beyond that,
Nessa partida aqui, cara,
Diga.
I don't know. Like, I don't feel like I have any takeaways. Nothing special draft wise. Oh yeah, of course it's Zekas. Yo, I don't know if y'all saw the Kina profile earlier. Kina's profile was hilarious. It's also him flexing, and he had ban flat written on his biceps. Ban flat harder.
Tirando a Camille, o jogo da Camille como um todo.
He
e
gets free,
depois
like, poke Varus
de,
gets free
nessas
damage?
últimas lutas, ele ser um cara chave de
True. I mean, technically any poke, anything that outranges Corki, right, would be good. I don't know if I consider it like a counter though,
Mas eu gosto, né? Gostoso.
because you also don't see Varus mid is very punishable. I would prefer the Corki side of that matchup because of gank reasons. So yeah. The table has gone murkier. This second spot, like the start of the day, the third spot was something like that, and now we're still there basically. This the muck the muck, is that what it's called? No, what's the word I'm looking for? Okay, I can't remember the word I'm looking for, but basically this mess of teams in the 3-win 1-loss region they're also here. The teams are still very competitive for the most part. Teams are still competitive. I don't know. Like I don't have many takeaways from today. I think just today is good in general. Like better, more what I expected from Academy. No teams like really crazily stood out. Yeah. Okay, so I think that's kind of it for today. You know what? I'm happy today. The day started not great with all the news that kept dropping. And you know, chatting with you all as well, like there was some bad news that came out of that. But after watching Academy, I'm happy. Academy managed to cleanse my mind, and Academy today was good Academy games. So yes, I'm a happy minion to end the day. Thanks for all y'all who dropped by. As always, LOA time. Literally. I'm a pass on LOA for now, man. Like it's been 7 games. I'm tired. But thank you, Lunar Day. Thank you, Wilkes. Thanks, Dark Knight, Spoods, Arcsent, all of you, Soph, all of you who dropped by. Really appreciate it. You know, it really helped to snap me out the funk. It's been a great day. And we back tomorrow. Super week. There's still one more day of 7 straight games. And hey, hopefully, you know, CBLOL improved between yesterday and today. Maybe it improves again for tomorrow and we get better days yet. Future's better. Future's optimistic. Yeah, and with that said, I'm going to rest my voice. One more day. I'll see you all tomorrow. Bye. I'm a blue side minion. Usually. Depends on the day. If my blue robes are under wash, I'm red side minion.